for me, no cookie cutter plans. Go to this website, aplanforme.com, aplanforme.com. It's Way to Wellness, your journey to healthy living. No contracts, no sign-up fees, and the first consultation is free. Planforme.com is a website. That's Way to Wellness, your journey to healthy living. Rockstar, one more soundbite. Number 3, Chris Jenkins. He plays at Michigan, and he discusses the Georgia drill that they now do every practice, the Beat Georgia drill. Chris, why did you do the Beat Georgia drill now at Michigan practices?
Honestly, like Beat Georgia is it's a gritty drill where we try to get in to, improve ourselves physically, and it's really a bit of a church battle, as we call it. But really, we honestly put that in because it keeps up with that mentality. In order to beat a guy, you got to beat the guy. And right now, that guy is Georgia. Georgia has proven themselves to be, a dominant football team, give them their respect, obviously. So, in order for us to, walk the walk, talk the talk, and walk the walk, we got to improve that emphasis every single day in practice. So that's really like more of just like a reminder of emphasis of what kind of football team do we want to be.
Now, I would imagine you like that as a guy who thinks Michigan could get over the hump.
I don't. I was about to say, who am I to question Jim Harbaugh? But I would call it like the national championship drill. The problem is you're giving Kirby motivation to his players. Hey, boys, they're saying it's the Georgia drill. Again, we're not going to be the hunted. We're going to be the hunter. And everybody out there is trying to top us. We become the model. You guys don't get lax because we become the top model.
This works great, though, if you face Georgia in the postseason. It's interesting if you don't, though. I wonder how you spin it if you're Harbaugh.
Yeah.
Like last year they played TCU.
For instance, if they play LSU, who beat Georgia,
That's
or
right.
Alabama, who beat Georgia to get to that situation to play Michigan, you can hear the Alabama guys saying in the trenches, hey, you probably should have done the beat Alabama.
That's
drill.
right. You weren't trying to beat us. We beat the team you were trying to beat.
Let me help you out.
Yeah, that's right. But if you do face Georgia, which that's obviously what Harbaugh is gambling on here. Now you can say, guys, we have been ripping this all year long. Everything we did in the offseason was about beating this team. You guys have put in the work to beat this team, and you've kind of got that mindset now.
Yeah, but then if you're Kirby, hey, look, you guys have been in their heads for years now.
It works both ways. There's no doubt.
Let's stop talking about it. Let's go do it.
Let's go out and do it.
That was Nick Saban,
That
right?
was Nick Saban, yes.
All right, football season's another day closer. Camps opening up everywhere. UAB's out today. Jack State's been out. All the week 0 and Thursday night teams are practicing now. Everyone else gets going Thursday, Friday through the weekend. College football is here. We'll keep talking about it all the way up to the kickoff of the season. Next week, we're out at Ocean City, Maryland with live shows at the end of the week. Into this month of August, we'll be at the Floribama. Make plans to come see us. Until next time, God bless you and God bless America.
Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live daily show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember, you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
You've been wearing that thin, raggedy t-shirt for years now, and people cannot stop whispering and staring in your vicinity. We've all been there. Luckily, there's a solution to your lack of fashion and social cues. At NextRound.store, they have plenty of options when it comes to a variety of shirts and hats. Once you start putting that Next Round gear on, be prepared to make new lifelong friends and hundreds of unforgettable conversations. Hope you like random high fives in the street, because that's what you're getting after visiting NextRound.store.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Follow LT on Twitter @TheLanceTaylor. Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
We get to number 1 in our 40 and 40 rankings today. I love to pull back the curtain here. We don't talk about the show before it starts. We spend 4 hours together. So, Brown, I'll ask you, because I should have asked this about 30 minutes ago. Hutson Mason, who's on the show, is he in the first segment or the second segment? You gave me a 9:15 time on
Has
that.
the show started yet?
It is. It's underway.
I would say we should go and do him in the first segment. We
Okay.
just go late to break.
So-
Yeah, his deal was he's got something at 9:30. So that's kind of a crappy time for us because our segment starts
And
at
really, what's he going to
9:25.
tell us? Georgia's going to be good. They got a shitty
So
schedule.
I'll cancel him right now
What a great
because
tease.
Lance clearly does not want to talk to him. So should I just text Hudson and say, hey, don't waste your time. We got one host that ain't asking you crap.
Listen, there is one thing I never do.
What?
At least to your face.
Yeah, right.
That's to
Yeah,
his face.
that's the thing.
It's
The eye roll behind the scenes.
Hey,
It's
listen,
criticize guests because
listen.
I don't want to ever hear this right here.
Listen, anytime, and I promise you this is true.
Oh, I know.
I
That's why I'm
promise you
afraid
this
to
is
say
true.
it.
Anytime anybody in this entire building, including the attorneys across the hall, want to take over booking the show, they are more than welcome
No,
to do
I
it.
do it.
I will gladly
No,
hand it over.
I know it's a pain in the ass. I tried to get somebody on the show yesterday.
I
No
do
response.
It, I do it. Well, I would roughly say 8 shows a year. Is that a fair guess?
Yeah, maybe.
8 shows a year. I do it.
And he does worse than you.
No, hey, by the way, because everybody hates Taylor Tannenbaum, right?
That's right now, Jim.
Forrester, give me Forrester's mic.
All right.
Forrester's mic. Hey, Taylor Tannenbaum, who brought her to the show?
That'd be you, Jim.
How do you know that?
Who loves her? Who loves her? Chat room loves her.
Chat room loves her.
These
Everybody
two
loves
guys love her.
Everybody
Everybody
loves
loves
Taylor.
Taylor.
Everybody loves Taylor.
So
She's a sweetheart.
I may
America's sweetheart, Taylor
I
Tannenbaum.
may have a 1-game hitting streak, but I got a 1-game hitting streak. Thank you very much.
That's right.
I hate it. When I do it for 8 shows, it is a 24/7 thing for me.
Yeah, I mean, it's a
24/7.
pain. I mean, there's no doubt it's pain. Like, I mean, we got a guest tomorrow. Y'all probably won't like him, but I mean, he's already changed. He's already changed times twice on me.
So
Yeah,
Hudson,
but when I first started booking,
you book?
yeah, I did.
Back in the day.
Back in the day when it was awful. I absolutely hated it. But I wasn't too astute in basketball or like just history thing. I remember I'd sent emails and like phone messages to all these guests, and I was at my parents' house on a Sunday, and I get a phone call, and it was a Louisiana number, and I answered it, and he's like, hey, this is so-and-so. I wanted to know if you were interested in booking me. I was like, right, you're from football, right? He's like, no, I'm a basketball coach. It was Dale Brown. My dad goes, you just talked to Dale Brown? I was like, I think so. Thinking he was a football coach.
Oh, no, it was.
You're lucky you got off the phone.
After I transitioned out and they moved me from Scott Griffin and I was doing a solo show, they didn't give me any resources. So I had to book everything. I had to put everything together, and it was a pain in the ass.
It is.
Wait a second. They gave you no resources?
Does that shock you?
I'm a good actor. That was
Yeah.
that was
You
fake voice.
you didn't see his non-eyebrows raised?
No, my resources were, we're going to give you an opportunity to do this show.
That's right.
But we're not going to pay you because I didn't get paid either.
You're going to get an opportunity to grow.
That's right. But there'll be tons of endorsements you could do.
But yeah, and I did. I did it.
Well, I know you
abused
whipped them over
those.
the head on that one.
You were the first one in history that made them pay for that comment.
They used that playbook. They forgot Lance was in sales. They were like, oh, God, we screwed that one up, didn't we? We should have just paid him salary.
But back
like we
to the
tried
original
avoid.
point. I don't mind our next guest. We've had him on
I
before.
like
I'm
Hudson
just
just fine.
saying.
Dunaway doesn't like him. I know that.
My whole point
That
was
is not true.
My whole point was if we have him this segment and we squeeze it, it doesn't really matter because we know Georgia's going to be good. They don't have a good schedule.
Yeah. Well, we're not going to squeeze him. I mean, we'll go long to do a segment.
You save my segments to squeeze.
What if
exactly.
What if
we got a 4 down, so we got 1 minute on the clock.
What if we have Hudson on and don't do any Georgia football? Like we just
Falcon talk.
Yeah, Falcon talk with Hudson.
Hudson Mason apparently is coming up in this segment.
9:15, Jim.
In golf terms, we are at a distance that we're between clubs.
That's right. It's
when
tough.
Hudson Mason falls at
tough
9:15 on the show today. Let's give me cut one right here before Hudson joins us and get ready to unveil our number 1 team. By the way, there's no shock in just a second. Dan Lanning used to coach at Georgia. He helped build the roster that has won back-to-back national championships. He's now the head coach at Oregon, just signed a long-term contract. It looks like he's going to be at Oregon through 2027 at least. He's in a conference, the Pac-12, who lost Colorado this week. Colorado is going to the Big 12. Dan Lanning is committed to staying in the Pac-12 with his team as long as his team's in the Pac-12. He gets asked yesterday, as they're starting camp, hey, what do you make of the Colorado departure? Dan Lanning, right between the eyes.
Can I just get your initial reaction when you heard about the news of Colorado leaving? And does these changes change the approach or your attitude as far as the coming this season?
Not a big reaction. I mean, I'm trying to remember what they won to affect this conference. I don't remember. You remember them winning anything? I don't remember them winning anything.
Oh, he ain't wrong.
I mean, you think about it, in their entire history in the Pac-12, how many winning seasons do you think they had?
Colorado, how many years were they in? 10?
One is my guess.
How many years were they in? Do you remember?
I think it was close to a decade.
A decade? I would say in a decade. Is this conference or just overall?
I'm just talking about overall.
Overall?
Just winning seasons.
2 winning seasons overall.
Yeah, 2 winning seasons.
Yeah.
So, yeah, he's right. They accomplished absolutely nothing.
No, he's right, yeah.
I don't like his mustache.
Well,
Dan Lanning's mustache?
I thought he just had scruff all over.
No,
Can we see it again,
Dan
Rockstar?
Lanning again.
I think it's straight up.
Oh, Lance is right. He kind of looks like a...
Can we double tap? Is that the way your computer works? Can you double tap? Let's zoom in on him.
He kind of looks like an 80s TV detective with that mustache a little bit.
Yeah.
Wouldn't you say?
Or somebody that's been banned from playgrounds.
Now, listen, the facial hair is a young man's game, right?
Well, it
Just
is.
ask Brown.
Well, yeah, I'm trying to stay young here, Jimmy, I guess. I don't know. I just do it because of my wife.
I think the beard and the scruff is one thing, just the straight mustache.
Okay, now that Rockstar has zoomed in, there's a bit more scruff on the cheek and chin, but the mustache is a little too thick.
Yeah, I mean,
you know what he needs? Manscaped.
He does.
Manscaped.com, code TNR. Hey, text Lanning and tell him code TNR. We'll save you 20% and pay your first shipping. And he can trim that mustache down a little bit.
Is that a mustache or just the lighting is a scruff there? It's our Bud Light
Or
poll
do you drink
question.
chocolate milk? That's a mustache.
That's a mustache.
I don't know. I mean, does Brown have a beard?
No, I've got scruff.
Yeah. But you have
I'll own
scruff
it.
all the time.
Yeah, I've got perma scruff. Yeah, it looks like he can't decide if he wants scruff or not, and he's just growing in to see what it looks like.
Yeah, but there's no way his mustache grows that much thicker than everything else around it.
I just think that's just the way the lighting is. I think basically he's trying to do what Brown is doing, which I don't understand. Commit to something. You know, it's either shaved or not shaved.
Are you saying you don't understand with me or him?
You. I don't understand what
I
you're
shave
doing.
it every 3 times a week, manscaped.com, with the beard hedger, Jim.
To always look like you have the 5 o'clock shadow?
Yeah, that's the way I want it. What's wrong with that?
No, I don't. I mean, it's your face.
You got to commit.
don't.
You got to shave the complete arm.
Yeah, you shaved your arms the other day.
Save it for the mystery fifth
Oh,
hour.
yeah.
Yeah.
And then one testicle festival. And then the male compliments come flying.
Just check
Trying
it
to
out, man.
support my boy Dunaway.
Mystery fifth hour. When does that one drop?
I
for us,
don't
sir?
know.
When does that one drop for us, or the mystery fifth hour from yesterday?
When would you like it to drop, Jim?
No, it has a schedule, right?
9:15.
I mean,
I usually drop them on Wednesday.
We literally have an employee now, full time, whose job is to keep things on schedule. He's
right.
been here for 12 minutes. Are we off schedule already?
Typically Wednesday at 1 o'clock.
Wednesday at 1 o'clock.
Typically,
yeah. There was a typically in there.
Yeah. By the way, welcome to August. This is the month college football starts.
That's right, August 1st.
I cannot believe it's already August.
Yep, August 1st today. And the show's being brought to you by our friends at Way to Wellness. We'll get to Hutson Mason and unveil our 40 and 40 number one team here in just a second. Way to Wellness can help you get all your numbers correct. Cholesterol numbers, blood pressure numbers, that weight, that scale that can scare you when you get on it in the morning after a 25th anniversary dinner last night. But with our friends
How bad was it?
I gained 2 pounds last night.
Oh, damn.
my gosh.
What are you going to do?
I went to I'm going to
Starve yourself today?
I'm gonna
Take a huge shit?
I'm hitting a zero sugar Sprite already.
A huge one, Rockstar.
God, but this place had, you know where it went, but it's a non-sponsor. But
Hey, was it good, though? Because I thought one time you were a little iffy on that
I think
joint.
that place is really good.
That's the place.
Oh, that you were not iffy on.
I've never been iffy
Yeah,
on.
that place is good.
There's a place that is considered to be automatic that I'm iffy on, but this place is usually a great blueprint to a great meal.
I wonder where he went.
The cornbread that comes out with the honey. We ate a whole basket of that. Then we doubled down with the melted pimento cheese appetizer with the pumpernickel bread. Delicious there. couple of salads.
Do you think
dessert?
You're the only married dude where the wife doesn't know exactly what she weighs, but you know to the ounce what you weigh?
Probably the only ones in the country, that we do that. There's a lot of other things. She is the one that rewires lights in our house. She's not afraid of electricity. I am.
Yeah.
You mean changes light bulbs or rewires lights?
She rewires them. Like,
well, I mean, how often do y'all have to do that?
Like if she, I mean,
my God,
she likes to spend money.
She sleep with a tool belt?
Yes.
She does, especially as I get older.
It's the way of that chastity belt.
Our friends at Way to Wellness, Leslie and her board-certified team will take care of you over there. Go to this website at planforme.com or planforme.com. It allows you that when you have a special occasion to go out and feast like a king. A great dessert last night. The butter cake with the blueberries on top of that, little homemade whipped cream, all that. You only gain 2 pounds. You'll lose it like that. Keeps the cholesterol and blood pressure in order. A planforme.com, a planforme.com. That's Way to Wellness, your journey to healthy living. We're about to tell you about our team that is number one today. We're going to get Hutson Mason on the phone here in a second. Our 40 and 40 every day. Every day, as Matt Mosley says, for the last 3 months.
This thing's going on forever.
Has been brought to you by Urology Centers of Alabama. LT, we're to number one now. We've climbed the mountain from 40 to 1, and UCA has been there with us every step of the way. You know already it is Georgia. We'll get into Georgia and unveil them after you tell us about UCA.
Yeah, compassionate, comprehensive urological care, 35 physicians, 17 locations across Alabama, patient-centered approach to all of your urological needs. Visit urologycentersalabama.com. Schedule that appointment today with one of their many urologists.
Here we are, number one Georgia, with a little bit of a gap, just 5 points separating Ohio State and Michigan 3-2, but a big gap from Michigan to Georgia all the way up at number one with 56 first-place votes. Before Hudson joins us, give me your thoughts on this Georgia football team.
Well, I mean, they just reload. I mean, they're losing a lot. I mean, 5 guys went in the first round from that defense, 8 total guys go off the defense, but the defense is going to be, still probably the best in college football. Again, this is just a reminder of what you had with the Alabama teams of the 70s, the Alabama teams of Nick Saban, what you had with USC in 2000s. I mean, it's just a team that reloads. Quarterback is going to be interesting. I don't think anybody knows how good Carson Beck is going to be.
Well, one thing Georgia does that Alabama did back in the day, they replace NFL talent with more NFL talent, right? Defensive line, you think, well, God, they lost so many people on defense. Preseason all-SEC players. Michael Williams, Nazir Stackhouse is back. You throw in great DBs and Starks and Lassiter and Bullard back there. A linebacking core that's all preseason SEC sideline to sidelines, and Dumas Johnson, Mondon, Walker back there, and that's on the defense. They bring an offense on the other side that if Carson Beck is anything close to being one of the best quarterbacks in the SEC, they'll lose nothing. Replacing Stetson Bennett and his experience and what he was in pressure situations is big, but if you just go by skill set, Carson Beck's supposed to be better than this guy.
Yeah.
I mean, he was supposed to be starting over Stetson Bennett at one point. Stetson Bennett, since then, has become probably the most decorated quarterback in Georgia history. I mean, here's the thing. Even if you have a little drop-off, this is a team that averaged their average margin of victory was 27 points per game. And we talk about the schedule. It doesn't get any more difficult this year. When you look at the schedule, there might be one challenge on the schedule in the regular season. That's at Tennessee, and that's dependent upon how good Joe Milton is.
Yeah, I'm normally skeptical. I'm almost always, not just normally, almost always skeptical of the backup is better than the guy that was starting.
Oh, I didn't say he would be better. I said he has better skills.
I know, but there are people that are taking that and are saying he would be better. I mean, you're not alone in saying this. And I just think rarely do we see that actually play out. I mean, maybe it did with Bryce Young. Well, he was behind Mac Jones.
It did last year with Max Duggan. I mean, Chandler Morris, I don't think could have been as good as Max Duggan.
Yeah, let me explain it differently then, because I probably did a bad job of explaining that. If we were at the Manning camp and they have those little hoops on the golf carts,
all right,
and they're driving them at different distance, and we're sitting there and we're throwing balls through hoops, and they got a jugs gun out, and they're seeing arm speed on throwing to the flats. I think Carson Beck beats Stetson Bennett in that every day. Like he's
maybe
a stronger arm, more accurate, blah, 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 blah. Can he play the position better? you don't know because
he's never done it.
He hasn't done it.
Yeah.
And Stetson Bennett has done it. I think there's a brain, there's reaction, there's handling the pressure, all that stuff that sometimes isn't done by the more skilled guy. The lesser skilled guy does that. So if you're driving golf carts around and throwing balls through rings, I like Carson Beck.
Let me clarify what I was saying, because you brought up Max Duggan, and it is a good example. I'm just saying the guy that has been the established starter and has been successful, like Stetson Bennett, I'm normally dubious when I hear people say, yeah, but that backup. I mean, boy, you ought to see
right.
this
Or
guy.
there was a reason that Kirby had Stetson out there for the last couple of years.
Hutson Mason joins us now. Hutson played quarterback there at Georgia. You could follow him on Twitter at HMason14 when you're over in Atlanta. 680 The Fan does a great job with him. You also see him on ESPN and the SEC Network. Hutson, what is up, man? How are you?
Yeah, doing good, guys. How about y'all?
Doing awesome, man. We appreciate it. And you come in at a time where we were just discussing Carson Beck and the fact that there are those that point out his talent advantages over Stetson Bennett. But as we were just talking about, there's a reason Stetson Bennett started as long as he did at Georgia, but people are excited about seeing Carson Beck.
Yeah, they are. Big kid, like you mentioned, 6'4.5", rocket arm. I mean, I think he's a guy that if you were to like kind of build your prototypical college pro-style quarterback, NFL quarterback, he meets and checks all those boxes. And he's been in the system for quite a while. And, I find myself as a guy who had to sit and wait his turn behind Aaron Murray. I think I find myself really pulling for Carson Beck to have a lot of success this year just because, he's waited 3 years. He kind of endured some adversity and didn't transfer immediately like we see so many guys doing. And so, obviously he's not, quote, named the starter yet, but it certainly feels like he's the guy heading into fall camp. And if all goes well and he can stay healthy, that it should be Carson Beck that we see trot out as the starting quarterback come Labor Day weekend.
So as a Lakers fan, 99, 2000, 2001, I started getting bored. Lakers would dominate with Shaquille and Kobe. You look at this schedule again, there's a chance Tennessee looms, mid-November, but there's a chance Georgia, once again, could be double-digit favorites in every regular season game. They led the country last year in point margin per game, winning games by an average of 27 points per game. Are Georgia fans, I know they love winning, but are they getting a little bored in the regular season?
Yeah, I mean, it's just not the overall schedule that's pretty easy this year for Georgia. And remember, I mean, Oklahoma was supposed to be on that, and then it got taken off and replaced with one of these cupcake teams. So it was originally supposed to be a little bit better and tougher, but the home schedule, I mean, I feel bad for season ticket holders, Georgia fans, because the home schedule leaves a lot to be desired for this year. It really, bored, I'm sure there's an element of that, absolutely. Georgia, not necessarily Georgia's fault. They just play in conference and division who they get to who they're told to play or who they're scheduled to play. But the out-of-conference schedule this year, UT Martin, UAB, Georgia Tech, is not exactly must-watch TV. So I know Kirby probably won't want to hear that. Hopefully he's not listening to my interview with the next round this morning. But, the reality of it is while Georgia has really separated themselves from a lot of other teams in the SEC East over the past couple of years through recruiting and facility upgrade, things like that, there's been other teams like Florida and South Carolina who have dipped off significantly, and so that gap in the East has only become even wider.
Yeah, the way Kirby translates things, if he's listening today, somehow it'll be edited up where you say they're going 7-5 this year. So that's how Kirby would play it. I'm interested at wide receiver because we talk a lot about Beck. But, I mean, two things. Is Ladd McConkey really appreciated enough for his skill set? And what does Dominic Lovett bring to the table out of the portal for this offense?
Yeah, I mean, I think this is by far Georgia's best receiving room that Kirby Smart has had. They've got deep threat guys. They've got guys like Ladd McConkey that I think are more what some people would call possession receivers, but they're still very underrated deep threats. I mean, Ladd is a very underrated receiver nationally, I feel like. I think Georgia fans know what he's all about, and a lot of SEC fans know. But, he's not your typical X or Z receiver who's probably going to be the guy that takes the top off the coverage a ton. He can do it, but and then they add in 2 guys in the transfer portal, one out of Mississippi State, one out of Missouri, Dominic Lovett and Ra Thomas, who both led their teams in receiving yards last year. And so, and then you throw in an All-American tight end and Brock Bowers. I know he's a tight end, but to me, he's still considered a pass catcher. So throw him in the mix there. I mean, this is the deepest and most talented room I think Kirby Smart and new offense coordinator Mike Bobo has had. And I don't think we're going to see – I think the days of seeing Georgia just line up and pound it and run it are over. I think we saw that last year against Ohio State. For Georgia to go punch for punch last year with Ohio State, who's been the standard of college football and spread offenses, and college football the past 4 to 5 years, and Georgia was down 14 points twice to them and came back. And to go punch for punch with a top dog in college football like that, I think really signifies a turn of the times offensively of Georgia football, and I would expect that to continue again with the receivers they got coming back and with new offensive coordinator Mike Bobo.
Hutson Mason is with us, former Georgia quarterback, now part of 680 The Fan there in Atlanta. You can follow him on Twitter at HMason14. Also see him on the SEC Network and ESPN. He's on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. As I ask this question, I understand we never saw the Missouri game of last year coming, but what is the Missouri game of this year? Where is a game where you look at Georgia and say, you might not look at it as a potential loss, but Georgia could struggle in this game? Is there one that jumps out at you?
Yeah, I think I kind of immediately go to quarterback play. What team has maybe underrated quarterback play, or maybe a quarterback coming back this year that has experience? And that, to me, would either be Tennessee or South Carolina. Now, I wouldn't really say Tennessee is a dark horse. I mean, the pure definition of a dark horse is literally something that you don't see coming.
Right.
So after what Tennessee did last year, I can't put them in the surprise category of a team that could upset Georgia. So I think with Spencer Rattler, the way he finished the season, I mean, there was not a better month. Nobody had a better month in college football, in my opinion, than Spencer Rattler with what he did against Tennessee and then against Clemson. And so the big question is can he carry that over? He's got a new offensive coordinator, new verbiage. He lost some key weapons offensively, but that's the one team and one, I think, quarterback that kind of interests me. If there was to be a team that, maybe the media and the public would be overlooking just because Spencer finished the season so hot last year, coming back in year 2 in the system, so he's more comfortable. So I'm really reaching here, but I feel like maybe South Carolina could fit that mold.
Brock Bowers only about 5 touches per game last year. And again, Georgia was dominating, so maybe that's a good amount based on the fact they were winning games by an average of 27 points per game. And I know there's more weapons, Hudson, this year for the Georgia Bulldogs, but do you think Mike Bobo has an emphasis on getting Brock Bowers the ball more?
I do. Really understanding how.
All right, we lost Hutson Mason's connection.
We're about to get
there.
a really good answer on Brock
I know,
Bowers.
it was to win the Heisman, right?
Yeah, but you already knew what he was going to say. You told us that at 9:01.
No, well, I mean, I didn't know what he was going to say about Brock Bowers because, 5 touches doesn't seem like a lot for maybe the best player in college football. But again, if you're winning games by 27 points, kind of hard to have him in the second half a bunch, right?
Yeah, Mike Bobo is the wild card in this. They lose the guy who was calling plays and to the NFL. So we'll see what Bobo does. And, if you're Mike Bobo and you're smart, Kirby Smart's smart, he comes rolling back in and does what Nick Saban does. You hire an offensive coordinator and you come in, you start running our system, what's been working for the 2 national championships. Show being brought to you by our friends at New York Butcher Shop. When we come back, you heard Hudson talk about what a great end of the year it was for Spencer Rattler. That has turned into something. We'll show you what that has turned into something. You guys are already talking about it in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room. Plus, Mike Vrabel does something we do on this show all the time. We ask a question that you can't answer, and then he answered it, which is
that's
always
right.
fun.
It's a hallmark of our
fun.
show.
That's
yes.
coming up in the next segment. The show being brought to you in part by our friends at New York Butcher Shop.
Yeah, I got the boys again tonight, and they're angling for New York Butcher Shop.
Why
they want
not?
steaks on the grill.
Yeah, boy.
The New York Butcher Shop, pick up the finest certified Angus prime beef steaks, burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, all natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entree side dishes, perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family, ready to heat at home. Don't forget the huge deli sandwiches, catering options for your next business lunch with a great selection of fine wines and desserts. New York Butcher Shop, one-stop dinner shop, 2 locations, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 and Greystone. Get out, see Jim and that great staff. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
There are so many things I love about walk-ons. Authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine, prepared fresh, daily from scratch. A great beer selection and TVs everywhere to watch the big game every day of the week. And of course, they've got 2 great locations on Highway 280 and 119 and at Hoover near the Hoover Met. Walk-ons is also a great place for happy hour, 2 to 6 Monday through Friday with $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. And it's an easy take-home experience for the family as well. Highway 280 and Hoover with walk-ons.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies. Get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
You have all heard of Red Wing Shoes, but what is Red Wing Shoes? It's the place where men buy boots, plain and simple. Who are Red Wing's customers? They are construction workers, warehouse employees, college students, the guy that fixes your AC, the guy at the end of the bar, the IT guy. Red Wing is a father, Red Wing is a son, Red Wing is a cult following shared by all men. A classic, comfortable pair of cool boots with a story to tell. What's your Red Wing story? Red Wing Shoe Stores, located in Pelham and Trussville. When the weather gets warm in the Deep South, there's nothing better than spending your days outside. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. When you're outside, there are a couple of things you want to be certain about. Number 1, your yard looks the best it can. And number 2, you're not always swatting away those mosquitoes. My friends at Wayne's take care of both those things for me. And Wayne's is celebrating their 50th year. So right now, get $50 off your pest, your termite, your lawn, and your mosquito services. Visit callwaynes.com or call 866-WAYNES-1.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood.
If you have water or fire damage to your home or business, DryTech is here to help. They work for the customer, not the insurance company. They respond quickly, within 20 minutes when you call 205-637-0143. They have 5 crews ready to go 24/7, built to go on the job when it happens. DryTech has 65-star Google reviews, so call DryTech, not the insurance company. Find more online at mydrytech.com. Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Backroom podcast coming soon. Rockstar's laughing back there already. You missed the last one, right? You were not on the last Backroom, or were you there?
No, we were there.
You were there?
We've done 18.
18 episodes already?
Mm-hmm. We've done 18. We've had our 18th birthday.
Wow.
So y'all got to be out of people to carve up by now.
You never are out of that
That's
stuff.
true. It's always new stories.
Yeah.
But are all 18 about us being bad people?
No, we had a nudity one, like where's the weirdest place you've been naked? We've talked about our bucket lists.
My weirdest place to be naked is Beard Eve's Coliseum. You ask.
We need
a little
details now.
background.
I mean, I'm playing that up a little bit. I was in the men's locker room. So, I mean, that's not really a weird place to be naked. But
After the Mystery Fifth Hour comments yesterday, and you fresh off a testicle festival, we may need more details on that too, Brown.
I was changing clothes, Jim. I had to do a.
You were there for a reason.
I was there for a
like
reason.
he got a handsy at the Colt concert.
No, I had to. I was doing a TV deal and had to change clothes, and it required an underwear change.
Goose says, as Lance counts, congratulations on your backroom episode 400, which is the next one to drop.
He doesn't say as Lance. He just says backroom episode 400.
I think we know the joke.
Yeah, that's the joke, though. We can't count.
Somebody try to put forth some effort and keep up with our numbers, right?
Yes. Boom! Yes. 501 today, show number 501 today.
It's a Levi's kind of day.
Are those still out there?
Oh yeah,
like I know the Wranglers have made a comeback.
No, I think Levi's about. I mean,
the Levi's will ever go away.
I think it's about to make a comeback.
No, Rockstar's right. I don't think it's ever going away. Levi's.
No, it hasn't. But I think, right, you go full circle. So we've done the mom jeans have come back again, which
hate that look.
Not a fan.
Yeah, me too.
So if the Levi's come back, and let's say that it breaks.
By the way, it's rough when your daughter is in her 20s at the time, and she starts wearing them, and you can't tell her that. Whew, those are not your best look, baby.
Nobody. I don't think anybody looks good.
No,
that's
exactly.
like it's not just singular to her. It's everybody.
I don't know why. So if the Levi's come back in a year, you'll have a pair, right?
I may have a couple of pairs saved, which I'm betting on, hoping they come back.
I remember they had the fancy Levi's were Levi's Silver Tab.
Yeah.
Those were legit. That's when you had some good jeans.
You knew you had money then.
Yeah.
Was
structure?
No, they had something like at Shea's a few years ago.
Levi's?
They had some Levi's, and they were like
somebody get the wrong order. I was supposed to go to JCPenney.
They were like,
Hector, get rid of this.
They were like $150 to $200 a pair on these Levi's.
No, I'm telling you,
it's interesting.
Golf course this year, one of our sponsors, is the last time I pooped in my pants.
Right.
Couldn't help that. Last time
you can find me for something that you don't like that I say, but when you say poop, we're going to have to start finding you $10.
You crapped your pants, Jimmy.
I had kids, and that was the word we used.
Yeah. Pooped.
You could use shat.
But you also, the one that's like when you call a hot dog a weenie. It always bothers me.
The last time I pissed. How manly?
You can use peed.
How manly do I need to get with this? I didn't go TT though.
Urinated.
Wee.
The last time I wee-weed in my pants
Tinkle.
was the Killers concert 2017. But before that, it was in a pair of Levi's in my 20s. It was the Levi's was the 501 button-ups, right? And when sometimes you hold it, and you make it to the bathroom, and you're a little bloated, and you can't get all the buttons unbuttoned to whip it out and go to the bathroom. Sometimes you have accidents. So I'm not a big fan of the old.
Who was the Stone guy you used to party with?
The old button-ups. Yeah. I'll never wear those again.
Who was the Stone guy?
Stone.
Oliver?
No. I thought you had a friend. He was like a politician.
Oh, that's
Slade. Yeah.
Slade Blackwell.
Yeah, Slade Blackwell. I thought that maybe it was when you had Fanta and Everclear and you just passed out and pissed yourself.
Possibility. That was probably before that. But the button-ups, I never understood that.
I didn't like the button fly either. But when I was a kid, I used to have to go get my school clothes in Boaz at the outlets, and they had a Lee outlet. So my parents bought Lees.
Yeah.
Well, you want to talk about feeling like you're wearing the off-brand.
Yeah. Ashley says the hate on button flies.
No, I don't like them.
Ashley, are you a fan of the button-up flies? I mean,
awkward question.
Well, I mean, they made button-ups for the ladies too, Brown.
No, I like button flies.
You do?
I still have some.
No, I do not. I've never had anything but a zipper. Give me a good American zipper.
You can't get your junk caught in a button.
Yeah, but boy, it takes a long time. You got to.
Not really.
It does. It's much longer than a zipper.
I mean, an extra 2 seconds.
Or the Bugle Boy where you just the snap button.
Yep.
I want one of those.
I had Bugle Boys, Rockstar. Did you ever have Guess jeans?
What was
I had one pair of Guess.
Yeah, those are the big thing when I was growing up.
Roughnecks that you had when you were a kid?
Tough Skins.
Tough Skins.
I did not have Tough Skins, Jim.
Yeah. Tough Skins were for the thicker guys.
Yeah, those are the chunky boys.
But I would have thought you would have had them just because your legs are bigger.
Yeah, you know, but they're not that much bigger than, like normal jeans. I just can't wear, if I'm in the store and it says slim fit, I just don't even look at it.
Okay,
because it'll fit my waist fine, but it will not fit my legs.
Ashley's saying the Lucky Brand button flies are legit. For you, Ashley, or do you like them on your men is the question. Right? I mean,
please hurry with the answer.
I mean, I'm just saying.
Somebody's going to bust out and get a pair. Never had a pair of Luckies.
I think I had a pair. They had a.
I've had Luckies. I like
in the
Luckies.
Summit, right?
Yeah.
For a little bit.
I get their. I've got some of their pants, not necessarily their denim. I like Lucky Brand.
Yeah. Part of the show today being brought to you by our friends at Hemp Hill Services. That triple-digit heat index not going away yet. Football season is going to be hot to start with. You want to make sure that HVAC's working really good.
Yeah, right now they're offering 0% for 60 months for qualified customers, plus free 10-year labor warranty. When you mention the next round, call Adam, Chad, Andrew, the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Make sure your HVAC unit ready to keep up with the changing weather. Hemp Hill Services, locally owned and operated independent Trane dealer. The team can service all makes and models for all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs. Call Hemp Hill Services. Hard to stop a train. Do it now. Call 205-229-2090, 229-2090, or hemphillservices.com.
All right, so give me cut number 6, Rocky. Mike Vrabel yesterday having a little fun with a type of question that we occasionally asked each other on the show over the last 13 years. I think you can hear the question. If not, I'm going to go ahead and tell you what it is. He gets asked how many 5-year-olds it would take to tackle Derrick Henry. How many 5-year-olds it would take to tackle Derrick Henry? So you got that image in your mind. It reminds me of that question, would you rather fight, what was it,
Rockstar
1,000 miniature horses or?
No. The traditional question has always been, how many 12-year-olds would it take to kill you?
The question you're talking about, one horse-sized duck or 1,000 duck-sized horses.
Right.
But my thing was, if there's just a hill, you're at the bottom of the hill, and there's just endless 5-year-olds going at you, how long would it take for them to get you down?
Yeah, see, I think it's more 12-year-olds. 5-year-olds.
Just
Boy, I tell you what, I think Mike Vrabel's dropped some LBs, too.
He does look that way. Here's Mike Vrabel working through how many 5-year-olds it would take to tackle Derrick Henry.
How many 5-year-olds would it take to tackle Derrick Henry?
Done. I don't even know if they could. How many kids would die in the process, I would imagine. I don't know. Do I need to give you a number? Like a legitimate number? What's the area? Is it a confined space?
I think he's maybe starting to move.
Within they have 5 yards. Okay, so let's say he's got a 10-yard wide space. It would probably take 35. You want to try it? Test it out? Sure, as long as you're one of the 5-year-olds.
Oh, a little shot at Kaharski there.
I do like the fact that now some coaches can answer ridiculous questions.
Yeah.
If you ask that to Nick Saban, he'd be like, are you kidding me?
I don't know.
And that's a fun question.
Well, it depends on what mood Nick was in. I mean, there's certain settings he would have made you feel stupid for asking the question, and then he would have worked through it like Vrabel did. Belichick, who Vrabel comes from, that's part of his coaching tree in playing days, would have never entertained the question.
No, but Vrabel's one of those guys. We had him as a regular back when Ian and I were doing a show, and he's a personable guy, and he's done so much media that obviously he is much different than his mentor, Bill Belichick, when it comes to that. How many do you guys think it would take?
I think he's got a good number.
Field.
I mean, if Derrick Henry's at full speed, I don't know how many it would take. Because they're just going to bounce off of him.
He just gets a tall sweep from the 20.
All right.
And you've got...
The first 5-year-old gets to him where? He's tall sweep on the 20.
Well, he's probably going to get to the 5-year-old before the 5-year-old gets to him.
Right, so that'll be at what yard line?
Probably the 21.
Well, see, they can't tackle him one at a time, obviously. We've got to attack him in waves at this point.
I think the only way it happens is you get such a mass of 5-year-olds that ultimately he trips.
That's right.
But I do think there will be loss of life in this experiment.
Oh, yeah. I mean, a knee to the helmet of a 5-year-old.
Derrick Henry knee?
Yeah.
A foot to the chest.
Yep. Over with.
Yeah. But there's a chance if there's enough knocked out kids stacked up that his foot slips in between the carnage
and he just
it trips him up.
Yep.
See, I think what would be fun is you pad Derrick Henry up, and anybody you've got on death row that's 5'5" or under, you get them out there with no pads.
Well, I tell you what, if Lance was ever governor of a state, his death row would be something else.
It's all Thunderdome stuff.
Yes.
Well, I mean, we pay-per-view it. You can make money. You can tax it.
Yeah, I mean, there's so many ideas you've had with death row inmates that are fascinating. I'm not saying they're not fascinating. I'm just saying if you were ever governor, You ever thought about running for governor?
You know, I think I've got what you would call skeletons in the closet. Of course, I don't think that matters anymore.
I
does
really
it?
don't, no.
We got politicians killing people and stealing.
Speeding. I think you get elected.
I mean, we've got cheerleader on long snapper crime going on in America.
Yeah, any update on that?
No, I haven't seen anything.
I still hadn't seen the mugshot of the Islander that put the hit together for
Yeah,
him.
I don't know if we got any mugs out there. I saw a video of the Purple Walk. Did you see the Purple Walk?
I did not.
Everybody was smiling.
I did not. I try not to, call me old school. I don't really think we need crime stories in news. Anybody else feel that way? Yeah.
Well, I think if you take the crime story out of news, you don't have much news left.
Yeah.
Then you have this is Betty. She's been baking chocolate chip cookies for 35 years.
You know what we wouldn't have? Trash on the table.
Yeah.
We wouldn't have an off season either.
Those are my least favorite trash stories is crime stories.
I'm invested in this story now, but I haven't seen an update. I've looked for an update, but I am heavily invested in this story.
Cheerleader versus long
snapper in a murder for hire scheme. I mean, how can you not, especially when it's SEC. Now, if this were a Pac-12, probably wouldn't interest me as much.
I could tell you were a little skeptical on doing this story yesterday.
Yeah.
No. I just didn't want to do it in this and not do it. If you were doing it in trash, I didn't want to steal it in the main body of the show because the trash segment is very popular on our replays.
Yeah, but the majority of the trash special or segment is carnage.
I disagree, but we can keep tabs from now on. We'll run a study on that. On show 501 forward, how many is carnage in trash and how many are not?
I mean, look, all this stuff's self-inflicted. Like I showed you guys the video of the dude jumping from an apartment building trying to go Rambo into a tree.
Yep.
And it doesn't work out for him. And he hits like 3 or 4 branches. It crushes the branch, and then he hits a chain link fence on his hip, which crushes the fence. And I think the guy's probably dead, but I watched it like 20 times and laughed my ass off. He's the one that decided to jump off a building. The building's on fire. I'm not laughing.
Yeah. All right. I am going to. This is a great idea. Paul has the answer for us. Do you guys see that in the Volca Tire and Automotive chat room? Rockstar, you'll love this. We've got Slices willing to do a Mexican pizza and name it. Let us name it and be the inspiration. And Paul's suggestion, Rockstar, is the La Excelencia.
Yeah.
That has got to be the name.
Yeah. Paul, that may be the best reply we've had all week.
We've settled it. That's easy. La Excelencia. And then just in the description of it, they're going to have to say inspired by the next round. However we describe ourselves.
Yeah.
Podcast is what a lot of people say, but
so I've got an idea to put all this together because Beck, the girl you guys met in Nashville that did the breakfast, she's probably going to have to come in and cook it for Jeff.
Okay.
Or for Jason, I should say.
First time?
Yeah. But I've got an idea for that night and stuff.
The La Excelencia.
Yeah, but we're going to get it on the menu, and we're going to get next round the La Excelencia presented by the next round.
Clay Travis coming up at the top of the hour. Show being brought to you in part by our friends at Redmont Vodka, Redmont Distilling. As we're in August now, counting down to the start of the college football, just 25 days away. Tell us about our friends at Redmont.
Redmont Vodka, locally owned and operated. You're going to absolutely love this great product. Their aim, clarity and taste, color and smell. It is vodka perfection. Redmont Vodka made from corn, which not only makes it gluten-free, also provides that smooth finish, no harsh aftertaste, 8 times distilled, available at your local package and ABC stores. Ask for it by name. It is Redmont Vodka.
The Americans advance out of the Women's World Cup group stage, but only by a post-lucky draw with Portugal 0-0 as they played in the wee hours of the morning. 91st minute, the kick from Portugal goes off the post of the goal post there, saves the Americans. They advance. They played number 3 overall seed Sweden in the knockout round coming up. The Americans are still the betting favorites, but they are not playing great. And big day, big next 36 hours for the Pac-12. What's going on when we come back on TNR?
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
Summer is here, school is out, and that means moving season. If you need help buying a home or selling your home, you need Holly Mack Wilson. Let Holly Mack Wilson do for you what she did for 70 people last year. Find you the home of your dreams. She is a professional who helps you with every step of the buying and selling process. Holly Mack Wilson will help you find a home, negotiate the best price, and help you get your home ready to sell. She helps you get the most out of the house you are selling and helps you get into the home of your dreams at the best possible price. Holly Mack Wilson can help you find a home anywhere in Alabama, from Huntsville to Mobile. So call Holly Mack Wilson today, 205-901-9446, or check her out online at hollymachomes.com. Then sit back and enjoy your summer. Who knows? She may even help you plan your summer vacation. That's Holly Mack Wilson at 205-901-9446 or hollymachomes.com. Holly Mack Wilson, your trusted and professional travel planner and Keller Williams agent.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items, and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com. No one does happy hour like Twin Peaks. Whatever your preference, we have everything from tequila cocktails and an extensive bourbon category to local craft beers and handcrafted whiskey cocktails. And don't forget about that 29-degree man-sized drafts. It's Twin Peaks at the Patton Creek Shopping Centers.
Tough Dog Garage Floors is a leading provider of high-quality garage floor coatings. Jared and his team specialize in the installation of polyasparatic flake garage floors. This is good for residential and commercial clients. Garage floors, concrete flooring, basement coatings, flake flooring, patio coatings, driveway coatings, pool deck coatings, and more. From get-togethers to oil changes, your garage experience will change forever. TUFF, Tough Dog, GarageFloors.com, or call 205-273-8813.
Hey, coffee lovers, the Next Round blend is available right now. Our specialty coffee, roasted on demand with 100% Arabica beans, available in light, medium, and dark roast. Order today at nextround.store, nextround.store.
You've heard us rave about our friends at Legacy. Now I want to tell you about their everyday checking. How about this? No monthly fees, no minimum balance. One of the great perks, get paid 2 days early with direct deposit, instant issue debit cards. And there are some additional perks on top of that with the digital banking app. Absolutely love checking that. The official credit union of UAB, our friends at Legacy, dedicated service to education and healthcare industries for more than 60 years.
Brown, would you say the thing that annoys you the most about me in the summer of 2023 is that I now subscribe to 2 newsletters that brings up stupid things in your life every day?
It's not even in the top 10 of things that annoy me about you, but yeah, I thought you subscribe to a lot of them. It's what's crazy.
Yeah.
It doesn't really annoy me as much as I just laugh that you subscribe to them and read them every day.
Well, here, I mean, truthfully, I don't really watch a lot of news anymore.
Yep.
But as I read stuff about what's going on in the world, I get scared really easy, right?
You do, yeah. You're nervous about a lot of things.
Like since 1987, did not know that we had 2 active nuclear reactors producing great energy, clean energy for our friends at the Southern Company, Georgia and Alabama Power, just south of Augusta.
Yeah, I know a guy that works for him. Yeah,
at the nuclear part.
Yeah, Southern Nuclear.
Yeah. So now we've brought on Unit 3, which is about to start. $35 billion that costs, by the way.
Yeah.
And then Unit 4 is about to happen. So we've got major nuclear stuff just south of Augusta. If it ever goes, I was a kid when 3 Mile Island happens. Do we play the Masters that year?
That's what I was about to ask that.
Were you really?
Yeah.
Or does it become a night event and we use glow-in-the-dark balls?
Yeah. And the golf balls, right? So I think nothing stops the Masters, Rockstar. I would say the Masters, yeah. Now, they did have to move it in the pandemic, but they still played that thing. So I would say the Masters goes on as planned, yeah. Just wear your hazmat suits.
You know, as business owners up here, we worry about increasing costs sometimes. If we're going to do something, if we're going to redo our set, if we're going to take a trip or whatever, we have to work out finances, right?
Yeah.
This plant, this new reactor was going to open in 2016, Brown, but the price went up a little bit. It opened this week. The price went up from $14 billion to $35 billion. That's a little bit of a price increase.
Well, yeah. So why were they so long in opening it? Do you know?
The increased price. They had to keep raising money, I guess.
Oh. Well, it sounds like that was a bad plan because the price just kept going up. Should have done it back in 2016. You save money.
Looking forward to.
They should have called Brad Bell.
I would say looking forward to
A+ style home remodeling and nuclear plants.
Reduction in our costs because of the clean energy. But now we got to pay the $35 billion back at some point.
You get that. The algorithms I've got it's nothing but sharks now.
Yeah, I know.
I'll give you an example. No, they're combining stories. Mega Millions. Why getting eaten by a shark is more likely than winning the $1 billion jackpot.
I mean, the numbers have to be true on that, though, wouldn't you say?
I've got the numbers.
Lunsford's in a meeting.
Yeah,
He's in a meeting. I was going to say, are we in on the lottery tonight?
So the Mega Millions, 1 in approximately 303 million are your chances. Being eaten by a shark, 1 in 264 million.
Yeah, but what if I'm in the water? Does that change?
Well, I mean, you've got to be
ticket in my hand.
Here's the thing: you've got to play the lottery to win it. You've got to be in the water to be eaten by a shark.
Hey, you know what would be crazy though, Rockstar, is if you get eaten by a shark and that night your lottery ticket hits for the billion. Yeah, what are the odds of that one?
Being struck by lightning twice, 19 million to 1. That seems like that'd be a little higher than that, right? Or do you think you felt like, hey, I've been struck one time?
I also know a guy that has claimed to be struck by lightning twice, and he can't wear a wristwatch.
Because it stops.
It malfunctions, and he can't work on computers because they short out.
Damn, being struck by lightning is only 960,000 to 1.
Yeah.
A lot of lightning
happens
strikes.
a lot.
A little over $1 billion tonight in the Mega Millions. Your one-time payout, $527.9 million.
The one time's how much, say again?
Your one-time payout, $527.9 million. That'd be sweet.
Yeah, I mean, you 100% go with that one, don't you? The one-timer?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, but there's a lot of people that don't. They set up the annuity.
What do you think becoming a millionaire is, odd-wise?
1 in a million.
No, 30 to 1.
30 to 1?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
There's a lot more millionaires out there.
Yeah.
Yeah. And if you've got that kind of money, you can use our friends at Legacy to take care of it. Or if you don't, they'll take care of everyday checking for you as well. Like if you'd like to get your direct deposit 2 days early, you can get that with everyday checking at Legacy. No monthly fees, no minimum balance. You get paid 2 days early on that direct deposit, instant issue debit cards. They're a great sponsor of UAB Athletics. Legacy Pavilions, where the Blazers are practicing for the second time in this camp today. And they've been dedicated, Legacy has, to the healthcare and education industries in Birmingham for over 60 years. And one of the my favorite things they do at Legacy, other than the car and truck loans, is the lifestyle loan. If you got unexpected medical expenses, backyard, you want to upgrade that with a pool or maybe a play area or something, you can do that with a lifestyle loan right there at Legacy. No collateral required, affordable low rates. Get details on everything Legacy offers on their website, legacycreditunion.com, legacycreditunion.com, federally insured by the NCUA. A very important 36 hours for the Pac-12 because they have their TV deal, the offer for their TV deal, and it's being presented to the membership sometime today, tonight, or tomorrow morning. I would assume we will know very quickly what that TV deal is once it's presented. Once it's presented, I guess people like Arizona and or Oregon or Washington or Arizona State or Utah will also let us know what's in that TV deal by whether they're staying in the Pac-12 or not, right?
Yeah, no doubt. And again, a lot of people read into Rick George's comments, the athletics director at Colorado, when he went to the Big 12 and said, we just scanned the landscape and decided we wanted to be in a conference that was aligned with the likes of ESPN and Fox. And a lot of people felt like that was him signaling that every notification they've gotten from the Pac-12 says, we're not going to be aligned with ESPN or Fox. And if you take ESPN and Fox off the table, boy, have you limited your possibilities. I mean,
just look at the Live on the CW.
Which, by the way, that's one of the ones that's rumored.
That's
the
right.
CW, yeah.
That's why I'm bringing up the CW. And since Dawson Creek debuted back in the day, the CW hasn't had too many big hits.
They
right?
have not. No,
I mean, what is their demographic? 18 to 22?
Hey, you and me used to be on there, Lance.
Yeah.
On the local
We
CW.
did. Yeah. How many people watch though?
I don't know. I got paid every week though.
But you start talking about just the exposure that in recruiting and things like that, you can be hurt by not being on Fox or ESPN. Now, NBC and CBS are in the game, but they only seem to be in the game for the Big Ten.
Right. NBC's in the game for Notre Dame in the Big Ten.
Right.
And they've got the primetime game. But you know this well, Dunaway. You know how this game is played. Would NBC be willing to say, okay, we're going to show Notre Dame during the day, Big Ten game at night, which is that's what they've got, is that primetime Big Ten game, And then we'll go right to the Pac-12 game and blow past our local news for our NBC affiliates. Or would they be likely to do that on a Saturday night, do you think?
I don't think Saturday night local news is well watched. I don't know. Sunday night was always a big night when I was in local TV. But if I'm a local affiliate, I know I sell the local news, so that would hurt me
because
as a local affiliate.
Fox doesn't do that. Yeah. I mean, the Pac-12 After Dark is either FS1 or ESPN. So that local news for the NBC, CBS, and Fox affiliates.
Sometimes they do blow.
Okay,
they
sometimes, but not every week, though. I'm saying, this would be like, hey, Pac-12, we'll do a deal with you, but it's going to be the late night game every week. I just don't know if NBC, CBS are going to do that. So,
and I think the most money the Pac-12 would get is going to be from Apple streaming, where most of their content would be on streaming, and they have said they're not interested in that. So.
Yeah, I mean, so it's looking. I mean, CW appears to be a legitimate, and I don't know that I could find CW on DirecTV right now.
And we go back to the Pac-12 commissioner.
I think it's 21. Yeah,
we go back to the. I don't. I think it's 68.
No, 68 is WB.
BAM.
It's WB, I think.
Okay.
Maybe they swapped. They might have swapped recently.
ABM.
Yeah.
ABM. You know what? I actually do TV for the company that owns both those. Yeah. I don't even know where to find them.
The Pac-12 teams going to other conferences sound like a Bachelor episode. Big 12, Arizona. Will you accept this rose? Arizona, yes. Arizona apparently is the team right now that holds the cards, unless Oregon and Washington pulls the plug first. Something to keep an eye on as we get the details on the TV deal from the Pac-12. Clay Travis knows a little bit about the TV industry. We'll talk to him about that and a lot more coming up in the next segment. Show being brought to you by our friends at Chicken Cock.
We had some Chicken Cock on set yesterday. There's a good chance the next round cocktail hour coming up with Brittany Wagner and Kelly Hunter at 3:30. We're going to drink some more Chicken Cock. Chicken Cock whiskey, one of the oldest whiskey brands in America. It's founded in 1856, Bourbon County, Kentucky, known as the famous old brand Chicken Cock whiskey. It's got that name you don't forget. Let us tell you about it. Chicken Cock preceded popular usage of the term rooster in describing a male chicken. Rooster made its debut in the early 1900s. Additionally, rooster tails were used to stir cocktails, i.e., a cocktail.
Oh, there you go. I didn't know that.
Chicken
Learned
Cock
something.
available in Alabama in regular bourbon and also rye. If you want to see some of their other expressions, just ask your local ABC store. They can specially order it. Or you can go online, chickencockwhiskey.com. That's chickencockwhiskey.com.
Call the next round now at 205-734-0923.
It's time for back to school again. Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store, and we have all the New Balance shoes and apparel your kids need to keep them at their best this fall. We have the largest selection of New Balance shoes in Birmingham, including all the newest styles, and our fit specialists are trained in measuring growing feet. So here at the New Balance store, they'll get the perfect fit every time. Get ready for back to school now by shopping with us at the New Balance Birmingham store, located on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A.
If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
For 50 years, our friends at Wayne's have been doing things around your house that you don't have time to do. Warm weather is coming. You want that lawn looking great. You want mosquitoes not around. Our friends at Wayne's, they can help you out. Right now, they will do $50 off for each of those services to continue to celebrate their 50th anniversary. Again, our friends at Wayne's, they take care of all of us here on the Next Round. You don't want those mosquitoes. You want the lawn looking great. Call them today, 866-WAYNES1 or call Waynes.com.
Maybe you're like me. You bought a house where you didn't like either the kitchen or the master bath, but you put off the renovation. Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. We decided to finally pull the trigger on that. My wife found Brad Bell, A-plus Tile Home Remodeling. I am so glad we did. His crew came out and did tremendous work in a clean and timely fashion, and we absolutely love the results. Call Brad Bell now, anywhere in Alabama, 205-422-1758. That's Brad Bell with A-plus Tile Home Remodeling, 205-422-1758.
Hey, let me tell you about our friends at Urology Centers of Alabama. Compassionate and comprehensive urological care with 35 physicians, 17 locations across Alabama. Their patient-centered approach to all of your urological needs. Remember, they've got that new men's health center. It is beautiful, helping men with a wide range of sensitive male issues in a comfortable environment. You can always go online, visit urologycentersalabama.com, schedule an appointment with one of their many urologists today.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Hour number 2 of the show today, 25 days away from college football as we're right here in the month of August now when football returns. Hall of Fame Classic game this week in the NFL, so we're to the NFL preseason. A lot to get to, including the Pac-12 TV deal with Clay Travis, who joins us now on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline.
Waiting on Clay. Waiting on Clay. Waiting on Clay. Didn't have your headphones in yet when Rockstar said, waiting on Clay.
Yeah, I wasn't back in the studio yet, Brownie. JohnstonRVCenter.com is the... Oh, I just said I wasn't back in the studio, so I didn't have it in.
No reason to
JohnstonRVCenter.com brings you part of the show today. Tell us about them.
Johnston RV Center wants you to make it a sweet southern summer with a new or used RV from Johnston RV Center. Travel trailers start at just $139 a month. If you do the math, that is less than $5 a day. Surely you would spend that, right, to get away a little bit. New 2023 fifth wheels from $439 a month. And they've also got military discounts for all active duty and retired military personnel. Lifetime warranty on everything you buy there that is new or under 2 years of age, right there at Johnston RV Center. I-65 exit 304 in Coleman, 334 in Decatur. And always online, JohnstonRVCenter.com.
Another sign you may be getting older if you're a college football fan. Oregon signed a 4-star quarterback yesterday, Achilles Smith Jr. His dad in 1998, 32 touchdown passes, over 3,000 yards of total offense. Achilles is a commitment for the 2025 class, so he still has a couple of more years of high school football.
Yeah, when I saw this, I did feel old. I remember watching Achilles in the Rose Bowl and how good he was down the stretch, and you just saw his physical talents. One of the reasons the Bengals took him number 3 overall ended up being one of the bigger busts as far as the quarterback position in the NFL.
Well, that was back when the Bengals were botching every draft pick.
Oh, it was a bust every year.
John Carter,
yeah.
Dan Wilkinson.
Yeah.
And it's unfortunate.
David Pollock later on, unfortunately, was a Bengal.
Yeah.
Shortened career with the injury.
Yep. It is unfortunate, though, that when a guy like that busts, it causes people to forget how good they were as collegiate players. Achilles Smith is a really good college football quarterback. Good. And that's unfortunate. I hate that for guys that bust because, I mean, sometimes they just do it because their game doesn't translate. It's not that they're not mentally engaged or they're lazy. They just doesn't translate.
You know, Achilles, not even a top 5 Oregon quarterback of all time, though.
No, that's how good that position got at that school after him. But I can't name one before him.
Dan Fouts.
Oh, wow. It's a long way back.
That's an old comment that I would have gone.
Would you put Bo Nix in front of him?
I would not put Bo Nix yet in front of him, but definitely Mariota,
Joey Harrington,
Dennis Dixon, Joey Harrington, and
Dixon was the one that blew out his knee.
That's right.
In Arizona. Yeah.
They probably win the national championship if he doesn't blow his knee out on that Thursday night.
And he was a top 3 NFL pick, and you just named 3 instantly.
Yeah.
And I 4 if you count Dan Fouts.
And I think Bo Nix could end up in front of him this year if Bo has that kind of year.
Good.
Yeah. Clay Travis is with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. Outkick founder, and you can also follow him at Clay Travis. What is up, Clay? How are you?
I'm doing well. Just finished 4 hours of radio tour for the Clay and Buck show, so I'm getting ready for my show here in a little bit, and I'm down in Atlanta, so I'm going to watch the Braves with my boys, my 3 sons, before we get to the start of the new school year. So we're having an awesome time down here.
Radio tour, you mean like you were just doing like hits, like interviews throughout the nation?
Yes, 4 hours of radio affiliates. So literally I hung up with Tampa like 30 seconds ago.
Okay. Well, I'm glad you could work us in. We do appreciate that, honestly.
Yeah,
I'm being sincere about that.
How many of these games have you gone to? It seems like you're at the park every night.
We've gone to 4 straight, and I'm going to the game tonight and then the game tomorrow. So I try to come for a decent length homestand. So I'll go to 6 straight Braves games by the time we leave on Wednesday.
Yeah. What's it like when you're in the park with Ohtani?
Really cool. I was telling my boys last night, and Michael Harris, second, made an incredible, stole a home run from him last night. If you guys didn't see that play at center field, I mean, just an incredible catch. But I told my boys, I said, I think you guys, when, 50 years from now, I think you'll be sitting around talking about sports and you'll say, yeah, I got to see Shohei Ohtani play in person. I think that's how iconic of a talent he is. And, it's not my boys were, they are really students of sports because sports history, because they get to experience it on YouTube way more than we did, for instance, as kids growing up. And so they kind of understand the Michael Jordan versus LeBron concept, but they understand it having seen a lot of Jordan highlights, for instance, and they understand Muhammad Ali. And so they I think, understand, especially the 2 older ones, the larger sports context under which, you feel incredibly fortunate to be able to see a guy like Ohtani at the absolute prime of his playmaking ability.
Clay Travis with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. And I know it's hard to gauge something like this. I mean, you're just in a crowd, but do you feel like there were a lot of the I'm just here to see Ohtani crowd? Is he to that level yet, you think?
Well, they cheered when he came up.
Oh, wow.
Which, I mean, I don't think there's that many Anaheim Angel fans, right? They don't have – it would be different if it were the Cubs or it were the Dodgers or some team that has the Yankees or the Red Sox, a large national fan base that has a lot of fans show up no matter what. No, there were – I mean, look, there were some boos when the Braves intentionally walked Ohtani when he came up, even though it was the right move for the team. Now, I think Braves fans are super spoiled right now. They got the best record in baseball. They've got, I think, an 11-game lead over second place in the NL East. So you're not sitting around like watching necessarily the rest of your division and on pins and needles over whether you're going to make the playoffs right now. And so I think maybe there's a luxury in being able to go watch a great player play and know that no matter what happens in that game, your team is going to be into the Major League Baseball postseason. But I was impressed by how much cheering there was for Ohtani when he was announced to come up, and even the booing when the Braves intentionally walked him.
You're a Tennessee Titans fan. Earlier we had a clip. Mike Vrabel was being asked yesterday in his press conference how many 5-year-olds it would take to bring Derrick Henry down. I don't know if you saw the question and the answer.
No, I didn't see that yet.
Awesome question. How do you think he reacted, and how many 5-year-olds do you think it would take to take Derrick Henry down?
I haven't seen Vrabel's reaction. Vrabel, and I don't know him great, but he's a big outkick guy, so we have a little bit of a relationship. He's got a really good sense of humor, but I don't know that he enjoys sharing that sense of humor with the media. So my guess in terms of how he reacted would be the kind of mood he was in based on practice. So if they had a good practice and he likes how the team is looking, I bet he had some fun with it. If they aren't practicing that well and he's not in a good mood, I can see him being a little bit short. But given the fact that it's early in training camp, I bet he took it pretty good spirits. What was the answer? What was the reaction?
Yeah, I mean, he did take it in good spirit, and he was like, what's the space look like? He said, first of all,
people would die.
Yeah, people would die.
Yeah. That's really funny.
Yeah, and then he asked, what was the spacing? And I think he came up with a number of 35.
35, he said. Yeah, 35.
I think it would be more. You?
Well, I mean, I think it questions, like who is the 5-year-old that's really going to be committed to trying to tackle Derrick Henry, right? the 35 might work if they're organized and they bum rush, but how many organized 5-year-olds have you ever seen? I mean, I coached 5-year-olds. Getting them to do anything in unison is nearly impossible. So I think what you get is a lot of one at a times. And, frankly, Derrick Henry would just be able to punt, kindergartners as far as he wanted to. So you need them to attack en masse, so that they all grab him in at the same time. And I think that's unlikely to make happen. So I think you almost would have to have sort of a sea of 5-year-olds and Derrick Henry trying to run through them. And I think it would take more than 35. I'd be on the over there.
Yeah, the best way to get 35 5-year-olds to work in unison would be throw a soccer ball out there, because if you ever watch 5-year-old soccer, they all stand right in one clump. There's no spacing at all. Clay, the Pac-12 TV deal apparently is in the hands of the Pac-12 commissioner, and he's telling his members over the next 36 hours, and maybe it's happening as we speak. What do you think that number has to be, and with who, for that conference to stay together, or do you think it's already too late that conference is on its way out?
I was told at the Super Bowl that Arizona, Arizona State, Utah, and Colorado were all going to leave for the Pac-12 for the Big 12. So I mean, I legitimately was told that at the Super Bowl by people who would know. I'm assuming that there have been a lot of different swings in both directions since then. But what has appeared to remain consistent is the Pac-12 does not have a very robust television property in terms of what people are willing to pay for it. And as long as that remains the case, and as long as the Big 12 has this important detail in its television contract, which is basically anybody that they add gets the same pro rata share, to me, the more reliable job for Utah or Arizona State, the more reliable, location would seem to be the Big 12 over the Pac-12. So unless something massive has changed, I don't know what would be on the table that would make the Pac-12 a more desirable place.
Clay Travis on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. Are you a consumer of Pac-12 After Dark? Do you stay up to the very end?
I try. I try to. When I was doing early morning radio, as I know you guys have had a lot of experience with, frankly, a lot of times on the weekend, I was just dead.
Yeah.
And so I would fall asleep watching games. But I do love watching college football, and my ideal Saturday starts in the morning with the pregame shows. I'm on one of those pregame shows and have been for several years now with Big Noon. But, going from kickoff at 11 a.m. Central until post-midnight, I like to watch games all day long, like most of your listeners or viewers do. And so I try to make it through as late as I can. Sometimes I fall asleep with the game still on.
Hey, I'm sure you saw the crazy Carly Russell story that came out of Birmingham. And I was just going to ask you, with all of the insane details, obviously she was lying about the thing, fabricated everything. Do you think you could fake your own abduction, come back, and have a good enough story where they would believe it?
Oh, man. I think it's so hard to fake abductions now because there are so many cameras everywhere.
It used to be easier.
Back in the day, there's video everywhere.
Way easier because there are cameras
That's
everywhere.
right.
So, I mean, and you don't even know sometimes when there's cameras around, right? So I think it's so incredibly difficult, not only with cameras, but also with cell phones, because you basically can get tracked everywhere. So you would have to be willing to give up your cell phone. You would have to somehow get the kidnapping to occur in an incredibly rural area. That's the only way that you could fake it. And I think, frankly, what we're seeing is, I mean, it's very, very hard to fake anything in today's day and age. Now, maybe that's going to change with AI, because it seems like there's so many videos and images out there that it's hard to know what's real and what's not. But I think it would be almost impossible to fake a kidnapping in a major metropolitan area like Birmingham, like she tried to do, and have it be something where there isn't evidence to clearly demonstrate that it was fake.
But you know what's wild? This girl was on I was thinking about this the other day. She was on absolutely nobody's radar, like law enforcement, no radar, anything like that. And within 24 hours, they basically had video evidence of every move she made from the time she left work to the time she staged the kidnapping. Imagine if you're on law enforcement's radar, how easy you are to track when they're actually paying attention to you. They weren't even paying attention to this girl. It had basically a video of her from the time she left work to she staged the kidnapping.
Look, I think it's a lesson in general. I'm not sure there's ever been a point in time where your public and your private life better be pretty similar. Right. I think it is increasingly difficult, given what big tech connections there are. If you're trying to live somehow a life that's different than what your real life is, at some point you're going to get blown up. And certainly if you're trying to make up a story, I mean, when I saw that story kind of start to emerge, I said, man, this doesn't really seem like it's adding up at all. And it felt to me like the Jussie Smollett story in many ways. What I always say is, if a story seems too good to be true, it probably is. And I think that's what we're seeing become the case more and more every day.
The other crazy story out there, former Auburn football player, his wife, the murder for hire. What really jumped out to me is the WhatsApp is what brought down the ex-wife, her lover, and the hitman. And, WhatsApp is out there advertising that if you want to make sure your messages are encrypted and nobody can get them, use our app. This is probably bad advertising for WhatsApp, right?
Yeah, I think so. Also, I don't think it's that easy to actually find a hitman. Like, I don't know how I would get a hitman if I needed to get somebody killed. I would totally presume that everybody that I was talking to was trying to set me up, right? And it amazes me how many people out there just think it's easy to find somebody to kill somebody. I mean, unless you're in the mafia or something, you guys maybe correct me if I'm wrong.
I don't think it would be that tough. I think
I think it would be.
Because I think if you hang in like seedy circles, I'm just assuming her lover had a friend that is a criminal. And if you pay that criminal enough money, and the rate was like $30,000, wasn't it? I think $30,000 was the number. I mean, there are guys that will do a lot for $30,000. It's sad, but I don't think it would be that difficult. The difficulty would be getting an intelligent hitman.
Well, I mean, and somebody that would keep it quiet. Like, in general, the more people that are involved in a story, the more likely it is to get out, right? And so, I mean, I felt awful. I mean, that guy was the long snapper for Auburn.
Yeah. Yeah, back in the day.
They have, three kids.
3 kids.
And, I mean, the kids, based on the pictures that I saw, looked to be pretty young. I mean, the fact that was going on, I mean, I feel awful for that guy.
Yeah, I mean, it's not like you can go to Angie's List and find out a ranking of good hitmen in the area, right? They don't do a rating of this.
And what
profile picture?
Right? It's like that guy.
He's got a 5-star.
Yeah.
Killed mine within 2 days.
Yeah. It's like that. The number of people that Google hitman, like when they get caught. I mean, like that's kind of a hard. Like, did you go on and type in where do I find a hitman? Like, you're just going to randomly start emailing with a stranger. I mean, I think you're probably getting set up.
Yeah, but where Lance's theory falls apart is where this fell apart. They were seedy people, so seedy in fact that somebody else was involved in another crime, and that's how they found the phone. I mean, that's where you get in trouble. Like, they weren't investigating a murder for hire; they were investigating a common crime. Found the phone, and they're like, "Oh, look what they're talking about on this WhatsApp."
Yeah, not only that, remember when the guy in the Northeast got caught, and I don't even know what the status of his wife disappeared, and they went and looked at his Google search
and
it
was
amazing. How do you dispose of a body?
Yeah.
I mean, he literally was typing in either, by the way, this would be like the Gone Girl example. You could easily set somebody up. You talked about disappearing. I mean, that book is, and the movie, obviously.
Oh,
really
she did a great job.
Yeah. So, I mean, you would have to do you would have to be super diabolical to be able to do that. But, yeah, you could, in theory, because every one of us would hear, like, if you wanted to try to set your husband or your wife up and you got on their computer and you just typed in all those searches, that guy was so dumb I actually, when I saw that story, I was like, well, if his defense attorney might be able to spin that in his favor, like just because, do you think he was so dumb that he was actually doing this? That's the argument that I would make if I was the defense attorney anyway.
Yep. All right, he is Clay Travis, at Clay Travis on Twitter, Outkick and Fox Sports. Thank you for the time, Clay. Have a great week. Enjoy the Braves games.
Hey, will do. Appreciate y'all. Thanks a lot.
Yeah, buddy. Take care. Clay with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline.
And the show being brought to you in part by our friends at Tough Dog, the people that changed Brown's garage.
That is right, Jimmy D. You perhaps have been in a high-end auto dealership, a high-end garage, and you see those coated floors, right? And you're like, man, I sure would like that for my house, but that's what they do in a commercial area. They do it in commercial, but they also do it in residential. Tough Dog did it at my house. Scott is showing you video of the sanding or the grinding process, the smoothing process they do. That's after they come in and they check for the cracks that are in your floor to make sure it's just superficial, not foundational. And they check the moisture because they don't want their product to fail. If you pass both those tests, next step is they come in, they smooth it down, and then they start applying the coating and the flakes. You've chosen both colors from their extensive list of choices. They can also incorporate logos like team logos, corporate logos. I mentioned a family crest. If you're super uppity and you got a family crest, they could probably put that in your garage. It's good for basement floors, pool surrounds, things like that. It is super easy to clean. It looks amazing. It will not crack and wear out like epoxy. It will not yellow in sunlight. It exceeds OSHA ratings for anti-slip, and it just makes my garage look better, feel better, smell better, clean better. Everything's better about my garage now that I got Tough Dog coatings. Here's the number to call, 205-947-3639. That is 205-947-3639. Or visit them on the web, toughdoggaragebfloors.com, TUFF, toughdoggaragebfloors.com.
All right, Lunsford back in his chair. I need his microphone because he's sort of our IT guy for all of our technical questions. I don't know if this impacts me or not, or any Americans. This may just be a Europe thing because their outlets are different than ours, right?
Yes.
Okay, so I don't understand why that is the case.
They're electrical outlets?
Yeah, but I'm going to say, okay, Apple iPhone 15 is going to be USB-C charge. What does that mean?
So USB-C is now what's in like iPads, and it's what's on your laptop right there. It's more universal. It's basically the new way of doing things. Like, I think iPhones come with a charger that's Lightning on one side and USB-C on the other now, but I'm not 100% sure on that. But basically, it's a universal way because the Lightning port is only on an iPhone right now. That's the only thing, or Apple stuff. It's not on anything else, but USB-C will be more universal and in everything else.
Lance,
I love this change.
Lance, can you just recap what Lunsford told us?
No, I can't, but it says it sounds like a good change. I'm sure Apple is all about the money grab, though. So
I think it's like almost like legislation where they're trying to make everything
this
universal.
is actually making Apple not have a money grab.
Yeah, like everything has to be the same charger.
Yeah.
So like Android will have the same charger as iPhone, same as your laptop, all that kind of stuff.
Well, then I bet, boy, Apple does not like this.
Yeah.
Well, no, it's not. They're choosing to do it. It's not actual legislation.
I think in Europe it is legislation. You have to do it.
They were forced on. It was forced on them by the European.
So you may as well do it in the United States too.
Union or whatever it is over there. Yeah. So you might as well do it here. So good for the Europeans to force Apple into this.
Well,
right?
I mean, I do think it's a good thing. So now everything's universal. I mean, that is a lot easier.
Do you think that's the most lost item now?
What, a phone
while
charger?
Traveling? Because I took pride, and I'd never lost a phone charger till we went to Nashville, and it disappeared.
Yeah.
Like the SEC media does. Yeah.
See, here's the thing, though. I have one in a bag. My backpack that I'm always got when I travel, and it stays in that backpack. Never comes out unless I'm on the road. And then I keep mine at home. Like I've got two. That's just the best way to roll
when I travel, I typically keep it on bedside table wherever I'm staying.
That's right. But I'm saying I use a different charger that is just my road charger, and if I leave it, I leave it, and I can replace it.
I've got one that's in the car all the time, one that's in the backpack all the time.
Yep, and then one that's at home all the time.
And one that's at home all the time. I've actually got a neat thing Maggie bought me that's a stand that my watch slips on top of it. My phone fits in this.
Yeah.
And
God, we truly are the Jetsons.
Yeah,
That's the thing. You still do wireless charging on this too. Like this is only if you want to plug it in. Like you don't have to plug it in. All these phones wirelessly charge too.
Like. Sound like Lance here real quick, but can you tell me more about that? Like wirelessly?
Well, like I don't do it on my phone because I have like the little wallet thing on the back, so my credit cards are there. But like You take that off, you can just set your phone on a wireless
Oh,
charger.
on that
and
little
it'll
pad.
charge.
Yeah, but sometimes my wife at night doesn't get it on the pad just right, and her phone dies overnight.
Yeah, but don't
gotta
you
get on it just right.
You got to make sure you're right.
Yeah, you
Well,
gotta-
I'm aware.
I made sure I got the
you gotta
lightning
make sure you
bolt.
actually plug the cable in as opposed to
Yeah,
just leaving
he's
it
right
there.
about that too.
I mean, I did feel, thanks to my friends at Alfa Romeo, just passed on the screen here, I did feel like I was driving in the future when Forrester was riding up with me to Nashville. He says, hey, you got a phone charger in here or anything? And what did I tell you, Forrester?
Lay it on the console.
Yeah,
Just put it on the pad there.
Yeah, just
And
sit it right
in
here,
your
man.
console.
Yeah, but it's slower, isn't it?
future.
Wireless charging is much slower than wired charging.
Yeah, no, USB-C is super fast charging.
Yeah, it
like,
goes quick.
Even USB-C versus normal USB, like on my iPhone now, is infinitely faster.
Like as soon as now, my kids are not this way, but as soon as my battery gets in the red, I am like desperate to find a charge.
Yeah.
And you plug it in that USB-C, and it's back up to like 75% in no time.
And it's so funny because, you know, I never look at what is it, Mice 360 or whatever.
Live 360.
Live 360.
Live 360.
I don't
They're
have
everywhere.
it. I don't have it.
Yeah. Well, I've got it for my wife and kids. Yeah.
Well, I don't have it for them, but
it tells me where their battery is, too.
They've
Like-
got it, and that's exactly right. Maggie and I were leaving dinner last night, and she goes, let's go by and surprise Harper at work. And I said, is she working? You know, I didn't know she was working. Yeah, she was working. So she was tending bar. So Maggie was like, let me check, make sure she's at work. And she pulled up Life 360, and the first thing she said, and her phone's about to die.
Yeah, I know. I mean, right now,
she said.
Every time. And, you know, the amazing thing is they'll leave in the morning. They've been at the house all night. They'll leave in the morning with like 20% battery.
I know, it's crazy. It doesn't bother them in the least. My entire family is above 70% right now. So
wow.
I think the Lord's coming back.
Yep. They're all above 70%.
All above 70%. Sure sign of the rapture.
And Brown is 100, and LT's hair is fantastic. Dr. B is doing that. When we come back, though, LT, from our friends at CBS News, I've got 8 habits that will extend your life 24 years. Are you interested in
I
this?
have to do all 8 to extend
I am
them 24?
going to say that I only participate in 2 of the 8.
LT says he only does 2 of the 8 habits. Do you want to guess how many LT does?
I'm gonna say it's 3 of the 8. Do I have to do all 8 to extend my life 24 years?
I didn't read that much of the
Okay.
CBS
How many do
News
you know?
story.
Let's do it then.
Oh, no, I suck at these too. 8 habits. Tell us about Dr. B. Hair gain or loss is not one of these.
No. Hey, look, when I started to go thin, asked around, Dr. Beckenstein is the name everyone swears by. I am on board now. Dr. B is the best in the business. T3hair.net. It's a non-invasive treatment. I do it on the couch. Did it watching Game of Thrones last night. 30 minutes. I do it 3 times a week. Dr. B offering Sensus Transdermal Infuser. This enables Dr. B to get various medicines and therapies into the scalp where the hair follicles are without using any injections. This is revolutionary as Dr. B can pinpoint delivery of a patient's genetically specific products without any needles. For more than 20 years, women and men have turned to Dr. Beckenstein for a range of cosmetic and reconstructive procedures. Make the call today. Schedule a consultation, 205-319-0316 or T3hair.net.
Everything Next Round is on demand now in the podcast section at nextroundlive.com.
It's the spring sales event at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Now you can get $10,000 off plus rates as low as 4.7% on new 2022 Alfa Romeo Stelvios and new 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulias. Come see the team at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, exit 27 just off I-459 on Grants Mill Road, or visit them online at alfaromeousa of Birmingham.com. Hurry down before they're all gone. All incentives applied in stock units only with approved credit. Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com.
Hey, if you're looking for Birmingham's best pizza, you need to stop in and see our friends at Slice Pizza and Brew. It's as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. For a great lunch or dinner, go see our friends today, Vestavia or Lakeview at Slice.
Things fall apart. There's even a book about it, but that doesn't mean you have to break the bank to fix them. Ryan Brown here for the Next Round. Our friends at Mortgage Right have a new renovation option that will make repairs and other home improvements easy. If you've recently purchased a home and find yourself short on cash, or you're looking to buy a fixer-upper, Mortgage Right's renovation loan program can help you spruce up your space. Repairs can be made to your roof, plumbing, flooring, and more with the help of top-notch mortgage professionals. So get your fix by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR. And MLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Are you faced with unexpected medical expenses? You want to update your backyard? Or you just want that dream vacation? Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. Legacy Credit Union can help with lifestyle loans. Legacy Lifestyle Loans do not require collateral, and they have affordable low rates. See more about Legacy Lifestyle Loans online at legacycreditunion.com or simply stop by one of the 9 branches in the greater Birmingham area. Legacy, the official credit union of UAB.
You hear a lot of interesting phrases while playing golf, like, I think you're on the beach, or the classic, you gotta hit it, Alice. One word you're sure to hear right now at Bentbrook Golf Club is wow. Brand new carts with complimentary GPS and the bent grass greens are so consistent, you just might drain a few more putts, Alice. Tee it up and find out for yourself. Book around today at bentbrook.com or call 428-1999. It's better at Bentbrook.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations, but we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com.
Hey, good news for a lot of our audience, which is younger than the 40 that it is right here. According to the results of this study we're going to get into in a minute here, men with all 8 habits at age 40 are expected to live 24 years longer on average compared to those that don't. So it's not too late to start if you're 50. Maybe you can extend this out a little bit. We'll get to that coming up in a second. But first, some football news from the ACC. Their media days was last week, but they released their media poll results today. Forrester has them up here. Clemson is picked to win the league by an overwhelming margin. No surprise there, right, LT?
Oh, that is surprising.
That is surprising?
Well, yeah, just
overwhelming.
Overwhelming, yeah. I mean, this was kind of like SEC West when we were in Nashville. Is it going to be LSU? Is it going to be Alabama? Ended up being Alabama.
103 first place votes.
Well, and I know the voters, I would at least hope the voters know this, but you know, there's no division, so there's a good chance those teams play twice. Now that first one's in Death Valley, so I would like Clemson in that, but I mean, I think, guys, Florida State would be a tough team to beat twice.
Florida State, 67 first place votes, so almost double there, or close to a bit large amount for Clemson over Florida State. Nowhere close to double, but a large amount. North Carolina's third, NC State fourth, Miami with a great deal of respect is number 5. Duke and Pitt tied for 6th there. That's the ACC preseason poll. New Life Art brings us Rockstar's viewing menu every day. What Rockstar is watching today. We got a lot of anime last week, Rockstar, when you were on vacation from Tyler.
Of course. Yeah. The man loves him some anime.
He does. By the way, the question in the room was, does Tyler have a new tattoo? Tyler, did you get a new tattoo? Did you add a tattoo?
Or are you just wearing short sleeves for the first time?
I got one back in February.
Thanks for noticing.
It's not very new.
Thanks for noticing, Jim.
Right.
No, like
didn't anyone tell you he almost got one?
No, we had a meeting in here yesterday afternoon, and Tyler walked in, and all I saw was this sleeve. I've never seen you with a sleeve tat.
Yeah, I thought you just had what is it, Calvin pissing on something.
No, he's got a lot going on, man. This is a busy tattoo. What can you explain, like the background and what's on there?
Yeah, he's gonna come over here to Rockstar's
some anime.
camera.
There's probably a goblin.
Yeah.
So the new one is from an anime that means a lot to me. It's from Neon Genesis Evangelion.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I think I've watched the first 100 episodes of that one.
How do you balance all the women in your life with this anime?
Oh, it's real easy when it's all tilted in one direction.
Very well played.
Such a good answer.
Seesaw's not fun when the like on the other side.
That's right. Artist Daniel Moore just announced that next Masterwork in Oils Legacy continues. The sequel to Moore's 1992 sold-out painting, The Legacy, Crimson Legacy, features iconic moments and memorabilia from the last 30 seasons of Tide football. Don't miss your opportunity to own this lasting tribute, sure to be cherished by Bama fans for years to come. You can order right now, DanielMooreArt.com. That's DanielMooreArt.com.
Netflix says that new series called Untold is going to feature, you got Johnny Manziel, but tonight they're releasing the Jake Paul, the problem child. At 26, is Jake Paul the boxing world's new savior or a delusional promoter who packs more punch in his marketing skills than in his right hand?
He's an amazing marketer. Both those Paul brothers are.
What's your quick answer on that? Is he the boxing?
No. I've already seen him lose now. He's got heavy hands, but man, there's a lot more. These boxers that are the legit, real deal guys have been training since they were 8 years old.
All right,
I respect the fact that he was able to do what he did at such a late age.
So, was it Super Bowl Sunday that also had WrestleMania? Am I right? No, it was final. It was the Saturday games in the Final Four. Yeah. That was it. Where WrestleMania was at SoFi. And one of the Paul brothers, is Lunsford back there? Jeez.
It's Aaron Paul.
Yeah, Aaron Paul. Is that right, Lunsford? He was on WrestleMania?
No, not Aaron Paul.
Aaron Paul's on
Aaron Paul's Jesse Pinkman.
Yeah.
Paul Feinbaum.
Which one,
Logan
Lunsford?
is WWE. Jake is the boxer.
All right, yeah. So it was on WrestleMania. Sorry, Dunaway.
I'm just scratching my head.
It was on WrestleMania, and somebody came dressed up as a Prime bottle. And we watched it. We had people over to watch the basketball game, but we got sucked into that WrestleMania thing, and we're watching it because it was on Peacock. And my 9-year-old to this day still talks about that Prime bottle. Like, I mean, that's
it's KSI, wasn't it?
Yeah, KSI was in it, which I didn't know who that was until he takes the hood off, and every teenager goes, "It's KSI." But to this day, and that shows you what kind of promoters they are, because they've got a cut in that Prime energy drink, don't they?
Look, the Tate brothers, the Paul brothers, these guys do a great job of marketing. They have captivated all these especially teenage boys. But like last night, I look over and Jack, I'm like, we're drinking Powerades. That's what I bought at the store, and he is drinking a Prime.
No, we got to stop that. We're Powerade, man.
He's like, man, Prime is so good.
He's incorrect.
And the Paul brothers drink it.
He is incorrect.
Paul brothers drink it.
Powerade is the superior.
They
of
do
the
have like
drinks.
an ownership in it, I think.
Yeah, there's no doubt they do.
Well, also, tonight on Paramount Plus, premiere day, because it's August 1st, first day of the month. One I wish I could see. I thought it was in one theater. I don't know if Lunsford, you saw it, but The Whale is finally out on streaming, where Brendan Fraser won a Best Actor.
Incredible. I've seen it.
So, Lance sounds like he's disappointed.
Yeah, I was disappointed.
What's it about?
Not at all. It's incredible. It's about Brendan Fraser is a severely overweight guy who is basically homebound, can't really get off the couch. And it's about his relationship with his daughter, who he is kind of estranged from, and his housekeeper. I mean, the daughter is Sadie Sink, who plays Max on Stranger Things. The housekeeper is Hong Chow, who was in the menu as well. But I loved it. He won an Oscar for a reason. But I feel like a lot of people actually were disappointed with it.
Yeah, I thought it. And look, and I'm one of those that one setting inside the house, a lot of dialogue.
Play, they turn into a movie, and it's shot like a play, too.
Yeah, and I like that typically. I just I thought his character was overplayed. I didn't think he did that great of a job.
So a lot of talking in it, like Lincoln?
Yeah, I mean, I like that.
I would not compare Lincoln.
No, there's just a lot of talking. I mean, Lincoln was nothing but dialogue.
I think dialogue is the best part of a movie.
Yeah.
Kelly jumps in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room. Sadly, I didn't love it as much as I expected. His acting was great, though.
It's uncomfortable.
Oh, it's very uncomfortable.
There is moments in the show. Do you guys remember the Friends episode where Joey has lost all the furniture? He's sitting in basically patio furniture in his living room, and the magician guy from Vegas comes and tries to sell him encyclopedias, and he says, sometimes or you ever find yourself in conversations where you just nod along and you don't really know what anybody's talking about, and then he has a flashback to 3 or 4 scenes where they're sitting in the coffee house and he's just nodding along, doesn't know anything. There's some conversations that go on in the show where I'm just Joey sitting here nodding along like, oh, yeah, I know exactly what you guys are talking about.
Yeah, what did you not know about?
I didn't know about the well, whatever you were talking about moments ago.
Prime drink?
The prime
drink. At WrestleMania?
Yeah, from whatever the hell dude has on his arm. I have not known anything in this segment, really.
Well, you know the well. I mean, you've heard of the movie, right?
I have not, no. No, I'm not a big movie
Brendan Fraser
guy.
won the Oscar last year for Best Actor for it.
I'm taking it's not a romantic comedy, right?
It's not a romantic
Then
comedy.
I have not seen it.
Are y'all saying
It's depressing
the
as
whale
hell.
like I draw water from, or the whale like the animal?
I mean,
like
the mammal.
The whale.
Like
the
you would
mammal.
call-
H-A-L-E.
Important correction, Rockstar, the mammal.
That
yes.
dude's fat as shit. He looks like a whale.
Okay, so that's what it is. Okay.
Yeah, that was one of the reviewers
That's
said.
one way to put it, yes.
Yeah.
So it's not W-E-L-L.
I thought so too,
The
Jim.
whale, because he's like really big.
He couldn't fit in a W-E-L-L.
Was it like W-A-I-L? Like he just screams a lot. I'm like, oh, well, I don't want to watch it.
Speaking of which, Lunsford, did he have a will?
The whale? Did the whale have a will?
I bet he couldn't get an insurance policy.
A great title would have been The Last Will and Testament.
I'm not going to explain all that because it gives the movie away.
Yeah, it gives the movie away. I want these 8 things that make me live longer, Jimmy.
Is that it, Rockstar?
That's it.
Brought to you by our friends at New Life Art.
Yeah, again, you can order The Legacy Continues right now. Go to danielmooreart.com.
These are all simple, but apparently we suck at doing this, right? You want to add years to your life, follow a few healthy habits.
Now, is this things you need to do or things you don't need to do? Or is it a
American
combination?
Society for Nutrition's released earlier this month. More than 700,000 U.S. veterans on how they improve life expectancy. Here are 8 healthy habits.
I'm writing them down, and I'm going to start doing this.
Okay.
I've got 2 of them, I know.
I'm going to predict you don't.
You got 2. You say he does 3. There's 8 of them. Being physically active.
Lance is physically active.
Yep, I got one check.
Check.
Feel free not to answer. Being free of opioid addiction.
Opioid addiction.
Did I
think
mispronounce
Lance
that?
No.
Opioid.
I am free of that.
Opioid.
I will tell
I
you,
know
though.
Lance well enough. No, he's free of opioids.
I will tell you, though, I don't know where the Klonopin falls.
That's what I'm asking.
Yeah, I do take some Klonopins to help me sleep.
Klonopins,
But that's only like 2 or 3 times a week.
Will
It's
you
not.
look? Don't you answer me. You're too young.
No, Tyler nailed it, too.
Look it up.
Did he say it really quick?
Say what it is.
Get on a microphone.
Tell him, Tyler.
This is for anxiety.
Klonopin is a benzodiazepine. It
is benzo.
It's an anti-anxiety drug that it's in the same class as Xanax, but it's weaker, but has a longer half-life.
Well, but is it an opioid?
But isn't Xanax an opioid?
Well, I mean, you
it's
can't
a
just say
benzo.
these words. Is that
It's
the
a completely
opposite?
different class of drugs that is not
Okay.
used for
All right.
opium.
Okay,
So
I'm
you're
2
safe.
for
We're
2.
2 for 2. All right. Thank you, Tyler.
This may get you to the over. No smoking.
Lance does not smoke.
3 for 3.
3 for 3. Now, you'll hit the pin on occasion.
I mean, look, that's rare, though.
Yeah.
I would rather just throw a gummy in.
Yeah.
Now,
Is this where it gets tricky?
Now we'll get to the back half of the schedule.
That's fine. This is
Lance-
USC.
So
Early
Lance
on,
had
I'm dominating.
Lance had an easy non-conference.
I would think,
Yeah.
though, that drinking a ton of water's got to be on this.
You do
though.
that.
Managing-
Listen how much water he drinks.
Managing stress.
I've gotten a lot better.
He has gotten better.
You've gotten better.
Yeah. I'm going to go
Like,
halfway on that,
yeah.
but I'm working on that.
Yeah, so we're 3.5 out of 4.
Having a good diet.
Lance actually does have a good diet most of the No, he's always
works
critical
really
of
hard.
my diet.
He works really hard, but he does like good food. I mean, he doesn't.
Yeah, but Lance, I've seen Lance like
he does really good with portion control.
Yeah, Lance, I've seen him order stuff and leave meat out. That's a good diet to
I'm
me.
going to give me a half on that. Is that
Okay,
fair?
So 4 out of 5. I would have given you a check on that. I've seen you
go half.
leave, and you get on me for having dessert at lunch.
We're gonna need a ruling here too. Not regularly binge drinking.
Oh no.
Let's go and put a 0.
No. I'm just saying I don't consider what you do binge drinking. You're just a heavy drinker on a daily basis.
That's a good way to say
That's
it.
a good point.
No,
I mean, like me, I don't drink for like 7 days, and then I binge
Like
drink.
I thought Saturday I did a great job, and I thought I did a great job last night, and I'll tell you what I had. So Saturday, I probably had 10 Bud Lights at the pool. But then I only had a couple of margaritas at Taco Mama, and then at night I had 1 chicken cock, and that was it.
Okay, so for most people, that is a binge.
13 drinks is what you're.
That was
that's
over
a lot.
long period of
it's
time.
Still 13 drinks in 24
And
hours.
Saturday night I only had 1 chicken cock. Last night I had 1 beer at dinner, and then I had 2 glasses of wine.
3 drinks.
I think people would consider that binging, which is to me. I mean, that's a snack.
Yeah,
but yeah, I'm gonna get a 0 on that.
0 on
I
that
figured,
one. Yeah.
Having good sleep hygiene. Now, again, I'm the dumbest person in the room.
Yeah.
That doesn't mean taking a shower before you go to sleep, right?
Brushing your teeth while you're ready to sleep.
Sleep hygiene means good night's sleep, right?
I've always got clean sheets. I do always brush before.
No, I don't think that's what they're talking about. It
But,
just means good night's sleep.
Yeah, the good night's sleep. I had a decent. I probably woke up 3 or 4 times last night.
Yeah, boy, we were
thanks for my benzo.
We're falling apart here at the end.
And the last one is having positive social relationships.
No, Lance is actually really good at that. That's a check.
So I mean, I think all in all, we would go probably 5.5 out of 8.
I think about 18 extra years.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, give me that. I'll take it.
Okay.
I thought that worked out really well for you.
I can't believe water's not on there.
I can't believe some of the stuff. I can't believe Klonopin's not an opioid.
That was your takeaway from all
Yeah.
this? That it's
Or
a
any of-
benzodiazepam?
Have you ever
Or-
taken an opioid, though, and then taken a
I don't even-
Klonopin?
I just know it's a crisis. And a crisis.
What's a crisis?
It's a crisis in America. That's all I know.
You've never had a Vicodin?
I have not.
There's a reason it's a crisis.
I had
Advil liquid gel?
I had acid in the 80s.
Whoa, what's the liquid gel? Advil? I've had those.
Oh, Advil. It's advanced liquid gels. They get to the system quicker. It's
Yeah, I do
liquid.
like the liquid gel better.
Yeah.
No, acid in the 80s is the craziest thing I ever did.
See, I've never done acid.
Off a little cartoon thing.
Again, people don't believe this, but the only drug I've ever done in my life is weed.
I actually do believe that.
I've thought about the shrooms because I've heard a lot of positive things about it. I just don't.
Thanks.
No, I mean it's
good
not,
Yelp reviews.
I don't think it's necessarily bad for you. I just don't want to hallucinate. That makes me that freaks me out a little bit.
A little uncomfortable.
Yeah.
Like if Brown all of a sudden was a talking steerhead, and he was a bullhead that he's talking to you, that would freak you out a little bit.
Hey, Lance.
I mean, I've
naked Cooper Kupp
I've
just
heard
walks in.
How many stakes are you down now, Lance?
Oh, don't bet me, Lance.
I have heard some nightmare stories about it, but I've heard some good stuff too.
Don't you have like a Sherpa that rides around with you that walks you through your hallucinations?
You saw that on Mad Men when they did it on Mad Men. That's what you think
I've
of.
seen it on Entourage too.
That's old.
It's been a while.
Hey, so what? Give me an example. Just you don't have to use names, but give me an example of what happened to somebody on shrooms that scares you.
So we know somebody that I'll tell you. This was more acid though. I don't know. I've just heard you hallucinate.
Okay.
But I don't know if it's all the time. I mean, there's a lot of people taking shrooms now.
Yeah, acid trip in the 80s. A friend of mine felt like he had spiders crawling all over.
Yeah, a friend of ours, acid trip, his face was melting in the mirror, and he prayed to God, I will never do this again if you just get me out of this. And he never did it again.
So God got him out of it, and he honored his word?
Or the buzz just ran off.
But he still honored his
yeah,
word.
He did.
Yeah.
All right, so that's ways to extend your life, and then at the end, ways not to extend your life. All right there in one segment, brought to you in part today by our friends at Gutter Cap. Tell us about C. Stu, our buddy at Gutter Cap.
Yeah, I talked to C. Stu yesterday. Great guy. Again, it's a dirty, dangerous job. You don't want to get that dangerous ladder out. You get on the roof, you slip, you fall, you snap the neck and die. You're no good to the wife or kids. Make the phone call that we made decades ago, 205-823-2212. Gutter Cap is a patent aluminum cover system. It fits over most existing gutters. It will keep all the debris out. You'll never have to clean the gutters again. It's back with a lifetime warranty. Again, 205-823-2212 or guttercapbirmingham.com.
For college football things, I don't know if you know are going on or
Will they extend my life?
Or about to go on. Probably not.
Okay.
Probably
Well, I'm still
not.
interested.
All that coming up next right here on TNR.
Follow Rockstar on Twitter at RockstarBHM.
It's time for back to school again. Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store, and we have all the New Balance shoes and apparel your kids need to keep them at their best this fall. We have the largest selection of New Balance shoes in Birmingham, including all the newest styles, and our fit specialists are trained in measuring growing feet. So here at the New Balance store, they'll get the perfect fit every time. Get ready for back to school now by shopping with us at the New Balance Birmingham store, located on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our not for all ages podcasts like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family, all at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
It's time to get out and enjoy the summer of 2023. Ocean City, Maryland, and your hotel family at Residence Inn by Marriott Ocean City is ready to welcome you. Kayak from our Bayside Beach, swim in the Atlantic, dine at our Bayview Bar and Grill, span the 2.5-mile-long Ocean City Boardwalk, and a lot more. See all this plus irresistible summer deals and packages online at residenceinoc.com. Check us out on Instagram and Facebook. Do something different this summer. Residence Inn by Marriott Ocean City, Maryland.
Summer is here. School is out, and that means moving season. If you need help buying a home or selling your home, you need Holly Mack Wilson. Let Holly Mack Wilson do for you what she did for 70 people last year. Find you the home of your dreams. She is a professional who helps you with every step of the buying and selling process. Holly Mack Wilson will help you find a home, negotiate the best price, and help you get your home ready to sell. She helps you get the most out of the house you are selling and helps you get into the home of your dreams at the best possible price. Holly Mack Wilson can help you find a home anywhere in Alabama, from Huntsville to Mobile. So call Holly Mack Wilson today, 205-901-9446, or check her out online at hollymachomes.com. Then sit back and enjoy your summer. Who knows? She may even help you plan your summer vacation. That's Holly Mack Wilson at 205-901-9446 or hollymachomes.com. Holly Mack Wilson, your trusted and professional travel planner and Keller Williams agent.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service. Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com.
Back with you on the Next Round Show, being brought to you by our friends at Wayne's, celebrating 50 years with our friends at Wayne's. So we want to save you $50 on all their platforms, whether it's pest control, termite protection, lawn care, or mosquito services. All you have to do is use our promo code TNR. It stands for the Next Round. Promo code TNR at callwaynes.com. Callwaynes.com, 866-WAYNES1. Saves you $50, $100. Stack them together on all those services. And listen, you don't have to be a new customer. That works for new customers. You can be a new customer with Wayne's after 50 years and get the savings. But even existing customers can get the same savings as well. Save $50, $100, $150 on pest control, termite protection, lawn care, and mosquito services by using the promo code TNR. Call Waynes.com. Call Waynes.com or 866-WAYNES1. Brownie.
Jeff in the on Twitter at Next Round Live. At Next Round Live is where you send us messages on all social media. I had shroom tea in college and saw a 6-foot green chicken cross the road in front of me. That's probably about when you shut it down, right? When something like that happens.
I would say yes. Mark says you can make tea and microdose it with the shrooms. You gave to ear a lot to see things.
I think he just did it, maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe
you gave
so.
to ear a lot to see things.
Maybe let the tea wear off before you hit us up in the chat room there, Mark.
Maybe you have to eat a lot to see things.
Yeah, I think there's
Yeah,
more.
that's it. Yeah, you have to eat a lot to see
There's
things.
more girls doing shrooms right now. You would like this, Dunaway, because there's no calories.
All right, yeah.
Wait a while.
There's no fentanyl.
Yeah.
That's important.
Helps with weight loss.
I don't know. You're not hungry on shrooms.
No, how about that?
Yeah, that's what kills me on the edible.
Because you start ordering your $77 McDonald's, right?
Well, that, or I'll get up at 3 or 4 in the morning and I'll just get whatever I can get.
Do you like mushrooms on pizza?
I don't hate them.
Yeah, I like them on pizza.
too.
Yeah, I don't hate them.
But you know what I
They
don't
add
like?
a lot of flavor.
Yeah, I don't like a mushroom Swiss burger. That's what I don't like.
Me either, because of the Swiss for me. I don't like
Really?
Swiss cheese.
I don't.
yeah.
It's just a burger I've never liked. It's the mushroom
I'll tell you,
Swiss.
one of the underrated sides is really good sauteed mushrooms with a steak.
Oh, I agree. I like that. Yeah. Yeah, I like mushrooms. I disagree on the flavor. I think they add a good earthy flavor.
Yeah, I can't really taste them. Here's 4 things from college football you may not know is going on. One of them, our buddy Matt Rule at Nebraska, as they open up camp, he's doing something that you see happen in the NFL occasionally. He is forcing his team to live on campus in dorm rooms.
Yeah, that's old school right there.
And they can't leave to go back. You don't come tell me you got to go walk your dog. If you got a dog, make plans. But we're going to be here for a week. We're staying in the dorm rooms. You cannot leave campus. Team bonding, and I think no electronics either. They're going to play card games and things like that.
Man,
who did you say?
Matt Rule, Nebraska.
Okay. I don't have a problem. Look, here's the way I would sell this to my Matt Rule. For whatever reason, since Tom Osborne was here, and it's been 30 years, this culture just hasn't worked. So we're trying stuff new. If you're here, you believe in me, I'm the guy that can turn this thing around. this is where it starts.
It can turn into a lot of fun team building, right? I mean, if you're all just hanging out together as opposed to everybody going back to their separate places, it can build a team.
No, there's no doubt, and I think that's what he's hoping happens here. I think that's obviously what he's trying to do, but it is a very old school approach. I do not know how many places would still do something like this, but it is a true camp.
Yeah, and again, team building becomes more important now when you've got the transfer portal because you've got 10, 15 new faces every single year.
Including his starting quarterback, right? Potentially.
Yeah.
Potentially.
Speaking of new faces, you may or may not know this, but UAB, which is into camp now, Trent Dilfer, has 45 new players on this roster. 45 new players on an 85-man roster, and that is number 5 in the country of newest roster turnovers. 45. Did you guys know that?
No, I did not, but I think it's less important for him because he too is new, right? I mean, every player for him was a new player, so I don't know, maybe in a coaching changeover, and this may be true for Hugh Freeze too, the transfer portal, I think that loses a little bit. Everybody's learning everybody at that point.
Yeah. I'll be honest, I didn't know what I'm about to tell you. I knew Wisconsin was going to change their offense under Luke Fickell. I knew they were going to change it and throw the ball more with Tanner Mordecai. But Tanner Mordecai kept referring to it as the air raid system.
Ooh, interesting.
And he says the air raid switch is going well so far at Wisconsin. Did you know it was the air raid they were going to?
Yeah,
I mean, I knew they were going to.
It was, but you got to remember this. They also include just because it's the air raid, they still run the football a lot, and they're not going to abandon that when you've got Braylon Allen, you got Ches Maluzzi back there. But Tanner Mordecai is going to put up some numbers. They are, and let's do this. How about we do our top 5 most fascinating teams can't wait to see in 2023?
You want to do that right after the top of the hour here? All right.
Top 5 most fascinating teams?
Yeah.
Okay.
Doesn't necessarily mean good teams.
Just fascinating.
Yeah, just teams that you can't wait to see what they look like and potentially could be major surprises.
So 5 most fascinating, not 5 most captivating, because I use captivating
captivating is a very feminine word.
All right. And one more. And we found this out yesterday right before we re-recorded the Mystery Fifth Hour. You probably know this by now, but Skip Holtz is going to be a special assistant at Northwestern to the head coach there, David Braun. But this doesn't impact his time in the USFL yet, right?
Not yet, but, if it goes well, you wonder, do they promote Braun, or are they like, boy, we really like what Skip did there. He was a comfort. He was a driving force behind our success. Let's make him the head coach.
Yeah, I think it would be Skip Holtz. And, I told you guys a couple of weeks ago, I heard that he had been offered this position, but it sounded more like in this position he was going to be the head guy, which I think ultimately he will be. I mean, you're talking about, you brought David Braun in, who was a former defense coordinator at the FCS level.
Well, you're telling me you think Skip Holtz is going to do this for a year and eventually be the head coach?
It feels like Danny
Ford. I think he could be.
Yeah, it feels like Danny Ford. You remember when Joe Kynes they fired Jack Crow. Joe Kynes got promoted, and I think Jack Crow got fired after the first game. They lost to the Citadel, right?
I think so.
So Kynes gets the interim job, and he brings along Danny Ford. And everybody's watching like Danny Ford's coaching this football team. It ain't Joe Kynes. Kynes doing all the interviews, but Danny Ford's coaching the team. And eventually, who did Arkansas end up hiring? Danny Ford. So you wonder, I don't know how visible. Danny Ford was really visible. He was on the sidelines in that situation.
It is, the title is special assistant to the head coach. Braun is the head coach, but it almost seems like Skip Holtz is going to be calling the shots.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Interesting to watch with Northwestern, who is supposed to be a bad football team this year, even with everything going on off the field.
Jeff Sims, by the way, the transfer quarterback from Georgia Tech to Nebraska.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, one more thing this hour after LT tells us about Michelson, and it's something I don't like.
Oh.
205-969-8100. Again, I wore contacts for about a decade, was wasting money each and every year on that. I had the 20/200 vision, didn't even realize I was legally blind without the aid of contacts. Went in, got the procedure done more than 20 years ago. I've got 2015 vision better than 2020. Make the phone call that I made, 205-969-8100. Ask for Amy. Tell her the next round sent you. They're going to hook you up with a hassle-free consultation. You've got 0 to lose to find out if LASIK is right for you. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, best in the business. For more information, michelsonlaservision.com.
I shouldn't say I don't like it because I won't watch it. All right, so there's a difference there. But any of those special cast, when they have multicast, I usually go back and maybe if like it's a coach's room or something like that. I'll go back and watch it after I watch the live normal broadcast of a big national championship game or something. But CBS, who has the Super Bowl this year, announcing that they also are going to do a slime cast on Nickelodeon of the Super Bowl this year. They've done this with particular regular season games to, it's
been really popular.
Much fanfare the past couple of years.
A lot of viewership.
And it skews really young, which is always good for advertisers. Yeah.
Well, I think this is the way you work this. You've got your own Super Bowl party. People bring their kids. You put them in another room.
That's a great idea, Lance.
Yeah.
Y'all go watch the Nickelodeon broadcast. We're going to eat mushrooms and watch the Super Bowl.
Yeah. We're going to pass the fishbowl around with the keys. You guys just lock yourself down.
But what I hate is you eventually get the SportsCenter highlight. They'll show, Cooper Kupp catching a touchdown in a diving slime ball in the end zone or something.
Did you see his catch at camp yesterday?
I missed it.
I heard about it. Cooper Kupp. I mean, there were 50 receivers you got to go with. You had to bring up Cooper Kupp.
Well, if I speak it into existence, he made Tim Patrick this camp up, right, and pulled an Achilles or something.
Oh, God, Jim. It's the opposite of what you should have done.
I would much rather you blow an ACL than Cooper Kupp.
Wow.
1,000%.
You love Cooper Kupp more than me, the guy who helps put food on your table.
You could limp in here. The Rams have got no shot without Cooper Kupp.
Yeah.
But you can still do a show with a banged up knee.
Yeah.
You're the one bringing the bad mojo in here.
This is all on you. Him wanting to tear your ACL is your fault.
Top of the hour.
He's the one that brought it up about Cooper Kupp.
Top of the hour when we come back. 5 fascinating, not captivating, 5 fascinating teams in college football this year on TNR.
Follow Scott Forrester on Twitter at Scott Forrester TV.
If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
Hey, let me tell you about our friends at Urology Centers of Alabama. Compassionate and comprehensive urological care with 35 physicians, 17 locations across Alabama. Their patient-centered approach to all of your urological needs. Remember, they've got that new men's health center. It is beautiful, helping men with a wide range of sensitive male issues in a comfortable environment. You can always go online, visit urologycentersalabama.com, schedule an appointment with one of their many urologists today.
It's the spring sales event at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Now you can get $10,000 off, plus rates as low as 4.7% on new 2022 Alfa Romeo Stelvios and new 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulias. Come see the team at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, exit 27 just off I-459 on Grants Mill Road, or visit them online at alfaromeousaofbirmingham.com. Hurry down before they're all gone. All incentives applied, in stock units only with approved credit. alfaromeousaofbirmingham.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood. You've heard us rave about our friends at Legacy. Now I want to tell you about their everyday checking. How about this? No monthly fees, no minimum balance. One of the great perks, get paid 2 days early with direct deposit, instant issue debit cards. And there are some additional perks on top of that with the digital banking app. Absolutely love checking that. The official credit union of UAB, our friends at Legacy, dedicated service to education and healthcare industries for more than 60 years.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
This hour always brought to you by Champy'sChicken.com, Highway 119 in Alabaster. Sterling and the crew always getting you ready for lunch today. It just now opened at the top of the hour for a beautiful southern fried lunch. All the great sides, hand-cut chicken fingers, those Mississippi Delta recipe tamales. Perfect to take home as well. Destination place for lunch or dinner and for tailgates and office meetings as well. Check out Sterling and everyone at Champy'sChicken.com. Champy'sChicken.com, second half of the show here. And don't forget, coming up with our friends at Bud Light. The Bud Light Backyard Tour is coming to Birmingham August the 8th, featuring Seaforth. Seaforth is coming forth on August the 8th. Bud Light wants to make it easier for you to get the most out of summer, so they're giving away over 300 tickets. Enter now for a chance to win your tickets at BudLightBackyard.com. BudLightBackyard.com. Hoping one of the, at least one, if not all 300 of the free tickets are to next round listeners or viewers. BudLightBackyard.com. No purchase necessary. Open to U.S. residents, excluding Florida residents. No Florida residents. The other 49 states are eligible. Must be 21 to enter. It's BudLightBackyard.com. August the 8th is the Bud Light Backyard Tour here in Birmingham. We'll get to the fascinating 5 teams in each of our lives for this upcoming college football season. But first, what keeps Georgia from three-peating? Georgia's our number one team in our 40 and 40 countdown. We unveiled them earlier. We talked to Hutson Mason earlier. If I said Georgia doesn't win the national championship, what is their biggest obstacle, their biggest enemy?
I think it's probably Georgia themselves if they have one of these letdowns. Again, this hasn't been done since 1936. They've got all the talent in the world. They've got the schedule that is just laid out there for them. They almost had that letdown against Missouri where they won 26-22. So if they blew one of these games, let's say they blew a game against Tennessee, and Tennessee, for whatever reason, went undefeated in the SEC, Georgia's on the outside looking in. Do you think the committee gives Georgia the benefit of the doubt, 11-1, based on that terrible schedule?
I don't know. I mean, they do have the pop of being the back-to-back national champion. I think Georgia's biggest enemy is what takes down most teams. It's complacency. Yeah. It is just assuming all I got to do is roll that helmet out there. And Kirby's, look, again, he worked with the best in the business that had to deal with this. And he saw how he tried to deal with it. And even he couldn't always avoid it.
Let's hear some of the conversation about complacency here. But before you hit the audio, put this up. Just without helmet or jerseys. Carson Beck, Ladd McConkey, Brock Bowers. Which one is that?
I know who it is. Do you not know?
Oh, I know.
Oh.
Yeah, that is that's Brock Bowers.
That is Brock Bowers. He looks bigger on the field, doesn't he?
Yeah.
I mean, if I'd have told you that was Carson Beck or Ladd McConkey, if you didn't know, you'd be like, oh, that looks like little Ladd. Or
yeah, like
are they all starting to get Kirby's hair?
Same barber?
Yeah.
Like when I see Brock Bowers play, and you're going to hear this cut. It's not going to be this at all. But when I see him play, he strikes me as a meathead.
Oh, yeah. But, I mean, his shoulders just don't look that broad.
I mean, like, I would expect that he talks like, like a character off Animal House or something, that he's just a total complete meathead, that he can't add 3 + 3, but he knows how to run routes and make money.
He's Travis Kelce.
Yeah. But that's what I was about to say. When I think tight ends, I think Travis Kelce. And he's a much bigger looking guy than Brock Bowers
or George Kittle.
Kittle. They look beefier than he does sitting there in a coat and tie.
I was surprised seeing him at media days how relatively small he is.
Yeah. Here's Brock Bowers on complacency in Georgia trying to three-peat.
Last year, it seemed like the team took on that mantra of being the hunters. Is that something that's carried over to this year, or is it something new that you guys are sort of adopting within the team?
Yeah, I mean, that carries over. Obviously, we always want to be on the hunt and never be hunted. But also, like I said, better never rest. So just got to keep getting better every day, because if we're not getting better, we're getting worse. And everyone's trying to catch up to us.
Better never rest. You can tell they've been coached up on this, can't you? We want to be the hunters, not the hunted, and better never rest.
Just skip to number 2 then. Let's get to that, because here's Kirby Smart Tell me if this has been preached to them every practice, every offseason workout, probably playing in some mind-numbing communist audio that's playing throughout the system all the time in the football building. Better never rest. Better never rest. Just constantly playing. Here's Kirby Smart.
This year we studied the New Zealand All Blacks, most successful sports team in the history of really teams over 100 years. They've had the highest winning percentage. And so we took a deep dive. We took 6 weeks. We took a title and a mantra from them and studied those things for 6 weeks because we don't want complacency. They've done it better than anybody else, and we use that. One of their big mantras is better never rests. We believe that. Those are strong words now when you think about it. Think deep on it. Better never rests. Our kids understand it. Our kids have learned it. What drives us for this season is intrinsic motivation. We're not going to be controlled by outside narratives and what people say and who's going to be the quarterback. The intrinsic motivation comes from within and what we decide to do. This team, the 2023 team, is still defining itself. We don't know where that goes. That happens over the course of the rest of the summer and fall camp, but I like where it's at. I love the buy-in. I love the fact these guys love being around each other and they love competing and they love football. So that's important to me.
LT, the first time you had a drink with Kirby Smart, did you ever think you'd see him at a podium using the phrase intrinsic motivation?
I was going to tell you guys, I think winning national championships has made him a little smarter. Or at least his vernacular has gotten a little deeper.
He was reading from a script right there.
Brown,
He's still Kirby.
Pull up intrinsic motivation.
It is motivation for the sake of not reward, not fun, for the motivation, basically for the sake of getting better. Like I don't have to give you a reward to make you work harder. You go work harder because you want to. That's intrinsic motivation.
I was not doubting you knew what it was. I was looking for a very clinical definition.
Well, I thought that was pretty clinical.
You were pretty close. You made it. You made it in the which Bible is the one that talks like we do nowadays? Which version of the Bible is not written in Old English?
Well, I use the English Standard Version, the ESV. Is that what you're talking about?
Is that where it speaks like normal people?
It's not like the old King James, like thou shalt not.
That's right.
Yeah. But there's some people that they're King James only, man, and to each their own. But I use the English Standard Version.
It all reads good.
The Greek and Hebrew is where it all started. Behavior that is driven by internal reward. So basically, it's you're rewarding yourself by behaving in the way you're supposed to behave. There's no external reward. I don't have to, give you a dog treat to make you piss on the pad. You piss on the pad because I need to piss on the pad.
Do you know who's really, really bad at intrinsic motivation? Me.
You need rewards?
You need the accolades.
Oh, my goodness. Even in my marriage, I don't know how many times a month Maggie takes the dishes out of the dishwasher, but if I do it once, I tell her when she gets home, hey, by the way, I got the dishes out of the dishwasher. And she always replies the same way.
What do you say?
No, she's always like, what do you want, a cookie?
Yeah.
Actually, that'd be nice.
Actually, Maggie, weight of wellness, I was 191.863.
But you didn't ask. That's fine.
She's always like, do you want a reward? Are you keeping score? She's like, I do that.
Well, you're keeping score.
16 times before you do it one time. It's always her point. I said, I was just letting you know, baby. Settle down.
Did you remind her you're the breadwinner, though?
I was just letting you know that I took the dishes I paid for out of the dishwasher.
I paid for it. Did you hear that part?
I didn't say that.
We need to start having some discussions.
You and me?
Yeah. Hey, so back to the New Zealand, was it the New Zealand Blacks?
It's All Blacks. Never is not going to be an uncomfortable nickname.
But
the All Blacks and the All Blacks.
It's rugby, right?
It is.
It is Australian rules football.
Yes.
So it's rugby.
Oh, is it rugby?
I think it's rugby.
I thought it was Australian rules football.
I'll look it up.
So is this just to Google away most successful team over the last century? I mean, somebody had to do some research into this.
Yeah.
And I wonder whose job it was.
I got it. I got to get off intrinsic value and go to the New Zealand All Blacks, Jim. They are rugby.
Yeah, so they're a rugby team, and if you just Google the most successful team in the history
of teams,
because
that's basically what Kirby said. Well, let me just tell you what the All Blacks have done first.
Leaf Blower says New Zealand has a population the size of Alabama. It's either 1 or 2 worldwide in rugby every year.
That's pretty
Famed
good.
for their unmatched international success, they've often been regarded as the most successful sports team in history.
Wow.
Now, that said, I hate to argue with Kirby and Wikipedia, they've won the World Cup only 3 times. Now, they were the first country to do so, but I would have thought if they're the most successful team of all time, they'd have a few more championships to show for it. 3 seems low to me. But they have a 76% winning record in their games, so that's actually really good.
Is it?
76%?
I mean, hell, what's Kirby right now?
I mean,
That's
for
probably
instance,
better than 76%.
if American football, tackle football,
right?
If we started a World Cup with that, I mean, we would expect the Americans to be really good at this for a long time before the rest of the world caught up.
If we were just playing like normal tackle football,
Yeah, American
we
tackle
dominate
football.
for ages. We
For
dominate.
ages.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
And
then
by the way, that's a 12-4 old school NFL 16 game
That's
streak.
true, yeah. So you're saying that they basically invented this game, New
No,
Zealand
I'm just
did.
saying that has the rest of the world caught up to these guys? When's
I
the
don't
last
know.
time they won one?
Do you think Ray Lewis would have been good at rugby?
Yo, crap, yeah.
Probably.
Yeah.
No kidding. I mean, how many dislocated shoulders were there?
You think LeBron James would have been good at rugby?
No.
He's
come?
big. He's
big
big,
and
and
can
he
run
takes a
and
beating.
jump.
But can he give a beating?
I don't know. Stats, Jim. What are you asking me now
No,
about the All Blacks?
I don't care anymore.
Okay.
The All Blacks from Georgia.
Hey, what's that franchise worth, though?
I couldn't tell you, man.
Who's the best player of all time? High scoring points.
What color are the uniforms?
Who's their biggest rival?
Oddly, I think the
Do they
uniforms.
have a roof on their stadium?
Oddly, I think the uniforms are all white. I think that's the crazy part of it. I really do. No, they're all black with white lettering.
Not on the road.
No, I don't know. I don't know what they wear on the road.
What's the piping?
It's going to be black on black.
Yeah.
What's the mascot?
I really don't know.
Aces.
Yeah.
Could be.
Could be. And probably a crow.
Well, they do the hookah thing before the matches. That's what they're known for.
They smoke weed?
I don't know.
No, but I'm saying in the hookah?
No, the dance, the hookah dance, or whatever it is.
Haka.
Haka dance.
Yeah.
Thank you, Rockstar. They do the haka dance.
Hookah! Why aren't you doing the damn hookah?
Our friends at Storm Restoration Roofing, Greg from Pell City, bringing you this part of the show.
Forrest wants to know if you see trees from its other stadium, by the way. Are they a little red?
Do they have trees in New Zealand? We got into a discussion about
By the way, New Zealand
yesterday.
I've never been, but beautiful country.
Oh,
from
I'd
what
like
I've
to go
seen.
to New Zealand, yeah.
Greg from Pell City would put a roof on anything, whether it's in New Zealand or right here in the Alabama area. And he wants to get on top of your roof and give you a free no-cost roof inspection. If you're in the central Alabama area, call this number, 205-542-3531, 205-542-3531. For that free no-cost roof inspection from Greg from Pell City. You can look him up on Facebook that way as well, Greg from Pell City. A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau, the best warranty in the industry. Insurance companies trust him. He and his wife own the company. It's been locally owned for over 20 years. 205-542-3531. Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing. My 5 fascinating teams in college football this year. Penn State to me, because they apparently on paper have the talent to challenge Ohio State and Michigan. I want to see if that is true. Texas, love what Steve Sarkisian said this week on Cowherd, that for us, everyone talks about our offense. Everybody talks about Quinn Ewers, our receivers. For us to be a championship program, we must play great defense.
You want me to give you an update on that, though? He's meeting the media today, and he was asked about Gary Patterson, and he says he's currently not part of the staff, and we'll see what the future holds. I find that really interesting because he got a lot of credit for the way they played defense last year.
Was an analyst last year.
Yeah.
Texas A&M to me, because the roster, all the blue chips, the ratings we showed from Bud Elliott back in June, says the roster is good enough if they get good play calling and good quarterback play, Bobby Petrino there. UCF for me, what Gus Malzahn can do in the Big 12. That's a program that if they get off to a decent start in the Big 12, could get a little revved up in recruiting now being in a Power 5 conference and could really explode to become one of the alphas in the new conference. And Auburn for me, we know Hugh Freeze can recruit. How can he piece together that portal team, and how many wins can they get to this year to start stacking on top of that for the next year? Those are my 5 most fascinating teams. Who's
Lance,
next?
you want to go?
My top 5, yes. All coming off very disappointing seasons. The Florida Gators. Billy Napier, again, his signature win week 1, and since then it's been kind of a disaster. And you look at the schedule this year, their schedule is brutal. So, if Florida again goes 5-7 or 4-8, Chris Doering said, got to have patience, but Florida fans aren't patient.
It's going to be hard at that point.
And I can't wait to see what Graham Mertz does. He couldn't get it done in the Big Ten, different offense, but can't wait to see what he does in the SEC. Oklahoma, number 4, you've got an experienced quarterback in Dylan Gabriel. They're coming off a 6 and 7. There is so much pressure on Brent Venables.
And a 5-star backup. Their future quarterback is committed and they are waiting as well. I mean, if Dylan struggles or gets hurts again, you may see the future faster than expected.
I agree with you on the Longhorns. Everybody said this is the year. They do have to get better defensively. 8-5 last year, all 5 losses by 7 or less points. No more excuses for Sarkisian in year 3. A&M, I've got this weird feeling they're going to be really good, but it depends. And the reason they're so fascinating, we talked about this with Luganville yesterday, is the dynamic between Bobby Petrino and Jimbo Fisher. As long as they're scoring points and they're winning, everything's going to be fine. They start losing games 14-10. Boy, this is going to pop up quickly, and it could get ugly in a hurry. And number 1, the Wisconsin Badgers. Phil Longo's offense coming in, Tanner Mordecai coming in, Luke Fickell. I think this could be the surprise team in college football this year.
Interesting. I'll just hit the ones you guys didn't mention because there's a lot of crossover. Number 5 for me, Mississippi State, just with Zach Arnett taking over. Will Rogers has a chance to become the SEC's all-time leading passer. What's that offense look like? What's Arnett look like as a head coach? You know, do they? I don't know. It's a different era that was so unexpected, unfortunately. I got Florida like Lance does. Nebraska, number 3. Matt Rule is a program builder. Everywhere he's been able to build a program. This is probably oddly the best shape of program he's ever taken over. Like, Nebraska is closer to being good than Temple was when he got there or Baylor was when he got there. So has that been accelerated? I mean, could he compete quicker at Nebraska since he doesn't have to build as much? A&M number 2 and then Colorado number 1. I mean, that is just – I think Prime is going to be a better coach than I think most people think he is. I think the guy can actually coach football. I think there's a lot of extra with him, but he can coach football. But they don't have a whole lot, and they're going to be bad this year. But I get the feeling, and we played the Oregon, the Dan Lanning earlier. That game's in Eugene, and it's early in the season. I'm not calling an upset, but I do think Colorado pulls a shocking upset. They'll beat somebody this year they're not supposed to beat. They're going to lose a lot of games. But there's going to be that one game where they get it all together and they'll beat somebody they're not supposed to beat.
I want to see how good Shakur Sanders is. If he is elite at the quarterback position, then I don't necessarily disagree with you.
Do you have Colorado's schedule easy to get to, Forrester?
It's a tough schedule.
Maybe not.
No, it's a tough. I've got it in front of me. It's a tough schedule. I can just throw them out for you. At TCU, they're going to be a big dog. I mean, they're going to be dogs in a lot of these, obviously. Nebraska at home. Colorado State on the road at Oregon, week 4. I mean, that game takes on a different feel now after Dan Lanning dogged out Colorado, but I just don't know about week 4. USC at home, week 5, be a terrible loss for the Trojans. At Arizona State, hosting Samford bye week. At UCLA, I would put that one, I'd put at UCLA in the window.
Oh, I don't see it.
Oregon State at home.
Don't see that.
Arizona, you're not going to see any of these. It's going to be that's how it's a massive upset. Arizona at Washington State, then at Utah. I think he'll win one of those Pac-12 games.
He better beat Colorado State.
Better beat Stanford.
Oh, there's not a ton of wins on there, trust me. I'll go ahead and predict it. At UCLA, Saturday, October 28th, the shocker of the day, Saturday, October 28th. If I remember, that's a sleepy Saturday in college football. That is going to be the story of the day. Colorado wins at UCLA.
What would be their record when they are they going to
Colorado's?
Yeah,
they will be 2
and 5
and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. They'll be 2 and 5. And UCLA will probably.
Dunaway, do you agree UCLA could lose that game?
I mean, no.
I was going to give you 17 points.
Colorado plus 17.
Mm-hmm.
UCLA may have a couple losses by then too. So, I mean, it might not be as big as I'm thinking. What do you think the actual point spread is now that Dunaway won't bite?
Oh, I think it could be as low as 14 and as high as 24.
Yep. There you go. That's your win.
All right. Fascinating teams from us. You guys are throwing yours over there. Tripp says Colorado wins 3 games, maybe.
Yeah, they're not going to be a good team.
Yeah. Are they going to motorboat UCLA like LSU did? LSU ended up not doing that.
They did not motorboat them, no.
Yeah. Brody says with Sanders looking like Kenny Hill at quarterback, one game.
One game.
Right out of the bat.
That game against South Carolina.
Thrill Hill looked really good.
Yes, he did.
All right. Trash is coming up in the next segment. Part of our show today being brought to you in part by our friends at Bud Light. Easy to drink, easy to enjoy. You can jump in there always and enjoy a cold Bud Light this summer. And our friends at Champy's right there on 119 in Alabaster. Sterling and the crew ready to cook up a little lunch for you. They cook it to order. I love the 2 big white breasts down there, all the great sides. Cook to order, Mississippi Delta recipe tamales. It's all at champy'schicken.com. We're back in a moment right here on TNR.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
You have all heard of Red Wing Shoes, but what is Red Wing Shoes? It's the place where men buy boots, plain and simple. Who are Red Wing's customers? They are construction workers, warehouse employees, college students, the guy that fixes your AC, the guy at the end of the bar, the IT guy. Red Wing is a father, Red Wing is a son, Red Wing is a cult following shared by all men. A classic, comfortable pair of cool boots with a story to tell. What's your Red Wing story? Red Wing Shoe Stores, located in Pelham and Trussville.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone, the New York Butcher Shop. Rare quality, well-done service. If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280.
It's the spring sales event at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Now you can get $10,000 off, plus rates as low as 4.7% on new 2022 Alfa Romeo Stelvios and new 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulias. Come see the team at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, exit 27 just off I-459 on Grants Mill Road, or visit them online at alfaromeousaofbirmingham.com. Hurry down before they're all gone. All incentives applied in stock units only with approved credit. alfaromeousaofbirmingham.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, brombergs.com. Hey, let me tell you about our friends at Urology Centers of Alabama. Compassionate and comprehensive urological care with 35 physicians, 17 locations across Alabama. Their patient-centered approach to all of your urological needs. Remember, they've got that new men's health center. It is beautiful, helping men with a wide range of sensitive male issues in a comfortable environment. You can always go online, visit urologycentersalabama.com, schedule an appointment with one of their many urologists today.
No, I don't know if it's life imitating art or what, but guy who plays Fez in Euphoria on HBO passed away yesterday at the age of 25. No ruling on his death yet, but it was a medical emergency, and he was deceased when the folks arrived at his house. But Angus passed away yesterday. And sad story, at age 25, he had just lost his father and apparently was suffering some mental distress over that as well.
Yeah, he was battling. I think he was talking to a counselor. He was staying with his mom to be close to someone and to kind of deal with the grief. And you can only speculate what happened. Again, man, mental health is real. It's weird. It can come on at any particular time, but especially when you have a big loss like that. Yeah. And this is a kid that was plucked off the street to play Fez.
That's right.
He never acted before.
And your daughter watches that show, and And you told her once that the only old person I know that watches that show is Dunaway. And she asked me one time, she goes, Dad says you watch the show. Who's your favorite character? And I was like, it's Fez. He had the best character on the show to me. And she agreed that was one of her favorite characters. So he, at the end of last season, he was shot up pretty badly. So they can write him off the show really easy.
Oh, so they shot him at the end of the show?
Yeah, but, he didn't know if he was going to survive or not. So, but now I guess it's pretty easy.
Wow, that's kind of eerie when you think about it.
Yeah, so that's why you said life imitating art. I didn't know what you meant by that.
No, I'm
just saying they were potentially writing him out of the show when he unfortunately passed away.
I don't think they were because he's such a popular character, but he could have been.
Right.
It was sort of a cliffhanger, but he was a big, the drug dealer on the show, the guy who provided a lot of the drugs.
Yeah? Okay.
But
I bet they'll find more.
Yeah.
We'll see.
That's what that show's about, right?
It is. It is a lot about
sex and drugs,
mental health, and the struggles of that. Part of the show today being brought to you by our friends at Oddities, getting ready for another Wednesday night of trivia coming up.
I talked to our friend Will Haver earlier, and he said, is it me, you, and Rocky, the original gang back?
I have to ask.
Think it is. Rockstar, are you going to be there tomorrow night?
I've missed like 2 in the past year. I'm going to be there.
Oh, that's not true. I filled in for a full month.
I had a month, yes, that's true.
So Odie's Team Trivia will be back. Me, Rocky, and Will Haver. Come join us. We'll get started a little after 8 o'clock. Get there early. Enjoy the great food from Rodney Davis, from the award-winning wings, delicious burgers, my personal favorite, the Diablo sandwich, ice cold beer buckets full of the Bud Light. It's a Birmingham institution right there in Crestline Village. It is Odie's Tavern.
Hey, not just the portal. Your man at Ole Miss, Chris Beard, recruiting high schoolers now. 7-footer John Bowl, who decommitted from Florida, picks Ole Miss now. He's a 7-footer known for his defense for the 2024 class. And then Kentucky for this upcoming season.
How do you spell Bowl?
B-O-L.
Do you think he's related?
Oh, is he Minute's kid?
I mean, because Bowl and, was Minute's kid.
Yeah.
I just wonder if John
I don't know if they're related. I don't know if that's a popular name in that region of the country.
Yeah, I mean,
or
Minute
world.
Bowl or John.
Yeah, it could be like the Smiths.
Yeah,
or whatever, the Taylors or whatever. But, his last name is B-O-L. 7-footer. He is a skinnier guy, but he's known for his defense. Picks Ole Miss, but he was highly sought after recruit. And then Kentucky picks up a big commitment for this upcoming season, and he brings some street cred from European leagues that basically he's been playing virtually pro basketball over in Europe for a long time.
Zavdamir Ivizic, I think is it. This guy's 7'2". They said not only is he a great shot blocker, but he can also stretch defenses. He's a guy that can actually hit perimeter shots.
It looks like to be a classic one-and-done guy.
I would assume so. But hey, 7'2" out there. These are the fun guys to see play. 7'2" guys that can actually stretch it.
Both of those coming to the SEC. One of them instantly for Kentucky this upcoming year. Let's get to trash now. It's brought to you by our friends at Mortgage Right. Hit it, man.
I have you on camera, and I have you. Okay. Is this your plant? I have no incentive to give you any positive politeness at all, do I? You were nothing but rude and belligerent. Have a good day, ma'am.
Oh, you son of a bitch!
Yes, you too. Thank you.
LT's Trash is presented by Mortgage Right. Mortgages done the right way.
Hey, are you a veteran looking for a VA loan? Mortgage Right has been advocating for veterans since their company began as a veteran-owned, operated company committed to your well-being. They can help you find the best terms available and guide you through every step of the process. Visit the locations, Highway 280 in Birmingham, Parkway Drive in Leeds. You can apply, mortgageright.com/TNR, or call 205-815-9200, NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender. We start first with some offbeat holidays in August.
I love these, Rocky, when you do these.
This Friday, don't tell Laurel anyone. It's National Chocolate Chip Cookie Day.
She's coming. I've already talked to her.
You don't think she knows? Yeah,
she knows.
Is she bringing enough for the whole staff, you think? Or just the back room?
I don't know.
It's the intern's final day Friday. So.
Cheese?
Yeah, Cheese's final day. So he likes strawberry cake. Do you like chocolate chip cookies?
I think Cheese likes anything.
There we go. Chocolate
Who
chip cookies.
doesn't like chocolate chip cookies?
I like good ones. I don't like the bad ones.
I don't like bad ones either.
I don't like the ones y'all like.
This one has a license plate in it. That's not bad chocolate chip cookie.
They like the burnt ones, the burnt crispy ones. I do not like those.
I like burnt, thin, crispy ones.
Yeah.
I like undercooked gooey.
I'm with you. I like it to just almost like.
I can take that too.
Oh, it's good.
Sunday, August 6th is National Fresh Breath Day.
Hey, we celebrate that only one time a
Only
year.
one time a year. That's one time I brush my teeth.
We have a uniform agreement here that I hope everyone's following through with. I've never smelled it on you guys.
Yeah,
we agree. We tell each other.
And in fact, I saw it in action where you had a salad with it wasn't bad breath, but it was a strong.
I could smell the pepper.
It was a pepper smell, and you came back in one day and said, "Did you just have pepper?" And that's the closest I've ever seen it enacted.
Yeah.
August 10th, which is next Thursday, we'll be in Ocean City, Maryland. It's Lazy Day.
We won't be that day.
Oh, you don't think so?
No. We're working our asses off.
Brown, you're going to love this.
Doing what?
All these road trips we go on, man, they're hard. It's hard to entertain on the road.
It's the grind.
Yeah,
Rockstar's the grind.
Gotta get that grind, man.
We'll do the
Forster and
show.
Lunsford saw it in Nashville, how hard it was.
We'll do the show, and then we'll be on the beach in the boardwalk.
The boardwalk? That's in Ocean City?
Oh, yeah.
I thought it was Atlantic
That's
City.
Atlantic City.
No, there's a boardwalk in Ocean
Oh,
City.
is there
though.
too?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. There's a lot of stuff in Ocean City.
Is it like a boardwalk like with...
Oh, hell,
Boards?
I don't know. I don't know if
Boards?
there's-
Actual wood?
B-O-R-D-D? Like, God, this sucks.
Ferris
what a
wheels,
boring walk.
Gangsters underneath it.
Hey,
Seedy
fella,
people.
where you
Cotton
going, buddy?
candy,
Seedy people.
a psychic,
Ooh, saltwater taffy.
probably.
I do not like taffy.
I liked saltwater taffy as a kid.
Yeah, I don't like
it now.
Not a fan.
Thursday, August 17th is Neighbor Night.
See, I don't really know what that means. And why is it a night?
Oh, I think it's different in different neighborhoods. Yeah.
It's a pineapple situation.
Yeah, I think
like.
for some neighborhoods, it takes on a whole different level there, Rocky.
Brown You'll Love, Friday, August 18th is National Fajita Day.
I do like fajitas, and you know what? I have not had them in a while.
Get out, Friday, August 18th. Thursday, August 24th is Iconic American Restaurant Day. Just like a Chili's and
it sneaks up on you every year.
It really
Applebee's.
does. Yeah.
Oh.
And finally, Tuesday, August 31st is National Trail Mix Day. Me and Rocky like the the tropical trail mix.
They
downstairs?
haven't had it in months.
So they sell it out, but don't
downstairs,
have it anymore.
yeah.
They don't have it anymore. That's my favorite thing. It was so good.
They've added some new items, but that one has gone away.
What makes it tropical? Like is pineapple or coconut in it?
Yep. It's got some dried pineapple. It's got banana chips. Do you like banana chips?
Oh, I do.
I'd rather have a banana.
It's very good.
And it's got, the banana's
I'd
not an
rather have a
option.
steak. I mean,
I mean, they just don't
Banana
have a-
chips. I mean, that's
I like women,
My
but I'd
less-
rather have Jennifer Aniston.
Yeah,
right?
my less favorite banana is the banana chip.
You know, they don't have bananas down in the
Hey,
commissary.
Richard says huge club in Ocean City that rivals Floribama. Believe it when I see it.
Okay, well, we'll put that to a test.
I did have the Adams Beverage, the guy that runs Adam Beverage up there, just reached out.
Oh,
about
fantastic.
us hooking up with.
They, Dunaway, they called yesterday.
Ocean City
the
did?
Ocean City people. And
Hello, Ocean City.
It's
did you
all
talk
of
to
Ocean
Keith?
City. I did. They called me yesterday.
Good dude, man.
To remind me.
Former wrestler, by the way.
They didn't call Lance. They called me like, hey, if you and Dunaway want to play golf, we've got all kinds of connections up here. Just bring your clubs.
Because I'd already had a conversation, and I said, I'm out.
But we can't bring our clubs. That's
Yeah,
just
I don't
such a
know if
handle.
it is. I hate flying with golf clubs. Now, we could do ship sticks.
I hated one of those long golf clubs.
Hey,
I heard it.
no,
Why can't you use somebody Rockstar
if you're not on a PJ, it is so tough to fly with golf clubs. When you have to fly commercial,
But why is it a big deal to use somebody else's clubs?
I don't like doing that. I'd rather use my own.
Well, I mean, I'm
I'd
sure you'd rather
rather-
use your own, but
I'd rather wear somebody else's shoes.
If they've got rental, if you want me to check, see if they've got good rental sets, would you rent a set?
Truthfully, I do not want to play golf when I'm up there.
Why not?
Are you feeling okay?
I'm just saying.
I might go without you.
We're going to work 9 to 1-ish, right?
The grind, right? Started.
Yeah, that's almost, what is that?
That's
1, 2, 3,
4
4
hours.
9 to 1-ish. Then we're going to grab a good lunch, I hope.
Yeah, and then the sun won't set until
Oh,
9
God,
o'clock.
yeah.
And
That-
then
he's right. He's
Then I would
right.
like to enjoy Ocean City. I can
Yeah.
golf anywhere.
I'm going to frolic in the Atlantic. We gotta get
I'm
some,
looking forward.
we got to get some video on this.
I may frolic in the Atlantic.
I would be so pissed if I get attacked by a shark in the Atlantic. 'cause
Oh, you're
I've
going to
never-
be upset about that?
Well, I've
Yeah.
never been in the Atlantic, and I spent all this time in the Gulf where the majority of shark attacks
You've
take
never
place.
been in the Atlantic? South Beach,
I'm
Miami?
surprised by that. was
I've
the
been to
Atlantic.
Miami a bunch. I've never been in the
Really?
ocean of Miami.
Yeah, I've been in the Atlantic.
I think I have, though. I think I went to St. Augustine as a kid, and I think I got in there.
Yeah.
Okay. Maybe you've been in the
Maybe.
Atlantic.
Yeah. It's just, I'm not positive. Okay, a sun bear. in a zoo in China recently became the target of media attention after a video of it standing up and interacting with zoo visitors drew suspicion that it was a costume performer.
That is not real.
Clearly not a costume performer.
It is. Look at the back.
I know it is, Dunaway. But the China people are
He
saying
had
it's
gastric
not.
bypass. He's got some flaccid skin.
Yeah, I mean, that is. I mean,
well, why are they doing this? Why do they have? They're claiming they don't. Does it say why they got a guy in a bear costume? But
Now,
they
the
don't.
zoo has since denied these allegations, asserting the animal is one of the 2 sun bears that joined the zoo back in 2020. Another zoo staff commented that no one in their right mind would spend hours in a bear costume in the intense summer heat.
Well, that's true.
Now, videos of the bear began circulating as early as July 27th, with some online users suspecting that the, quote, popular sun bear, which was friendly with visitors, was actually a person in costume. Now, a video reposted to Twitter, for instance, showed the bear standing on its 2 hind legs in the exhibit while facing a crowd of visitors gathered around the edge of its enclosure.
I have trouble finding pants. I just don't have a good butt.
George.
Yeah, what
Give me a
drew
water, man. It's burning up.
users' attention was the animal's
China.
lower back and rear, where you see the folds of skin there.
Yeah, that's where it looks not real.
Yeah, clearly a human in there. I mean, I don't know who we're trying to fool.
I can't believe this hasn't been done before. We haven't had this on Trash, but a former general manager at a Wendy's restaurant in Pennsylvania, who police said made up a fake employee so she could pocket their wages, has been charged with theft by deception.
Oh, wow. It does seem like, you would have someone you're scheduling, but I guess you would have to have somebody's social security number and everything.
Yeah,
right?
so I make up a fake employee, and I just get the money for the fake employee.
Yeah, Linda Johnson created a, quote, ghost employee named William Bright, whom she clocked in and out at the outlet she managed in Lancaster. Johnson kept up with the fake scheme for almost a year, during which time she manually logged 128 shifts for the fake worker, who was paid $19,898 between June of 21 and May last year.
The fake worker had a good work ethic.
Well, that's it.
Yeah.
I mean, the guy who owns the franchise just came in one day with a plaque. And
Yeah,
said,
I gotta see
hey,
this.
I just want to give William Bright
Where's
the plaque.
Bright?
William, thank you for pulling all the doubles, especially during the pandemic, man. You were fantastic. Thank you so much. Willing to deliver. You got on the megaphone at night. Who wants the Baconator?
Oh, no.
It's a horrible commercial.
That way, staying on brand, though.
Yeah.
Multiple employees said they could not recall ever working with someone called Bright. You know why? Because there wasn't one. In April, Johnson admitted to a police officer that she added Bright as an employee, created shifts that he didn't work. Police said the paychecks were deposited into her Cash App account. Restaurant's insurer paid out almost $16,000 for the incident. I still don't know how she got caught. Did she just decide to turn herself in?
I don't know.
Might have to turned her.
But how would they know?
It's never at work. Or,
Yeah.
Why am I always covering for
seeing
William?
or seeing
I know.
payroll going like, this guy's getting paid and I've never seen him
Yeah, I don't
once.
know who this is.
And he gets paid through a Cash App that's linked to you.
Probably a good chance at some point she didn't pay a tax on this. And that's how she started to get some information leaked out.
So a woman has been arrested after she allegedly bit off part of her father's ear during a dispute
That'll get
inside
you.
of a Utah home. You think that's a dispute when you bite somebody's ear off?
It's accelerated at that
You
point.
know
no doubt.
exactly what happened here. The dad went and got your nose, and she went crazy.
Oh, my God. She went crazy.
Rebecca Nelson, 42.
I'm
was
tired of this game. Watch this.
I'll never forget, though.
This will be the last time.
Got your ear.
We had these. You remember the camel cricket, the big cricket?
Oh, yeah, I do remember that. Yeah.
One of the first houses we lived in had some camel crickets that would come in the basement. And Shane used to live in the basement. He was scared to death of the camel cricket. And I remember Chuck took a camel cricket to throw at him, and Shane had this Snickers can, like a Christmas tin. And he hit Chuck in the nose, and it broke Chuck's nose.
Oh, wow.
You Taylors.
Chuck drop a beating
The
on
Flints
me.
could say to calm down out there.
I really think I saw that on Hallmark. One time he'll take
So anyway, Rebecca Nelson, 42, was booked on multiple charges related to suspicion of aggravated assault on Friday. According to a probable cause statement, Nelson entered the home, allegedly attacked her father. Court documents stated her father suffered a laceration to his ear, claiming that Nelson bit him, tore off a chunk of skin.
Whoa.
Also reported that she strangled him with both hands. Now, upon arrival, according to the affidavit, the father stated that his daughter entered the residence and immediately made a threat to kill him. Affidavit states that she then proceeded to forcibly bite his ear, resulting in the removal of a chunk of skin from his ear. They said it was a large enough chunk that the victim was holding it in his hand when the cops arrived.
I mean, that is.
Exhibit A.
Yes. I'd like to show you.
And finally, I bet we've got pictures of these two. A bandaged Florida woman smirked during her mugshot despite having her ear chomped off in a wild brawl at a house party.
Did you see
Smirk, huh?
the Carly Russell girl's mugshot? Looked like it was taken at Ole Mills.
Really?
Yeah. It was better than that.
That's some greasy hair.
That is some greasy hair.
So what is she coming in at?
Dixie
5'1"?
Styles, 18, and Macy Reagan, 23, both arrested on a 4th of July fight that broke out over stolen vape pens.
I mean, how old is she? 14? How old is this girl?
She's a kid.
Now, deputies
18.
were called to the area over a brawl between several men at a party thrown by unsupervised minors. Both women were at the shindig sometime after midnight. Reagan attempted to leave, was confronted by Styles, who accused her of stealing alcohol and vape pens. That's when Reagan, the 23-year-old girl, allegedly pulled out a 9mm handgun.
Oh, way down. Everybody settled down.
Styles managed to knock the firearm away, and a fight ensued during the brawl. Reagan allegedly bit off the top of Styles' ear.
Got that eye dotted.
Deputies said the torn piece was unable to be reattached. Styles appeared to smirk, as you can see there, during a mugshot that featured a bandage wrapped around her head. Reagan sported a black eye in the booking image. So go back to Styles. I guess she's the one that's smirking.
Yeah, she's smirking with the bandage. I thought that was like her hair, like holding her hair back. I didn't know
like
this
she
was an
was-
actual medical bandage.
Like what Trevor Lawrence wears.
Yeah, exactly.
So this, I mean, this is really sad. I mean, these two girls could have a future, could be cute girls, and they're going to end up being white trash.
I mean, they're headed down that road right now. I would imagine.
And one can hardly hear you.
I would imagine charges get dismissed here.
Yeah, there are times, time to change, LT. So this one's 18?
That's fine. That one's 18. The other one's 23. But the 23-year-old pulled out a 9mm because she stole vape pens.
That's going down a bad road right there. There's no doubt.
It is. Do you think she got that bottom lip naturally?
Yeah, it might have come from the fight too.
She got that eyebrow game going.
No, the bottom lip's natural because you would have to match up the top a little bit with it.
If she got popped.
Yeah, I mean, like the top is like non-existent and the bottom's it's just not equal.
I mean, both of them seem to be in good spirits.
Yeah, I mean, they're fairly happy for having been arrested.
I mean, it looks like both of them got their vape pens back.
I think so.
Well, I bet the meth hasn't worn off yet.
Josh says Jim just closed his laptop. I don't think I've ever seen that. What does it mean? Like people are thinking the show's over.
Katie Kirk is down.
Truthfully, I'm having some laptop issues. It is dying on me. And, I may be of the iPad generation tomorrow or a new MacBook or something. I've got to attack the issue.
Well, once you get what Lance has, I mean, I don't want to jinx this, but I think this is the longest Lance has gone with a computer without having issues. Have you had any issues with that one?
None so far.
Yeah, I mean, that speaks volumes about the quality of that product.
And I'll tell you, I popped the laptop at home the other night, and they're still on there. People are doing stuff.
People.
Listen to Lois.
He opened it. Shark attack.
DEFCON 1. DEFCON 1.
You guys laugh.
I
wasn't controlling the mouse.
They're still on there.
I just don't want to. I mean, I could plug it in. I just don't want to plug it in and run it down here. The battery's going out quick. I'm losing the screen. I got a plan.
Let's just order 2 more of these. I'll get one. I'll be done with this.
Rusty said, I think this is a play by Dunaway because he wants the same computer I've got. This was planned.
It was. I don't think it's really messed up. I think you're
You
just...
sprinkle some water on there.
Yep.
I did spill some water yesterday. But
Look
it
at
was
this. The Apple guy's getting a failure from the Apple.
No. This has done me well. I'm going to stick with Apple. So I'm going to pass on that. I am an Apple guy.
Okay.
Here they're going to do universal chargers.
Yeah. That's good for you.
Or as the kids like to call them, the USB-Cs.
USB-Cs.
That's trash. I'm sorry.
Brought to you by our friends at Mortgage
Yeah,
Trust.
buying a home, major milestone in life, getting it right comes down to the right advice at the right time. That's why we're proud to partner with our friends at Mortgage Right who do mortgages the right way. Locally owned and operated, Mortgage Right standing by to help you today. Visit their locations, Highway 280 in Birmingham, Parkway Drive in Leeds. You can apply at mortgageright.com/TNR or call 205-815-9200, NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
I love the way Tripp thinks he knows everything we do. Based on your jobs, a MacBook makes 0 sense. The 3 of you aren't editing video on your laptop. You're hosting a talk show. A damn Chromebook would be sufficient for you guys.
I present you with Lance.
I mean, I build these sheets every day that have, graphical logos.
You can't only
Tripp
do
was
that
getting
on
a
an iPhone.
little pissed. Do you think Tripp's in IT?
I don't know, but if I want to have a MacBook, I want to have a MacBook. I do a lot of things in life.
For the record, Tripp, I don't care.
Yeah.
And what do I have right here? Is it
You call it an iPad, but it's a Microsoft
You have a
Surface.
Macintosh.
It's a Microsoft Surface, I believe. Is that right, Lunsford?
I
Am
wanted
right?
a Texas Instruments.
You have
Nobody would do that, or a Tandy.
You have the official sideline of the NFL, right?
Right, which scared us because I've seen quarterbacks throw them when they're pissed at what they saw.
Well, I mean, we're still in camp.
I still
with
think
LT.
I still think it'd be funny if you guys had laptops and you had a damn desktop up there, like a gateway, like the old school desktop.
Yeah.
He just turns it on. We're back in a moment on TNR. A lot still to get to today, including at the top of the 12 o'clock hour. Who's the next Georgia? I'll give you 15 minutes to think about that. Who's the next Georgia? LT, you want to explain to us what you mean by that?
Yeah.
Who's the next Georgia?
So I will give you, in the mid-2000s, USC had what could have been 3 consecutive national championships. Then you had Florida won 2 out of 3 with Urban Meyer. Then you had Nick Saban in Alabama have that run of dominance. Then you had Clemson win 2 of 3. Now you've got Georgia winning back-to-back. Who is going to be that next team that establishes what we would consider now in college football a mini dynasty or a dynasty?
All right. Who's the next Georgia coming up at 12 o'clock? Before we get there, though, we remember a movie that's known as an 80s cult classic.
Dear Casey.
When flashback continues.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
It's the spring sales event at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Now you can get $10,000 off, plus rates as low as 4.7% on new 2022 Alfa Romeo Stelvios and new 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulias. Come see the team at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, exit 27 just off I-459 on Grants Mill Road, or visit them online at alfaromeousa of Birmingham.com. Hurry down before they're all gone. All incentives applied, in stock units only with approved credit. Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com. Hey, coffee lovers, the Next Round blend is available right now. Our specialty coffee roasted on demand with 100% Arabica beans, available in light, medium, and dark roast. Order today at nextround.store, nextround.store.
If you have water or fire damage to your home or business, DryTech is here to help. They work for the customer, not the insurance company. They respond quickly, within 20 minutes when you call 205-637-0143. They have 5 crews ready to go 24/7, built to go on the job when it happens. DryTech has 65-star Google reviews, so call DryTech, not the insurance company. Find more online at mydrytech.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items, and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com. Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round to tell you about our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap's that patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out debris and eliminate that gutter cleaning. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, almost 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. 45% off the retail price now if you call guttercapbirmingham.com. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap. Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 20/200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation, 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them The Next Round sent you, 969-8100 or Michelson. LaserVision.com.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room. Still summer travels, or maybe you're going back to school. Maybe your kid's heading off to college. Make sure your cars and trucks are in good working order. Those tires as well, 4 great locations. Our friends at Vulcan Tire and Automotive there, a proud sponsor over there of our chat room. Brownie, it's that time of day. Can you jump in the Coca-Cola ice-cold refrigerator behind you and grab me a water, man?
Did you not just walk in?
It's that time of day.
I mean, it's that time of day.
It's like opening a bag of chips on the old coach's show. Grab me a water, please, sir. Thank you very much.
Did y'all drink a lot of water as a kid?
Not as much as I should have. No,
I did.
I think I'd have been in better shape.
I never did.
Yeah, I
But
drink a lot of hose water.
I was at one of our great. By the way, a lot of compliments off our golf card just in the last few weeks.
Right.
They've just been rolling in. I guess people are finishing up using their golf card before people get back to school.
Well, we should do another one then.
We should do another one coming up. But I was at Limestone Springs, one of our great sponsors this week, and I can't remember which hole, Brown, on the back nine. It's the short par 4 that some people I think can drive from the
13?
2 tees. 13. I was walking up there, and it had a smell to it when I walked up there, and I was like, it smells like hose water.
I love hose water.
It smelled like hose water up there.
You can't love
I
hose.
do. In the
It's
taste,
nostalgic.
It is nostalgic. In the summer, hot summer day, that hose water was.
And that's what it smelled like. I don't know if they had just, the sprinklers had just turned off on the tee box or on the fairway or what.
Yeah.
But it had the smell. When I walked up there, I was like, what is that smell?
Yeah, that's a
and I went,
nostalgic
it's hose
smell.
water. And they all went, it's hose water. It's
yeah.
exactly what it smells like. It's a great smell, isn't it?
Hey, when that hot water ran out of the hose and it turned to cold water, that first sip on a hot summer day, how good was that?
Yeah, and that was the only water. Like, I wasn't introduced to water. It was nothing but Coke products at my house.
Yeah. Now, if you,
which is one of the reasons I had so many cavities as a kid.
If you grabbed that hose and your boy went over and turned on, and you went right to it, you could get that hot water. And
Oh,
it
if you
wouldn't
went too
scald.
quick, yeah.
It wouldn't scald your mouth, but it was a bad taste.
But it's perfect now. So, like somebody asked earlier in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room what temp my pool is right now. It's 86 this morning when I swam, but it'll get up to like 90 today, which is too hot. So what I'll do is I'll get the hose, put it in the pool, and it's got that cold water pumping out.
Can't hide money, can you?
Putting a hose in a pool?
Yeah, just keep that water
Just
running.
pump that
man.
water.
Part of the show today being brought to you by
You're
our
the one
friends,
doing something electrical all the time in your house.
by our friends over at
Maggie
Coca-Cola.
is.
Yeah. Coca-Cola, ice cold Coca-Colas. I finally am able to work the word Coca-Cola out over the talking there.
Wow.
All right.
No
So,
way.
It's that time of day.
Here's the movie. Here's the movie from 36 years ago. Cult classic. I'm interested to know Rockstar and LT are the big movie guys, whether you like this one or not. 36 years ago today released The Lost Boys. You like it or didn't like
I
it?
love The Lost Boys. Younger, it's okay. It held up decently.
It was all right. Like the soundtrack.
Yeah,
I
the
remember-
soundtrack was really good.
Well, give me some examples of what was on the soundtrack.
Oh, I mean, like extra. I'll have to look it up because I don't know the exact.
So why'd you
titles.
bring it up? Just because
I
it was
know,
36
years ago today.
I know People Are Strange is on there.
This
else is
was
on there?
Kiefer Sutherland?
Kiefer Sutherland,
okay.
Jason Patrick, who never got enough roles, very good actor, really didn't want those roles. Corey and Corey Haim,
and Corey Feldman.
Yeah, Feldman and Corey Haim.
Dude from Bill and Ted's Big Adventure. Not Bill and Ted. Yeah, Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure. Alex.
The blonde dude?
Yeah.
Alex Winters?
Yes.
And Jamie Gertz.
Jamie Gertz.
How can you forget Jamie Gertz?
So basically vampires, right, of the 80s.
You know Jamie Gertz is richer than any of the 80s actors?
Why? She's in a Seinfeld episode.
No, she married the dude that he owns the Hawks, but I forgot what else he started. One of these startup techs, but she's worth billions of dollars.
She's pretty too.
She is.
Zach says, in a loose way, Lost Boys was sort of about human trafficking.
I mean, you could put that spin on it, I guess.
Zach's a deep thinker, man. Always
It was
enjoys comments.
Kids
over there.
going missing, but, you know, the trafficker was a vampire.
Yeah. Is it one vampire, or were they all vampires?
Well, they had like
It's a plethora.
Yeah, I forgot who the character actor, the tall, goofy guy with the glasses. He's the main vampire, and then kind of like the leader of his pack is Kiefer.
I just remember in one scene, do they jump off a bridge and sort
That's
of
where they
fly in
sleep.
the air?
That's where they're sleeping, man.
Okay.
Yeah, you know, again, I thought it was Diane Wiest is the mom too, by the way. I thought it was good back in the day. I love. Are you following that Twitter account that throws up this movie was released this many days ago or this many years ago?
No, not at all. It was on my 1440. They
Yep,
give you some
that's it.
important things that happened on this date.
No, but it just reminds me to watch certain movies that I haven't seen in forever.
Would you introduce the Lost Boys to your boys? You go back and show them old movies. Is that one that?
I mean, I've got Jack, Jace, and Ryan tonight, and so we're going to watch a movie. I mean, that could be in the mix. I just don't know if they're into the vampire genre.
I've never seen The Lost Boys.
I think I have. Maybe in the theater I'm old enough, but it seems like I don't remember a lot of it, though. I remember Kiefer, and I remember some diving off the bridge, flying through the air kind of stuff. I don't remember the soundtrack. Who else was on the soundtrack that you liked so much?
NXS was in it. It was a bunch of just like NXS, Lou Graham. Yeah,
Which NXS song?
Good Times with Jimmy Barnes, then Lost in the Shadows. No, Laying Down the Law with Jimmy Barnes.
Lost Boys is great, says Rod in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room. My 22-year-old loved it. Brett, Interview with a Vampire was an excellent movie.
I liked Interview with a Vampire. It was okay.
I never saw it.
Anne
Rice?
Anne Rice wrote it. It was Brad Pitt, Christian Slater.
Christian Slater was
Tom Cruise.
Originally supposed to be played that part was supposed to be River Phoenix.
And he died.
Yes, so Christian Slater took it over.
Yeah, but it's definitely worth the watch. If
Tom
you like
Cruise is the vampire?
Yeah. Lestat, I think is his name.
Yeah. Is that his worst role ever?
No.
Oh, my God. He's had a couple duds.
Yeah, again, Tom Cruise, this is what's sad about Tom Cruise. Tom Cruise is a really, really good actor. To me, his best role, Magnolia. But nobody sees Tom Cruise the actor because of all the action movies. And he doesn't care.
The first time I ever saw Tom Cruise the actor was in Valkyrie. I was like, yeah, Tom Cruise is going to play a German officer, and he was just so good in the role. Playing a Nazi officer. I mean, that seems like a terrible cast, but he was so good in the role that I was like, God, this guy is such a good actor.
I mean, he was good in Jerry Maguire. Really good in Jerry Maguire.
Good.
Born on the 4th of July, I've never seen. A little too depressing for me, believe it or not.
Wow.
Wow.
Man, we found the line, Rockstar.
Risky Business. He was good in that.
He was. I went back and watched Risky Business with Jack, and it didn't hold up as well as I thought it would.
Yep. All right, so that's a trip down memory lane in the movie genre. Lost Boys, 36-year-old today. Cult classic back in the 80s. Justin Verlander wants to be traded to the Astros if he gets traded. He's got a no-trade clause, so he has to approve the trade. Deadline's happening a little bit later tonight. Tampa beat New York last night. Yankees apparently are in a sell mode. They may be about to give up. Rays and Yankees, 6 o'clock on TBS. Angels beat the Braves last night. They're in Atlanta, 6:20 tonight. Baltimore, Toronto, good series. Cincinnati and the Cubs. All of a sudden, the Cubs are buying, and they're in the hunt. All baseball continuing on. Buster on the show a little bit later on this week. We're back with another hour to go, coming up right here on the next round.
Follow LT on Twitter at @TheLanceTaylor.
Tough Dog Garage Floors is a leading provider of high-quality garage floor coatings. Jared and his team specialize in the installation of polyasparatic flake garage floors. This is good for residential and commercial clients. Garage floors, concrete flooring, basement coatings, flake flooring, patio coatings, driveway coatings, pool deck coatings, and more. From get-togethers to oil changes, your garage experience will change forever. TUFF, Tough Dog, GarageFloors.com, or call 205-273-8813.
It's the spring sales event at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Now you can get $10,000 off plus rates as low as 4.7% on new 2022 Alfa Romeo Stelvios and new 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulias. Come see the team at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, exit 27 just off I-459 on Grants Mill Road, or visit them online at alfaromeousa of Hurry down before they're all gone. All incentives applied, in stock units only with approved credit. alfaromeousa of Birmingham.com.
Hey, there's nothing worse than waking up to a plumbing problem. Don't get caught in a flooded house. Call the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemp Hill are the only ones I trust to fix it and fix it right the first time. Hemp Hill Services does it right and always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name that Birmingham has trusted since 1954. That is Hemp Hill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090. Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
If you have water or fire damage to your home or business, DryTech is here to help. They work for the customer, not the insurance company. They respond quickly, within 20 minutes when you call 205-637-0143. They have 5 crews ready to go 24/7, built to go on the job when it happens. DryTech has 65-star Google reviews, so call DryTech, not the insurance company. Find more online at mydrytech.com.
You want to look great while supporting your favorite show? You know the place to go is the official Next Round store at nextround.store. Yes, there are .store domains, and we have one. From shirts to hoodies to hats and all kinds of fun stuff, you can rep the Next Round anywhere you go. At the beach, Next Round hats to block out that sun. Up north in the winter, get you a comfy Next Round hoodie. Just need something to put your $20 beer in at a game? Get you a Next Round koozie and throw that thing in your pocket. You never know what stuff Jim's going to make me put in there next. Check it out. It's the Next Round store at nextround.store.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Final hour of the show brought to you in part today by our friends at HydroLive LT.
Hey, so next Monday, I'm trying to work on HydroLive coming in studio Monday or Tuesday before we leave for Ocean City to make sure we're really, really hydrated. Again, IV therapy, cryotherapy, compression therapy, all under one roof, open 7 days a week in Hoover and Homewood, 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. Have you been in the new location right by us in Greystone?
I have not,
It's
no.
beautiful, beautiful. Go by. New location, again, corner of Highway 119 and Douglas Baker Boulevard. Membership benefits, travel with the member, and can be used at any other HydroLive location. There's one in Nashville I saw across from the Grand Hyatt where we were staying. Mention Next Round at checkout. Save 20% off any of their services. If you can't make it to HydroLive, I've done this before. A nurse can actually come to you. You can follow them on Facebook and Instagram at HydroLive Therapy or hydrolivetherapy.com.
A couple of headlines you need to know today as you maybe are heading to lunch. The Pac-12 TV deal is being sort of introduced to their members. Have you seen anything on that yet?
I have seen that there are apparently 2 ways they are going, and I'll have to dig way back to find the tweet, so I'm going to try to just kind of summarize this.
What do you mean going? Like
2 ways they are presenting it.
Okay.
Yeah, would be, and then I want to follow up something real quick on that. An incentive-based and a less incentive-based, and the way the person that covers the Pac-12 described it is there's not a whole lot of support for either one of them. That however it's being presented, there's not support.
So incentive-based would be like Oregon and Washington would be interested in that because if they make the playoffs on the
That's
reg,
right. Yep.
they would get more money, much like Clemson and Florida State are going to try to get done over in the ACC.
And I will just read this. This comes from an official in college football is all I'm going to say, okay? But someone I respect a whole lot. He texted me this just randomly in the last segment. I think history will show today is the unofficial end of the Pac-12.
Yeah.
That's from an official in college sports.
Well, that's was going to be my point on we were going to find out either, as I said in the first segment. Today, when the Pac-12 members get to see this, we'll find out very quickly how good the TV deal is because if it's not good, somebody's going to try to jump in and get maybe the last remaining chair of the Big 12, or 3 people are going to jump to get them to a certain number. And all of a sudden, Oregon and Washington may be trying to bounce ahead of Arizona and Utah.
And because anybody I talk to says Arizona's next, that's the widely held belief is that Arizona is trying to do what you're talking about. I want to try to get that last chair at the Big. Now, it may not be the last chair at the table, but it's the last chair they got at the table right now, and I don't want to be left out in the cold.
Well, we're the even number team.
That's right.
Colorado's the odd number
and they
team.
may expand beyond us, but I want to make sure we're in the expansion.
Here's what's ironic, and this isn't hyperbole. I think this could end up being the best overall season in Pac-12 history.
I know that's the sad part. That's the sad part is that I've probably never been more excited about Pac-12 football than I am this year. Yeah. With all the quarterbacks they have, the teams that they have that could compete for that conference, and it's falling apart in front of us.
Yeah, I think you've only got 4 bad teams in that conference.
I know. I mean, I think almost every game's going to be it sets up to be a really good game. Colorado's going to play some crap games.
Yeah, going out with a bang. It's not a bad way to go out.
I guess
though, right?
not. I don't know. But apparently CW and the Turner properties are the ones to watch, not the ESPNs and the Foxes of the world. But I'll tell you what, if they could strike a deal with TBS or TNT, I'd be all for that because it's just one more network in the game showing college football games. I'm all for that.
And TBS and TNT has shown that they're pretty good at sports. They're part of the NCAA basketball tournament. They have Major League Baseball postseason and a regular season game on the reg.
I enjoy TNT's NBA coverage more than ESPN's.
Yeah, I do too.
And for you kids out there, TNT used to be in the NFL game. You guys remember the Sunday night TNT game?
For your real older folks out there, it's they remember TBS in the SEC game of the week.
That was the precursor to the Jefferson Pilot game. It was an early TBS kickoff. I think at 11 a.m. kick, like Jefferson Pilot ended up being, except that they got actual good games.
And it had the cartoon character animation open where the mascots were fighting each other and piling up, and the ball would keep spurting
that's
out.
Right. Loved it as a kid.
Sunday night was Mike Patrick, and who was the guy that looked
Paul McGuire and Joe
McGuire.
Theismann.
Yep.
It was such a good crew. I used to love, and then they moved over when ESPN got the deal, but it just had a different feel on TNT, and I love that crew.
Yeah. Bobby says the thing that doesn't make sense about Oregon and Washington to me is that if the Big Ten really wanted them, wouldn't they've already done that? Maybe the Big Ten is leveraging them. You know, Bobby makes a good point because the biggest hindrance for the Big Ten moving forward is, you know, moving USC and UCLA into the mix and the travel of all the non-football sports. And there's big stories everywhere about how they're going to try to do that.
Did you see that? It's interesting. Yeah.
But if you also had Oregon and Washington, you could make the travel a little bit better for the other sports as well if you had a bunch of teams in the West.
Yeah, for those that didn't see it, so let's say volleyball and cross country are going on at the same time. The USC volleyball team and the UCLA cross country team might be on the same charter to play Illinois and Northwestern at the same time, and they were also going to make an effort to make sure any of the teams that travel for multiple games, the end of their road trip is near a major airport. So they end in Columbus, or playing Northwestern, or playing Rutgers, so that they're very close to a major airport so they can get out of town and get back home quick.
Back to L.A. on a direct flight.
That's right, yeah. So it's interesting the links they're having to go to make all of this work.
I just don't know if Oregon's academics are good enough.
You know, that is the most overplayed thing in the world to me. I've never really understood that. Like, people say that. I was having this discussion with a friend the other day. Like, people say get rid of Vandy, and they say, it's good for the SEC's academics. When is the last time?
I'm just saying that the Big Ten has a reputation.
They do. You're right. No, you're not wrong about that. I agree with you.
Because I'm reading here. Do you guys think Oregon's good academically or not?
I really don't know. I don't know who is or isn't.
And I don't know what this means, but University of Oregon's ranking in the 22-23 edition of best colleges and national universities is number 105.
That would seem low, but I don't know who all they rank. I need to know where Northwestern is because, all right, unequivocally, the best academic institution in the Big Ten is who?
Michigan.
I mean, some people are going to say Northwestern.
Yeah, but I think Michigan might be.
But I would go Michigan.
Okay, unequivocally, the best academic institution in the Southeastern Conference is who?
People will go Vanderbilt.
Okay, unequivocally, who's second? Now, I'm saying unequivocally. This is you can't argue this. Who's second?
I would say it's Georgia.
I would personally.
Oh, no, not personally.
Yeah.
Georgia or Florida?
God, you say Georgia. Why do you say Georgia?
Georgia's academics are crazy.
Okay,
I mean, it's hard to get into because so many of the Hope scholarships.
Here's my point why when we talk about this academic ranking, it doesn't matter. Y'all can't even tell me who's second.
Yeah, I don't care.
I felt good about
Yeah.
this.
Wait, no, you did, and then you included another school. So
I said if it's not, then it's
I know. That's what I'm saying. You can't even tell me who's second.
Who was your other one? Florida?
Yeah. But you see what I'm saying?
Yeah. No, I understand.
And I asked you who's number one in the Big Ten, and one of you said Michigan, one of you said Michigan, maybe Northwestern.
Yeah, but who's number one in the Big Ten right now in football?
Well, Michigan has been the last 2 years. It's pretty clear. They won the Big Ten championship.
But is it clear?
Yeah. They're back-to-back Big Ten champion.
They've never played for a national championship.
Well, that doesn't matter.
Ohio State's won one in the last decade.
You didn't ask me who's the best in the country.
No, I'm asking you who's the best in the Big Ten.
Right now it's Michigan, back-to-back.
I don't think you can unequivocally say that Michigan.
I can. They literally won it on the field 2 straight years.
So
Kayvon Thibodeau didn't help Oregon's academic reputation, says Stephen in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room.
So who's the best team in the Big 12?
The best team in the Big 12 this past year was Kansas State. They won it on the field.
But TCU played for a national championship.
They couldn't beat Kansas State, though.
Who was the best team in the SEC in 2017?
The best team in the SEC in 2017. That's a tougher one.
Yeah. Georgia won the conference championship.
Yeah, Alabama won the national championship.
And
That's
Auburn beat Alabama.
Auburn beat Alabama. That one gets a little murky.
Yeah.
But who is it right now?
It's Georgia.
That's right.
It's Georgia right
Settled
now.
on the field.
You maybe said it's Georgia, Brown. Bobby thinks it's A&M or Florida second best in the SEC.
But you see my point, right? I mean, so why does
different answers.
Why does academic ranking matter? We don't even know where these schools are ranked.
Well, I don't care.
I don't either. I've
again,
never once thought about it.
Back to my point, though, I think the Big Ten does have an issue with academics, whether you're good or not.
And I don't disagree with you on that, but I'm just saying I don't see why they think that matters. Like, do you ever watch Game Day and Game Day says, hey, Northwestern's playing Illinois. Coach, you want to make your pick? And Corso's like, Northwestern's the best academic institution, and Illinois is only 8th in the conference, so I'm taking Northwestern. It doesn't matter. I mean, why do they care about that?
We will get to our who's the next Georgia. We got a little deep in that discussion there coming up, and also our 4 downs. That's in our next segment. But we believe in advertising on this show. You guys know that.
I would think so, yes.
Yeah. But is there a line that can be crossed that'll be too much?
I think we would probably say no to that, but I'm willing to listen to you.
There is now a plan, if Elon Musk gets his way, where he will launch space ad satellites.
Okay, tell me how this works.
That in the night sky, you'll be able to see pixelated images and words, basically a commercial in the night sky coming from a satellite or a group of satellites.
In space?
Yeah, that basically be orbiting the Earth. So basically you could just be outside on the beach.
That's where I draw the line.
And you look up into the sky, and there's a pixelation of...
Unless I've got to go sell it for a living.
I was about to say, you won't draw a permanent line there.
That up there it says BetMGM.
Cap it, don't snap it.
But
so who's stopping him from doing this? You said if he gets his way.
Well, I mean, he's working on a business plan right now. He's sort of the forefront of it right now.
I don't think anybody could stop this. Who owns the sky?
Well, I don't know. I guess we can shoot it down if we don't like it.
Yeah, if you don't like it. Yeah, it seems like an extreme measure, but yeah.
Space ad satellites could be up to $5 million.
Steven's right. If I can't choose to turn it off, that is where I draw the line, and I cannot choose to turn that off, Lance. It's in my sky.
Yeah. We have the redneck version of that guy in a prop plane with the banner flying behind it.
Yeah, but that's
look, we got kind of Club La Vila today. We got 25 cents.
Have you ever bought anything off one of those?
No, I'll tell you, I've gone to a bar or restaurant
because of the advertising.
Me too. Okay. Back in the day, before we had phones.
It'd be $1 beers. You kidding me?
Yeah, or wet T-shirt contest at Club La Vila back in the day.
And maybe we're conditioned to that. That doesn't bother me because that's also a little nostalgia.
Yeah.
Looking up, sitting on the beach, and hearing that plane go by. But there's something about whether you're camping out, which I never am, but if you're just outside looking up at the stars,
up at the heavens, and can you see, you and your girl, of the future looking up there, going, "Is that the Big Dipper?" And then all of a sudden it.
Call me, Alabama.
A few more pixelations go.
And then you've got Trojan.
Yeah. Or it's BetMGM or Shannara or something like that.
Like
Wrap it, don't snap it.
It's a new pill, and they have the damn side effects. They got a list and everything.
Oh, yeah.
Horrible diarrhea, dry mouth.
Or it's probably
horrible diarrhea. I've never explosive diarrhea. Dry mouth.
Or it could be Shaq doing a commercial for the General up there or something.
Well, I mean, Goose says Musk doesn't own the night sky, but nobody does. That's the point. Anybody can fire a satellite up in there. Nobody owns space.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what the future holds. Hopefully, I'm not around to see the satellite ads.
Will we get to see them constructed on NASA Plus?
Only if you pay.
Okay.
Yeah, that's going to be a NASA Plus.
I mean, if it's in geosynchronous orbit and it's over like the United States, it's only I don't know how they're going to do that because obviously it's only going to work at night. So boy, you sure are limiting the audience that's going to see it. You know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah, it's got to be at night and only tonight. Don't forget in the southern skies.
Yeah,
we'll tell you about the new Coca-Cola that's coming out.
Right.
It won't be everywhere. Interesting future. Just thought I'd throw that out.
Florida's number 2.
Academically?
Mm-hmm.
Again, don't care. I'm just saying. It shows you how little it matters.
When we come back, we will get to who's the next Georgia and our 4 downs. It's next right here on TNR.
Follow Brownie on Twitter and Instagram at Ryan Brown Live.
Harbin's Outdoors is an award-winning landscape company specializing in installing custom fiberglass pools, landscaping, and hardscaping. Jeremy and his team are a one-stop shop for your pool construction needs. Harbin's does it all, from the install to the final hardscapes around the pool and everything in between. It's beautiful work. You can find them on Instagram at Harbins_Outdoors to see it for yourself, or call or text Jeremy directly, 205-300-0718. That's 205-300-0718. At Harbins, you and your home are the center of all that they do. Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
Let's face it, a home is one of the most powerful assets you can have, and our friends at Mortgage Right want to help you build wealth through home ownership. Mortgage Right is all about providing competitive rates, a variety of loan products, and a multitude of resources for a seamless home buying experience. They treat their borrowers like family and are always looking to bring more happy homeowners under their roof. See more by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR today and start living. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, equal housing lender.
Hey, let me tell you about our friends at Urology Centers of Alabama. Compassionate and comprehensive urological care with 35 physicians, 17 locations across Alabama. Their patient-centered approach to all of your urological needs. Remember, they've got that new men's health center. It is beautiful, helping men with a wide range of sensitive male issues in a comfortable environment. You can always go online, visit urologycentersalabama.com, schedule an appointment with one of their many urologists today. Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations, but we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items, and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com.
Hey, if you're starting to thin out up top, I got a name for you, Dr. Beckenstein. You've heard me talking about him on The Next Round. He is the guy you need to see. My hair has already doubled in thickness. I've been going to Dr. B for over a year now. Make the phone call that I made, 205-319-0316. For more than 20 years, women and men have turned to Dr. Beckenstein for a range of cosmetic and reconstructive procedures. He will use that experience, his advanced training, and genetic testing to help his patients fully understand the procedures they are considering. T3hair.net or 205-319-0316.
Before we get our 4 downs from Lance and Slice, can you give me the Spencer Rattler, new addition he has to the Rattler family? Great year last year. Heard Hutson Mason early on. This is him picking up his new G-Wagon yesterday.
Wow.
Do you like the G-Wagon?
I do like the G-Wagon.
I'm not a big fan, but those things are high dollar for a college guy. What's that ticket, Lance, on those?
Oh, man, $175 to $200?
Yeah, I've never been a big fan of them myself. A little boxy for me.
Yeah, there's Rattler jumping into his new G-Wagon as part of his deal there with the fine folks at South Carolina, coming off a good year for them. I wonder your expectation of South Carolina this year. They were in our 40 and 40. Where'd they come in? Around 27? Just outside of 25? Yeah, number 27. They were right behind UCLA in our 40 and 40 countdown a few weeks ago. Is that about right for South Carolina?
I think it is. I think South Carolina is going to be better this year. I think Spencer Rattler is going to be more consistent. Wells is one of the best receivers, not only in the SEC and college football, but when you start to look at the schedule, man, it's, you open with North Carolina, you close with Clemson. I mean, that is 2 tough out-of-conference games. You got to go to Georgia. You got to go to Tennessee. You got to go to A&M.
Yeah, for those that missed it today, Clemson picked to win the ACC. Carolina picked to finish 3rd. So you're playing potentially 2 of the top 3 teams in the ACC, not to mention your SEC schedule. I mean, you could make an argument that Spencer Rattler, now you could make an argument with a lot of quarterbacks on this, but him specifically, you could make an argument is potentially the most important player in the Southeastern Conference. to the success of his team, because if he plays the way he did against Tennessee and Clemson to end the year last year, that South Carolina team can make some noise. If he's out, I don't even know what their backup situation is.
Goose says, man, people are paying Rattler enough for a G-Wagon. Boy, the bar is low. NH3425, G-Wagon started about 140. That's it, really.
I mean, 140, though, is kind of...
Yeah, but he was saying, looking at the car for 140, he thought was a little unimpressed with the G-Wagon.
But I'm saying, I mean, you know, there was talk about Talia Tagovailoa potentially being offered $1.5 million. If Spencer Rattler gets a $140,000 G-Wagon, to me, that's pretty good value.
Well,
I'm not saying he's better than Talia, but
it's not the only thing he's getting.
Oh, I know that.
But that's probably a local dealership deal, right?
Yeah, 100%.
And it's probably not his. It's probably you're going to drive this as long as you're in South Carolina.
And you bring it back with a few thousand miles on it, we'll sell it, you know, as a demo.
Our friends at Slice brings you 4 Downs every day off of Georgia a little bit, part of the 4 Downs. It's brought to you by the great locations of Slice.
La Excelencia. Coming soon to Slice, but the specialty pizzas, they are fantastic. From the soul pie all the way to the wing and a prayer, the spicy Hawaiian, the hot mama. For more information, go online, slicebirmingham.com, or get in and see the Bajalia Brothers, 4 locations, Vestavia, Lakeview, Montevallo, and now Crestline Park.
First down.
Again, this happens every time. I did it on the phone.
You know, it's been a while since you left trash laying in the office and had to go get it at the last minute, so...
A couple of things while he's pulling that up.
So what are you trying to say, that I'm not supposed to put it in my phone anymore?
No, I'm just saying it does seem like an inefficient way of doing it.
Tennessee 4-star.
Well, you can do 4 Downs if you want.
See, I knew that would happen. Oh.
No, it's okay. I'm waiting. I mean, I was trying to fill a little time.
Well, we were talking.
But y'all were going to talk. That's fine.
More wins, Georgia or the Kansas City Chiefs?
I'm going to go with the Georgia Bulldogs with 12. Probably a tie. 12-5, 12-0. I mean, crap. I mean, Kansas City, who's going to beat them?
We think that every year, don't we? They end up losing. I could see Kansas City being a 13-win regular season team, and I think Georgia can get to more than 13 wins when you include SEC championship.
But I don't think we do that, right? We just do regular season.
I thought we did do that. I never know the rules.
Yeah, normally the college, we give them the entirety of the season.
Yeah.
Okay. Then 13, 14, 15
I think I'd go
is
Georgia.
their max.
Yeah. I can see Georgia being 14-1.
Yeah.
Either as the national champion or losing in that national championship game finally to somebody.
Or 13-2. It would take 13-4 to tie
pass them. Yeah, so I think I'll go Georgia.
I'd go Georgia.
I think I would go Chiefs, but boy, it'd be tough.
It'd be tough.
Second down.
More total yards this year, Bijan Robinson or Kendall Milton?
I'm going to go Bijan Robinson. Total yards, I'm going to go Bijan Robinson. Yeah, pretty good out of the backfield. Emphasis with that coaching staff to run the football. 17 games. There's a lot of talent in that Georgia backfield. They're going to throw it around a little bit too. As Hudson said earlier in the show, best receiving room since they've had. So I'm going to go. I'm not even sure Milton's the guy all season long for Jordan.
But boy, there are a lot of weapons on that Atlanta offense too. I mean, Cordarrelle Patterson's still there.
Kyle Pitts
still there.
Drake London's still there. Bijan Robinson.
Algier.
Well, I tell you what, man, if Scott's team could just find a quarterback, their offense could be dynamic.
I mean, it's the best team in the NFC South this year.
I agree. If they just had a quarterback.
For some reason, I think New Orleans wins it.
Carolina's going to win it.
But I'm saying if you took either of those two quarterbacks, I would even take Bryce Young sight unseen. You take Bryce Young or Derek Carr, and I think they would be fantastic.
Put them on the Falcons roster.
Put them on the Falcons roster. They'd be fantastic.
I think I would take Bijan.
Third down.
More total touchdowns this year, Carson Beck or the combination of Desmond Ridder and Drake London?
God.
I would take Ridder and London. I think London's good for 7 or 8.
And Ridder, I mean, even a bad season is
25.
25. I think I would take him too. And boy, I'm just not seeing Carson Beck. It is so hard to take him in that situation.
I agree. I'll take those two with the Falcons as well.
Fourth down.
The late Jerry Garcia, which I never could get into the dead. Never a fan. I remember when he passed away, I was on the Duster bus. The Elkhart Duster bus, way back in the summer of '95.
Well, how did y'all get word on the bus? That was pre-internet.
Yeah, I think it was like one of these stops or something, and somebody got a USA Today, and you found out like a day later. But I'll never forget there was a couple of deadheads on that team. But Jerry Garcia would have been 81 today if I asked you ultimately the better career, Jerry Garcia or Ed Sheeran.
Jerry Garcia's got longevity. I don't think Ed Sheeran's going to have longevity.
Yeah, I don't think we'll know who Ed Sheeran is 20 years from now. So I'll go Jerry Garcia. I had a weird feeling that Mick Jagger had died yesterday.
You just had a weird feeling?
What gave you that feeling?
Because pain in your leg?
No, LT. I was driving to dinner with Maggie, and there was a Rolling Stones song on one channel. We flipped to another channel on Sirius XM. There was another Rolling Stones song on. Then we got out of dinner, and there was back on the same channel, it was a different Rolling Stones song on. I flipped it to another channel. It was a Rolling Stones song on, and the fourth time I go, damn, did Mick Jagger die and we don't know it? Because that's what would happen.
Yeah,
You'd have a lot of
exactly.
channels playing Rolling Stones, and I think it was you who told me that he hadn't been seen publicly in a long, long time.
It's been a while. He had a birthday a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah.
So, Rockstar, do you think you guys said Ed Sheeran won't stand up? When this generation dies off, do you think the Deadheads, I mean, that's kind of a cult following.
It is. That's why I think that's just, you may not be, I'm not a big fan of their music, but their impact has such a mass audience. Ed Sheeran is very, I mean, I just don't.
And a Deadhead's kid, they're going to get their kids to listen to the music too. Netflix apparently got some kind of incredible documentary on the Dead.
I didn't know that.
Tyler saying, yeah.
Yeah, the Ringer had a story this week that I didn't read because I'm not a Deadhead, but it was about the dying. Is the Dead finally dead? Was the question mark, and they had the logo. And I don't know who's touring. Is it called the Dead Experience or something with their album?
Yeah, John Mayer.
Dead and Company.
Yeah. Dead and Company, yeah. And apparently it's not as popular as it had been. So there's questions about the future.
I just don't know what the jam band future is for the future generations because there's so few of them. I mean,
and we're trying to speed everything up.
I know, the attention
who wants to listen
span.
to a 12-minute song?
Exactly. Yeah. So I don't know. I don't know what the future of that would be. In standard Ryan Brown fashion, this is so me. The only Dead song I like is "Touch of Grey."
Oh, that's a good one.
Well, it is, but it's like their only hit too. I mean, that's so me, only liking a hit. I'm a
one
hits
they made
guy.
a music video for.
Is there one like about Up All Night? Is that one?
Sleep All Day, Slaughter.
Yeah.
No, I don't know. I don't know any Grateful Dead stuff. I know Friend of the Devil.
Our buddy Mick Gillespie, he said, when you discover it, you're going to know what you've been missing. He said it'll hit all at once. And I was like, no, it won't.
You got to get on them shrooms.
It needs to be a combo for you: shrooms and Deadheads.
Deadheads. Yeah, you don't have shrooms for the other.
Thought that might come out of Brown's mouth after the weekend, but
and that is Four Downs, brought to you by our friends at Slice.
Again, 4 great locations: the original in Lakeview, Vestavia, Crestline Park, Montevallo, created by the late Jeff Bajaya, great dude. His brothers continue the legacy. Jason and Chris, get in and see them today. One of those 4 locations. For more information on the great specialty pizzas, go to slicebirmingham.com.
You're right. Thomas, that is widespread panic. The Up All Night. That is,
Well, I mean, that's same genre. You got the genre.
Yeah, and that may be the only Panic song I know. All right, when we come back, who's the next Georgia, and a lot more right here on the Next Round, brought to you in part by our friends at Alfa Romeo Birmingham today, and also our friends at Bud Light. Easy to drink, easy to enjoy.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway.
You can win a Chevy Trail Boss pickup or your share of $25,000 in free play and cash at Birmingham Racecourse Casino. The more you visit, the more chances you have to win. Play the latest, most exciting games around with fun bonuses and big jackpots. You can be a winner too. Come win your share during the Trail Boss and $25,000 giveaway at Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Drawings August 25th and 26th. Located off I-459, exit 31, Derby Parkway. Must be 21 or older. Must be present to win.
For 50 years, our friends at Wayne's have been doing things around your house that you don't have time to do. Warm weather is coming. You want that lawn looking great. You want mosquitoes not around. Our friends at Wayne's, they can help you out. Right now, they will do $50 off for each of those services to continue to celebrate their 50th anniversary. Again, our friends at Wayne's, they take care of all of us here on the Next Round. You don't want those mosquitoes. You want the lawn looking great. Call them today, 866-WAYNES1, or call Waynes.com.
If you have water or fire damage to your home or business, DryTech is here to help. They work for the customer, not the insurance company. They respond quickly, within 20 minutes when you call 205-637-0143. They have 5 crews ready to go 24/7, built to go on the job when it happens. DryTech has 65-star Google reviews, so call DryTech, not the insurance company. Find more online at mydrytech.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the next round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the next round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping on some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And in our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, LT takes off the gloves for in-depth conversations with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmont Vodka. Find these podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Are you faced with unexpected medical expenses? You want to update your backyard? Or you just want that dream vacation? Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. Legacy Credit Union can help with lifestyle loans. Legacy Lifestyle Loans do not require collateral, and they have affordable low rates. See more about Legacy Lifestyle Loans online at legacycreditunion.com or simply stop by one of the 9 branches in the greater Birmingham area. Legacy, the official credit union of UAB.
Back with you on the next round. Hemp Hill Services brings you part of the show today. When it comes to heating, cooling, and plumbing, they're the best in the business.
Yeah, again, they are offering 0% for 60 months for qualified customers, plus free 10-year labor warranty. When you mention the next round, call Adam, Chad, Andrew, the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Make sure that HVAC unit ready to keep up with the changing weather. Hemp Hill Services, locally owned and operated independent train dealer. The team can service all makes and models. Call today for all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs. 205-229-2090 or hemphillservices.com.
Forrester, can you pull up our total top 25, the Taylor graphic from yesterday? This is the final top 25 right here, our 40 and 40, voted on by you guys. Georgia, number 1 with 56 first-place votes. Michigan, Ohio State, Alabama, LSU. We jump into the conversation off of Georgia being number 1 as we wrap up our 40 and 40 today with this question: who's the next Georgia? And LT went back since 2000. USC had a chance to win 3 in a row before they lost to Texas. Florida won 2 of 3. There was Alabama. There was Clemson. Now there's Georgia. Who's the next Georgia? LT, first of all, a few rules. Can you go back to a team that has already been mentioned?
Yeah.
Okay, so if I asked you who's the next Georgia, where do you go first?
Well, I am going to go back to a team because it's almost been 20 years, and that would be USC. And I think it starts with an elite coach in Lincoln Riley. And you saw his impact from 4-8, and year 1, he has them a half away from playing in the college football playoff. And this team's going to be even better. You got the reigning Heisman Trophy winner coming back. You've got arguably the best receiver in the Pac-12 that is transferred over in Dorian Singer. You've beefed up that defensive line, the transfer portal. They've been so active, and they're going to continue to recruit at a high level. I think they even become higher profile once they get to the Big Ten. To me, gets a little more difficult for USC, but I think the talent will continue to build, and I think USC is going to be that team.
Mr. B says, I knew it.
I'm not trying to be a homer here. I mean,
They've got an opportunity. There's no doubt. I'm just interested to see what life is like for them in the Big Ten before I believe that. You know what I'm saying? Like in the Pac-12, I actually agree with you in the Pac-12. I think USC would be a great choice. And I'm not sure life will be that much different in the Big Ten.
Goose says USC is like the new Texas, always back but never real.
The other thing.
Ooh.
Well,
they were pretty damn real under Pete Carroll. They should have won 3 consecutive national championships.
You said that yourself. That's almost now 20 years ago.
Yeah. Well, I would just say this. Lincoln Riley dominated the Big 12 conference. and in year one,
that is true.
Stamp the Pac-12. Again,
Yeah.
the Big Ten is better. There's a little more competition, especially on the top side.
And the other thing about this is even in the Big Ten, with a 12-team playoff, how often is Lincoln Riley and USC going to miss that playoff? I mean, I think Lincoln Riley showed you at Oklahoma. He's there a lot.
They should not. But
They
who's
shouldn't.
who's the next Georgia, Brown?
I think it's LSU. I am a Brian Kelly respecter.
I am too.
As you are, Lance. Think you are too? I don't know that you've ever been as strong as me and Lance, but I think
I wrote down what I thought would be the most common 3 answers right here.
Okay. I am a Brian Kelly respecter, and I think the natural thing to do with LSU would be say, yeah, but they're in the same conference as Georgia. How could it be them? Well, let me remind you, you would have said the same thing about Urban Meyer's Florida team, and Alabama took the crown. You would have said the same thing about Alabama's team under Nick Saban, and Georgia has taken the crown. What stops LSU from taking the crown from Kirby Smart in Georgia? Nothing, I tell you, Jim. Nothing stops them. They've got an elite coach who can recruit. They've got a school that has always done well in recruiting. You can cast the the famous 300-mile radius net and catch so many great players down there. You can recruit Houston and East Texas. They've got money. They've got dedicated fans. They've got everything it takes. We've seen it with the last 3 coaches that have been there. They've all won national championships. And I think Brian Kelly's the second best coach, and I don't even think that's that controversial. Brian Kelly's the second best coach of that bunch. And if you take the coaches where they are in their career,
right,
Brian Kelly's the best of that bunch. Now, Nick Saban ended up being the best coach, but I'm just saying where they are in their career when they took the LSU job, Brian Kelly is the best coach LSU's ever hired.
Yeah, look, I don't disagree, and we said this last week, the best coach, either the NFL or college football, active coach that is yet to win either a Super Bowl or national championship, it's Brian Kelly. Brian Kelly is the best active coach that has not won a national championship.
And when they hired them, that's what I'm saying now. I'm not saying he's a better coach than Nick Saban. Nobody's going to argue that one. But when they were hired, it's the best coach LSU's ever hired at that moment.
So if not LSU or USC, give me one more team who could be the next Georgia.
I mean, it's going to be boring, but it's Ohio State.
Yep, that's who you'd have to say.
Ohio State.
Which is funny because we just talked about the fact that Michigan has taken that conference over, yet we still go Ohio State. That brand dies hard, doesn't
And
it?
it could be Michigan.
Could be Michigan.
What did you write down?
If Michigan was to break through and win a national championship this year, you've slowly had progress in each year.
I would feel if Michigan were to do it this year, and I don't think they will, if they were to do it, I would feel very confident it's not Harbaugh's last one, would you?
I mean, I would feel fairly confident, yeah.
I thought I would get 3 of 3. I got 2 of 3 of your answers.
Okay. You've got LSU, Texas, and USC.
I thought Texas would be your
I don't
answer.
have faith in Sark.
I don't have faith in Sark.
Yeah, I knew you'd go LSU and USC, but I thought Texas would be your other answer.
Well, I don't have faith in Sark, and who's done it at Texas?
Nobody has, but who had done it at Georgia before this?
No, nobody. You're right. I mean, it's not a qualifier. You're absolutely right.
Vince Dooley won 1.
Yeah.
Won a lot of games, but he won 1.
Yeah.
No,
I know.
Yeah.
It's not a disqualifier. I'm just saying nobody has done it there. There might be a reason.
Boy, and Sark's
you
talking
said
a
the
lot.
same about Georgia, though.
Yeah, but keep in mind, in this time, that the period of time since 2000 we're talking about, LSU's won 3 national championships with 3 different coaches, right? So, I mean, it can be done there. And Auburn's won 1 and played for another. Should have won a second one.
Yeah.
So, Hugh Freeze could do something special there. I mean, there's certain programs that are going to be in the mix, which will get us to Heather Dinich in our final segment. She says there's 17 teams that she thinks the playoffs will be decided out of 17 teams, and that is too many. At least her 17 is not right. That's in the final segment coming up.
Have you guys seen Steve Sarkisian's quote here? And I don't know if you guys like this or dislike it. I think there's so much pressure already on him in year 3 with what they've got coming back. But here's his quote. I think this team's on a mission. They've taken the mindset of being on a mission. They've kind of adopted the John Wick mentality. I think they've kind of assumed this mentality of embrace the hate. We get it. We're the University of Texas. We get it. This is our last year in the Big 12. We can sit there, be a punching bag, or we can go attack the people that we're going to play. And I think that they've assumed the responsibility to say, hey, we're going to go after everybody else too. I think that's the right mentality to have.
I don't have a problem with that. No.
I mean, that's the mentality Kirby had last year.
Yeah.
We're not going to be hunted. We're going to be the hunter.
I get that, but Kirby had won a national championship. I think Sark's putting more on his plate.
He is, but here's the truth of the matter. If you're the coach at a place like Texas, you may as well just accept the expectations, because you're going to be judged by them either way, whether you accept them or not. Like, what do you think Texas fans' expectations are? If Sark had never said one word, if he doesn't even hold a press conference, what's their expectations?
They win the Big 12 and go to the college football playoff.
Yeah, so, I mean, I don't know that you can apply any more pressure than that right there, no matter what you say. Because I agree with you.
And you can't really pour mouth it in year 3.
Nope. I mean, that ship has sailed. I mean, I think everybody naturally assumes that they're going to compete this year.
The next Georgia, that discussion there. Brought to you in part by our friends at Bud Light. The Bud Light Backyard Tour coming to Birmingham on August the 8th, featuring Seaforth. Bud Light wants to make it easier for you to get the most out of your summer, so they're giving away over 300 tickets. Enter right now for your chance to win your tickets at BudLightBackyard.com. BudLightBackyard.com. No purchase necessary. Open to U.S. residents, excluding the state of Florida. 21 plus to enter. It's all right there at BudLightBackyard.com. BudLightBackyard.com. The Bud Light Backyard Tour in Birmingham, August the 8th. When we come back, Heather Dinich thinks the playoffs are down to 17 teams. We start kicking some of those teams out of that conversation when we come back on TNR.
Call the next round now at 205-734-0923.
Summer is here, school is out, and that means moving season. If you need help buying a home or selling your home, you need Holly Mack Wilson. Let Holly Mack Wilson do for you what she did for 70 people last year. Find you the home of your dreams. She is a professional who helps you with every step of the buying and selling process. Holly Mack Wilson will help you find a home, negotiate the best price, and help you get your home ready to sell. She helps you get the most out of the house you are selling and helps you get into the home of your dreams at the best possible price. Holly Mack Wilson can help you find a home anywhere in Alabama, from Huntsville to Mobile. So call Holly Mack Wilson today, 205-901-9446, or check her out online at hollymackhomes.com. Then sit back and enjoy your summer. Who knows, she may even help you plan your summer vacation. That's Holly Mack Wilson at 205-901-9446 or hollymackhomes.com. Holly Mack Wilson, your trusted and professional travel planner and Keller Williams agent. Want more of The Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Remember the name Way to Wellness if you're battling weight loss in your life. I'm Jim Dunaway from The Next Round. There was a time I was over 216 pounds until Way to Wellness helped me lose 45 pounds, and now for over 2 years, they've helped me keep that weight off. Here's their website, aplanforme.com, aplanforme.com. That's a great name for a website because there's no cookie-cutter plan. Everything is designed specifically for you. No contract, no sign-up fees, and your first consultation is free at Way to Wellness. Storm season is here. Make sure you have a plan of action in place right now. Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing should be your first call when storms hit. Insurance companies love working with Storm Restoration Roofing because of Greg Nelson's name and reputation in the industry. When storms hit, call Greg Nelson. He's local, 205-542-3531. He's the home of the free no-cost roof inspection. Greg from Pell City on Facebook, 205-542-3531. It's Storm Restoration Roofing.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who miss the fairway all day and still pull out the big stick, the type of guys who will always prefer to be behind the grill than in front of the camera, and the men who never let their friends forget about a high school nickname. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Who wants to settle for a single TV? With more TVs, bigger screens, plus our fabulous scenic views, there's more to watch at Twin Peaks.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Final segment brought to you by our friends at Bromberg's.
Family owned and operated since 1836. Our friends at Bromberg's, they've established such solid reputation as a fine purveyor of quality diamonds as well as jewelry, timepieces, and gifts. They are your diamond specialists. If you're thinking about popping the question, make sure you get in. See them today. 2 locations, Mountain Brook at the Summit. You can also shop online. Go to brombergs.com.
Okay, earlier today, Heather Dinich puts out a story. She thinks 17 teams are really where your playoff discussion starts, right? 17 teams is where your playoff discussion starts. And instantly, you just named one team. You said Heather Dinich. This story, I'm trying to reenact it in a nice way. I mean, you do these stories so that people will, they read them and then it stirs up an emotion. And so 17 teams, one of them she had in there that instantly stirred your emotion was who?
TCU.
TCU.
Now, I'll say I went back and looked, and there's 10 or 11 teams that I agree on. But there are some that I just disagree on. TCU is the one that really jumps out. I mean,
the 17 teams that can make the college football playoffs, which is 4 spots. So she's squeezing 4 spots, pulling 4 teams out of 17, she says.
Look, they can make it if they go undefeated.
Yeah.
Again, that was just – it was a fairy tale is the way they describe it here.
Absolutely.
And they've got them right now to make the playoff a 1.2% chance based on their projections. This is a team last year that goes 13-2. Brown pointed out earlier they didn't even win the Big 12 championship, but they had such a great regular season. They were able to get into the college football playoff, but they're losing 11 starters. So you're replacing 11 starters. That wouldn't be a concern if it was Ohio State or Alabama or Georgia, but for TCU to be replacing 11 starters in a second-year coach, I just don't see this.
Okay, update on Pac-12 media deals later, but Forrester, one more time, if you can pull up our 40 and 40 top 25, and I'll just count them off from the top, and you tell me if you do the Heather Dinich exercise, teams that can make the college football playoffs, you stop me when I say one in our ranking in order that you don't think will be a playoff team or can be a playoff team.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? That will not be in the discussion. Georgia, Michigan, Ohio State, Alabama, LSU, Clemson, Penn State.
Stop.
So you don't even think Penn State's in the conversation for the playoffs?
I don't.
Well, I mean, but any teams after that? Because USC's after that, Florida State's after that, Texas.
Oh, I've got some after that.
Oh, okay.
So
we're not stopped for the whole list.
No.
Okay. All right. Just want to be
Penn
clear.
State to me is going to be really good. They won 10 games last year. They're supposed to be better this year. We'll see how good Drew Aller is. But again, they're the third best in their own division.
Yeah, unless they are not, unless they're the best in their division. I'm just saying who are contenders. These are 17 teams that can make the college football playoff. And, I think you can make the case that Penn State could at least be the second best in the Big Ten, and we've seen 2 Big Ten teams go. USC, you think, can do it? Florida State?
I would hold on Florida State. Again, 10 wins last year, but has Florida State really got the talent to go undefeated? And that's what they would have to do, really. I believe they would have to go undefeated.
Oh, you don't think a one loss?
If
they lose to Clemson and then come back and beat Clemson?
Or what if they lose to LSU and then win the rest of them?
Yeah.
Well, wait, so we don't have divisions this year?
Nope, not in the ACC.
Yeah, so if they
They'll
do
play
that,
Clemson twice in all likelihood.
Yeah, so you get one loss.
No division in the ACC, no divisions in the Pac-12.
Mike Norvell in the college football playoff, I can't see it, but we'll see.
Okay. And
could you have seen Sonny Dykes?
No.
Texas and Oregon. I stopped at 11.
Yeah, I mean, I could see Texas and Oregon, again, with those conferences.
I stopped at 11. I don't think Tennessee
I don't think Tennessee
can be one of 2 SEC teams.
Dinich has got Tennessee
There's
there.
a path for Utah, but boy, it's a narrow path.
Yeah, I don't think Utah and Washington can do it. I don't think Notre Dame can. Kansas State, TCU, Oregon State. No more after that.
I disagree. I think Utah can. I think Washington can. Again, if somebody wins that Pac-12 at 11-1.
Well, I mean, it's so funny that you're keeping Oregon, Utah, and Washington in the conversation. What are you going 4 deep in the Pac-12, but you're only going 2 deep in the Big Ten?
I haven't seen Penn State there, and those are all grouped together. I'm just saying, if one of those teams goes 11-1 in the Pac-12, Pac-12 is going to get a lot of respect.
Yeah, I think it's more a reflection of the Big Ten that Ohio State and Michigan are clearly the better teams, and there's just not a clearly better team in the Pac-12. I think USC is the best of the bunch.
Yeah, but see on the flip
but
side,
they're not clearly.
That's what I'm saying. On the flip side of that, USC, Oregon, Utah, Washington, Oregon State, they're so
they're a lot
clumped
alike.
together, right? That I don't think anybody will set themselves apart and will not come out into a 14
Well, no,
playoff.
that's what I said, though. If one of those teams does go 11-1 somehow, because they're going to get so much respect this year, I think Kansas State at 16 could be interesting. With what they've got coming off a 10-win season where they win the Big 12 championship, I think they're going to be improved this year. So if they were to win the Big 12 with only one loss, they're there.
Yeah. All right, so that's Heather Dinage today. We'll wrap up the show talking about Pac-12 media rights, but first off, over there in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room, Rusty also stops at Penn State. Michael says if Penn State gets the playoffs, Sark craps the bed, Texas gets Franklin.
Whoa.
He's calling the shot right there.
Yeah.
That reminds me, what is the date for, usually our day we would do the Guarantee Friday. We're now going to be at the Floribama. We could still go ahead and do it at the Floribama. It's
Don't see
a
why
fun
not.
Guaranteed Friday show at the Floribama.
No doubt. Let's do it.
Okay,
So that's the Friday before week 0.
Yeah, August the 25th.
Yeah. I think we'd have to do it that day. I'm all for that. You
Yeah.
good with that?
good
Guaranteed
with that.
Friday from the Bama?
So we'll be at the Floribama for our Guaranteed Friday this year, August the 25th.
I mean, you never know what we might guarantee a couple bushwhackers deep, right?
That's right.
Yeah.
Ashley, one of our great female listeners, Clemson will not be in the conversation by late October. Before they get there, Florida State, Notre Dame could put L's on Dabo. Dabo likes his team, though.
I like this team, too.
Yeah, late October. That's a bold prediction. I want to go back and look at Clemson's schedule, but I know they
then
play
they-
Florida State by then.
And Notre Dame by then, I think, right? Or is that early November?
No, Notre Dame's not till Saturday, November 4th. That's a big day in football, by the way, November 4th.
You always say that.
Oh, it is.
I've got it ingrained in my mind now because
Yep.
you've said it so much.
Clemson, Notre Dame. Mid-October, they will have played at Duke, Charleston Southern, FAU, Florida State, at Syracuse, Wake, bye week at Miami. That gets you through mid-October.
Yeah.
I mean, if they lose any game other than Florida State there, I'll be stunned.
Yeah. All right, Pac-12 media rights deal. They have started sharing it with the people that need to know in the Pac-12. And lukewarm is
maybe, yeah.
What are some of the details Brett McMurphy and others are reporting?
Yeah,
now?
Ross Dellinger has been on top of it too. Yahoo Sports, Brett McMurphy with Stadium. Pac-12 presidents and ADs, as expected, according to Ross Dellinger here, met this morning, were presented with details of a TV deal. Executives left the hour-long meeting with no agreement, but with the expectation of eventually concluding a deal. A meeting is planned soon.
So
that's very open-ended.
They met. They got a couple of the offers, or a offer,
Yep.
or two offers, or all the offers. They met for an hour, discussed those. They basically gave the commissioner some walking orders. Go back and get this and this, and we'll take it.
Yeah.
And that's what's next.
Another meeting is planned soon. Now, here's the follow-up tweet from Ross. The Arizona Board of Regents, which oversees both Arizona and Arizona State, both state schools there,
Oh crap!
are meeting today.
Oh no!
While most do not expect a voter decision at that meeting, multiple sources tell Yahoo Sports to expect the topic of the TV deal to be discussed.
Yeah. So all of a sudden, they have now the Pac-12 has shown their TV deal cards.
Yep.
Arizona has seen them.
They know the Big 12 TV deal already.
Yeah, so now
that
they're
one's
going
in stone.
They're going to go back
Yep.
to their regions, and though they're not expected to vote to leave the Pac-12 today, it could move very quickly. They could say, well, if that's our deal, let's go ahead and grab it while we can grab the Big 12.
Yeah.
What's funny is, remember when all this started, the Big 12 got that deal, and the new commissioner of the Pac-12 had the same deal offer, the same amount of money with Fox, and chose not to take it. We can get a bigger deal
Yep.
than the Big 12.
That was a good choice.
And that looks asinine now.
You think about how good the basketball could be, though. Arizona comes to the Big 12. There were rumblings that UConn might be coming to the Big 12, but when you've got Baylor and you've got Houston and you've got Kansas.
Arizona, West Virginia,
Yeah.
I don't know if they'll stay good, but they've been good under
Texas
Buggy there.
Tech's been good.
Yeah.
Well, a bad TV deal has hurt them in recruiting, Bob. You're right about that. Not just financially, it has hurt them with guys like Bryce Young, Caleb Williams originally leaving to go to Oklahoma, Bryce coming here, all the recruits, DJ Uyunglele went all the way to Clemson.
Yeah.
You had a lot of people leaving California and Pac-12 towns to go play on ESPN and Maine Fox.
As Evan said in the chat room, so they had a meeting about a future meeting. That's what it boils down to.
Yeah, well, I mean, in negotiations, I
yeah.
mean, this is, all right, we've got, he had to do the sad click. Okay, here's all of our TV deals. offers. These are all of our
No,
offers.
hey, show the good ones.
Yeah. Where's the other page? You got page 2? Nope. We just have these 2 offers. And for those that don't know, CW stands for, God, does it stand for anything? Can't watch. It stands for can't watch. And then TBS is Turner Broadcasting System. Is it still owned by Turner? No.
Nope.
But still,
Not
Turner
many
Broadcasting
years.
But you know
System.
what? It's an upgrade from what they had.
Yeah. And these are our 2 offers. Or we can stream on Apple Streaming, where you pay $1.29 a song. So I don't know.
I never thought of this, but the word is Arizona's ready to leap, and I never really considered the fact that Arizona and Arizona State are governed by the same board of regents. That's not true in every state.
Could get some infighting there.
Well, I
right?
wonder if one wants to go and one wants to stay. How does that work?
Or if there's only one seat for one.
Yeah, exactly, because that's what it appears right now. And if Arizona's like, hey, we'll take that seat, and then Arizona State's like, well, wait a minute, we want that seat.
Yeah.
You know, how does that go down?
Well, then I think they make room for 2 more then.
I would think, but now you're back to an odd number.
Yeah. I just don't understand what
I'm talking about 2 more after that, after Arizona.
Okay, yeah.
I just don't understand what you're doing with Oregon and Washington. If you're Oregon and Washington, what are you waiting on? Because I agree. I think it was Bobby who said this earlier on in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room. If the Big Ten really wanted you, they would have already gotten you.
Well, and if the Big Ten, if they offered, they would have bounced
in a
quickly.
heartbeat. Yeah. So there has not been an offer, and there doesn't appear to be interest, right?
And because you've got to, I mean, I understand the Big Ten wants all of its focus now on making USC and UCLA the transition next year popular and comfortable for everyone and successful, but it would be just as easy to bring in 4 as it would be 2. I mean,
I'll go back.
and
Yeah,
all that.
and I'll go back to the fact with Washington and Oregon is if I'm a Big Ten school, you got to sell me on. Okay, that's great. I love Washington and Oregon, but we're trying to get $80 to $100 million per school in the future. That's what they think they're going to get, right? How much more money do Washington and Oregon bring? Because I don't want to chop this up anymore. I'm looking ahead. You've told me about $80 million now, so don't come back to me and say, all right, we're not going to get to $80 million, but hey, we're adding Oregon and Washington. They're fine. I wanted the $80 million. So you tell me how that's going to give me $80 million. And without more money from Fox, CBS, and NBC, there's no $80 million. And if I do simple math, I mean, you're talking somewhere between 100 and 200 more million you got to get out of those networks to make that make sense.
Yeah.
I just don't know how much money's left.
Which is tougher to do when you don't have anybody out there who is really challenging you
That's right.
to make that business deal.
Yeah, because if I'm NBC, I'm like, yeah, we got what we like right here.
So
I'm going to keep this.
As Brown got his text earlier from somebody in college athletics, we won't say names, but he got a text earlier that says, you mark down August 1st, 2023 as the official death day of the Pac-12.
That's the day it started to die.
Yeah. Yep. I think it started to die when USC and UCLA officially left to the Big Ten, but the toe tag may be signed on August 1 for the Pac-12. We'll see if there's a Pac-12 after dark when we wake up tomorrow, or if this will be the last year of that as we know it. All right, fun show today. We appreciate everybody being with us, all the great sponsors and all that. Don't forget to set your alerts everywhere. Give us a thumbs up before you get out of here today. Like and subscribe everywhere. We're back tomorrow, 9 a.m. Central Time. Until next time, God bless you and God bless America.